Prologue. I swear it's still cozy. Calypso. It was not surprising for Calypso to wake up and already be angry. That was just her general state of being. Whenever her sister would ask what had caused her sour mood, Callie found it was easiest to gesture to everything. As she woke, groggy and furious, in an unknown bed and unfamiliar room, she remembered 3 things. Her sister, screaming and crying as Callie tried to reach her. The slavers, jabbing her with 6 syringes of sorceress concoctions after she'd slit one of their throats and gutted another. And a purple demon, holding a spiked sickle against her throat and grimacing like she was a pathetic stain of muck on his shoe. It was the last thought that reminded her exactly what she'd intended to do with all that anger boiling in her chest. She was going to fucking murder him.
Chapter 1. The Fool. Ozarax. Ozarax would have preferred camping off the carved ways in the Dreadmore than spend another minute in this stifling infirmary. Yet here he was, conducting debriefs and assigning watches over the humans who were still unconscious, including the spicy one. He tried not to think of her, which had worked for all of 5 minutes as he was distracted by another human, the smart one, Rosalind. This one hadn't nearly decapitated herself on his sickle before trying to take a swing at him. This human hadn't been a fool, except for partnering with Argeth in the human-demon work sponsorship. One conversation and Ozarax could already tell she was much too clever for the counselor. And really, Oz was only distracted because this walking, talking one was so tiny. Tiny like most humans should be, but not her. Not the nameless woman, with her bruised eye and split lip, and numerous other injuries hiding under her shift, thinking in her drugged state she could land a hit on him. As if years of training and a position in the best-trained squadron in heck hadn't allowed him to stop his weapon before learning what cargo those deplorable humans were carrying. More humans, still disgusting, but not deplorable like slavers or sorcerers, except the murderer. And the spicy one. Fuck, he was thinking of her again. Hadn't really stopped, if he was being honest with himself, which only added to the headache brewing behind his left eye. Ozarax? He blinked and pulled his stare away from the wide-eyed human hiding behind the demon. Yes, Counselor Argeth. I offered my congratulations. With Severith's unfortunate accident, it seems you are likely the top candidate for promotion under Harrix, particularly with your quick action under pressure regarding the slavers. Despite the twist of discomfort in his gut, Ozarax didn't flinch as he changed the subject. Please inform Tonomok that I will be awaiting him for debrief. He didn't wait for confirmation, though he did hear Rosalind's terrified exhale after he spun on his heel to leave. Ozarax found himself alone in front of the No, they weren't interrogation rooms. Just empty offices in the infirmary being used to interview sponsors for the new humans. Which one of them would be charged with the spicy one? He snarled into the empty space, the bony spikes along his forearms standing up like they sensed a threat. But the threat was still unconscious, drugged worse than the other women, according to Kizros. Likely because of her size and temperament, also according to Kizros, but Ozarax could have deduced that. Stupid warrior brute. The words rankled deep enough even the spikes along his spine pressed against the armor he wore, desperate to flare and prove his strength and intelligence. Who else was a top candidate for a promotion only considered for the strongest and smartest? Who else only entered the running because Severith's accident conveniently left a gaping hole for Ozarax to step into? At least his father would be proud. Despite the snarl still curling his lips, he managed to ease his body's defenses until they were smooth against his skin. He would sort through his thoughts later, in the privacy of his room at the barracks. Maybe. Probably not. He had to stop thinking about the spicy human first, or the other humans he'd brought into his home, endangering their peaceful society. Things would be different when he finally had the chance to return to the barracks. Severith didn't live there any longer, but the rest of his squadron did, Ozarax had debriefed most of them and sent them back to their homes once it was clear they weren't needed. By now, they were surely fending off questions from the other squadrons about the slaughter and the humans they'd brought back, but also about Sev's injuries. The injuries that had Ozarax lingering in the infirmary giving orders instead of the Red Demon, their real leader. Maybe after all these years of competition, Ozarax had entertained some delight at getting his chance at leadership. At least until he discovered just how Severith's broken horn and mangled eye had come to be. Fucking human sorcery. Now that guilt ate at him. He'd ignored Severith's barb in the Dreadmore at suggesting they finish the slavers' jobs, carting the women to their intended destination instead of bringing them to heck. He understood the real source of the Red Demon's fury in that moment, and perhaps Ozarax's words at the first cooling dip of his own bloodlust had deserved the insult from their leader. Not that he'd ever admit it beyond his own thoughts. But days later, after he spent his nights trading watch with Tonemach and Geryon, he could only feel that pit of uncertainty grow. Now he was out of excuses, out of reasons to avoid those unfinished papers sitting on his desk. Ozarax flexed his hands, turning over his wrist to inspect the black ink against his dark purple skin. The first rune he'd created to hone his skills lined the crease of his wrist, meant to sharpen his already heightened magic, intentionally placed to be nearly invisible. "Didn't think I raised a cheater," his father had first said of it, dropping Ozarax from where he'd been yanked out of his dinner seat. "Do you think Severith takes shortcuts like this?" Never mind that he'd created the rune out of nothing, inked it himself with a pattern no other demon could replicate. Perfect memorization of the star charts, and a magic never before attempted. The moment it had been cast, he'd felt the first sense of calm in his body in years, a quelling of the rage and agility magic passed on by his parents that was wreaking havoc on his growing body. But yes, he was cheating. Still cheating, since the rest of his tattoos were runes of his own making, alongside ink to celebrate the beasts he killed in the surrounding woods. A secret he would take to his grave out in the Dreadmore when his recklessness finally got him killed, or a rune he tested finally failed on him. But the rune right there, the very first, was the reason the spicy woman was simply unconscious, not headless. Rand was skilled, but not so skilled to reattach limbs, or heads, or horns, at least the ones not destroyed by sorcery that would grow back. Ozarax studied the gaps between black ink, wondering what rune he might add to celebrate the defeat of those slavers. Slaughtering men that even the humans considered scum wasn't all that impressive, nor was the decision to bring 6 human women inside the wards of their city to save them. But even small ink could be powerful. A vine, perhaps, one to hone his divination, so he could better prepare for the strange happenings in the Dreadmore. "Ozarax!" He dropped his arm and turned in time to see Geryon skid around the corner. The very last demon he wanted to see right now, which was saying something when his father existed. The scaly blue demon's eyes were wide, powerful tail, flicking for balance as he halted a step from Ozarax. "Stepped away for just a minute," Geryon started, then frowned at the sickle Ozarax had drawn. "Okay, don't think you need that." "What is it?" Ozarax growled. "Why did you leave your post?" "I didn't think it was a big deal. Took a piss. No more than a minute, but the door was open when I got back. Fucking imbecile. Where is she?" He shoved past the blue demon, heading toward the room where the spicy human was meant to be unconscious. "I tracked her this way, but her movements are erratic." No fucking shit they were erratic. She was a feral human who had just woken up from a multi-day sorcery-induced coma. Ozarax turned the corner and sniffed, then headed down the next corridor. Her scent lingered, but it bounced from wall to wall, like she'd stumbled and braced herself as she plowed on, searching for... what? Likely an escape, just as the murderer had tried in the Dreadmore. Ideally, catching her inside an infirmary wouldn't result in the same trauma Severith had suffered, but he'd seen the fury on her battered face and knew the lengths she would go for survival. In that moment she'd faced him, he'd seen something deeper within that had called to him. No, he was not relating to a human. Absolutely not. Never. Down the hall, a mass of gold and gleaming weapons came into view. Tomahawk. He briefly met Ozarax's gaze, cocking his head like he always did when Ozarax was projecting his emotions too loudly. But before he could silence his mind, a blur of dark fabric and bland-colored skin charged into the open space. Spicy. The human leaped, a feral screech bursting from her throat, and Tomahawk didn't have time to defend against her. Ozarax froze mid-step as she collided with the gold demon and took him to the ground. Ozarax heard the impact of Tomahawk's skull and was unsurprised to see the gold demon rendered unconscious with the blow. It was, however, a shockingly precise strike from a woman who had lethargically stumbled through the hallways to get here. He refused to be impressed. She snarled at the gold demon, blunt teeth bared like that was threatening, before whipping her head up. She narrowed her gaze down the hall in the opposite direction of him, and it was easy to assume she'd spotted a new target, but Ozarax wasn't going to give her the chance to follow through. He tossed his sickle aside, not willing to give her such easy access to his deadliest weapon, and was on her before she could stand. Ozarax's leap was much more coordinated than hers as he tackled her off his warrior. Despite knowing her size, the impact was surprisingly solid, surprising considering her wobbly condition. Wrapping his arms around her, he spun and absorbed the impact of the ground. He wasn't about to waste saving her from slavers by then flattening her in an infirmary. Their bodies rolled, and despite her angry screams and desperate attempt to break free, Ozarax didn't once let her body touch the ground until they had stopped moving. He twisted, pressing her down in the hopes that she'd stop squirming long enough for him to get her to quiet and listen. That only seemed to infuriate her more. With her legs pinned and his hands locked around her wrists, he hadn't forgotten about the weapons still sheathed to his body. He had the upper hand. Thought he had the upper hand. With a vicious scream, she slammed her forehead into his nose. Fuck! He lost grip of one of her arms, and moments later, her fist crashed into his jaw. Oh, now he was angry. There was only a small shred of restraint left in him to keep from going for his weapons, or his body's defenses. He caught her fist again before it could connect with his cheek, fighting the urge to snap her bones like he might in a sparring match with another demon. The human thrashed underneath him as he pinned her arm back to the ground, and his instincts took over despite the fight inside him. I'm trying to help you! She didn't seem to care, still bucking wildly. His fangs elongated, and when she bared her teeth in response, he snarled right back. A deep growl crawled up his throat, and it was natural for the spikes on his neck to stand against the threat. It worked. Her eyes widened, body falling limp like every other creature did when they realized who the real predator was. In that moment of calm, with his heightened senses on alert, he could taste her fear. He could feel it on her skin, damp from exertion and expelling the sorcery in her system. He heard the spike of her heart rate beyond the thrill of a fight. As a warrior, it was Ozarax's duty to assess threats, but even as she cowered, he had to respect her fury. Perhaps it was luck that had allowed her to get past Tomahawk, but she had a fire within her to attack two warriors in only an oversized infirmary smock and bare feet. A fire he'd be foolish not to respect. She stared at him, finally silent, and he felt his rumbling growl stop without intending to. He'd seen human eyes before, an odd mix of white, color, and black, and stared into them as he watched fear and death play out by his own hands. But this one was different in more than just her size. Two colors stared back at him, unblinking. The left a deep green, the right a shining blue, both flicking across his features before lingering on his fangs. You, she breathed. Her smell shifted into rage, and it was the only warning he got before her leg twisted out from his, and she jammed her knee into his gut. Oof! He grunted, releasing her as he clutched at his stomach. She scrambled away, crawling to her knees, but he was faster. Despite the discomfort, his hand snapped out and wrapped around her ankle, yanking her back to the ground. Spicy coughed out a breath, barely holding her chin back from smacking the ground, but she was kicking again and Ozarax was done with this shit. He hopped to his feet, keeping his grip on her ankle, and then he was dragging her. "Hey, what the fuck?" the human screeched, kicking uselessly as he pulled her along the floor behind him. Ozarax didn't dignify that with a response, nor was he surprised when her angry screaming turned into profanity that even some of the warriors would be scandalized by. Garyon knelt over Tonomok, the gold demon groaning but still flat on his back, and watched with confusion as Ozarax passed them with the still squirming human in tow. It was only as Ozarax reached down and swiped his sickle that the human's curses hesitated, but the moment he sheathed his weapon, she was screaming again. "Cat! Cat, I'm coming! I'll find you!" Ozarax didn't know what a cat was, but he was absolutely not going to be giving this woman another opportunity to escape after proving herself a danger to them all. "Fucking demon! I'm going to kill you!" she screamed, and Ozarax had to admire her tenacity. For a human, she had some endurance. "Let go of me!" He snorted a laugh as if threatening to kill him and then requesting he let her go would actually work. But he was at his destination, so let her go he did. With that single hold on her ankle, he lifted her completely off the ground before dropping her on her infirmary bed. She squeaked, bouncing once and then righted herself, glaring up at him. "You fucking bast!" "Stay," he commanded, and it was only because he was prepared for her retaliation that he turned his back on the threat. Ozarax was out the door before she managed to scramble out of bed. The last thing he saw as he smirked over his shoulder was rage as she sprinted for him. He slammed the door in her face, the following thud and death threats only making his grin widen as he bolted the door shut. Then added a chair under the handle for good measure. Gods help the fool tasked with her work sponsorship.
Chapter 2. Demons are never nice. Calypso. "You fucking oversized eggplant! I'm going to kill you!" Calypso rammed her shoulder into the door again. It didn't budge. "If you touched her, I swear to the gods I will flay you with your own weapons." No, better yet, she was going to peel those spikes from his body and impale him on his own barbs. She'd make a flask out of his horns, though they were pathetically small and would barely get her drunk. But that was fine, because she'd be drunk on the power of choking him with his own tail. Calypso screamed as much, even though she was fairly certain he'd abandoned his post on the other side of the door. But just in case he was still there, she didn't let up. The only issue with her continued ramming was that her energy was waning much faster than normal. Her shoulder throbbed just as much as her head, and her legs were barely holding her upright. But if that stupid demon thought the lingering fog of sorcery was going to keep her from escaping to find her sister, he was going to learn just how deep Callie's stubbornness ran. It ran about 30 more seconds. She slammed into the door one last time, then slid to her knees, pressing her forehead against the wood. She would not cry, but there was a burn in her throat beyond what her screaming had done to her, and it had everything to do with where she'd found herself. Acreos Barrens, the demon realm. Trading one horrific place for another, even if the building she'd found herself in was concerningly clean. This had to be where the demons experimented on the humans they stole. It was the only explanation for the metal band on her wrist with intricate symbols carved into the surface, some medical identifier on what tests they could perform. She'd seen that blue-haired woman with the green demon during her escape attempt, and while she wasn't her sister, Calypso had felt the urge to at least save someone else from this nightmare. And maybe in doing so, she'd be able to find Kat, wherever she was being kept. If she was still alive. Calypso's memories were foggy, disjointed, but she could piece them together now that she was forced to sit still instead of sprinting into defensive action. There was the warehouse, the first and last time Callie would ever listen to her sister about a lucrative job that would set them up for a lifetime. She should have trusted her gut that it was all a setup, but Kat had given her those eyes and that little pout, and Callie had seen just the edge of that scar on her cheek and caved immediately to her weakness. She'd fought, gods, she'd fought, to get to her sister before it was too late, before those slavers had finally taken her and her blood-soaked hands down. And during those bouts of consciousness as they were transported, Callie had been driven by the only goal she'd ever lived by: protect her little sister. She failed again, monumentally. Seen Kat limp in a pile of other women's bodies. Barely been reassured of her breathing before Callie herself had fallen back into a state of lethargy. Until the demon. That purple bastard who had not only held his blade to her throat, but had tackled her, threatened her with his fangs and spikes, and dragged her back to this, wherever she was. He had taken them, prevented Calypso from finding her sister, and done whatever horrible things to the other women she'd seen in the slaver's cart, and it was much easier to direct her anger towards something tangible like a demon. It was better than directing it at her sister. "Kat, what have you gotten us into this time?" she whispered to herself. "Who's Kat?" Calypso whirled, fist raised, only to find boobs. Human boobs, which was not at all what she expected, nor was the bright, smiling face as she lifted her gaze. The woman was short, which wasn't saying much since Calypso was a giant, even when on her knees. Her bright red hair was loose around her shoulders, and she wore a dress that did her full features a great service, especially considering their predicament. "Who the fuck are you?" If the woman was deterred by Callie's growl, she didn't show it, her smile remaining bright. "Brioni, I was in the slaver cart with you, I think. Well, I don't think. I was. I just, don't remember it. What's your name?" "Calypso." "That's really pretty." A hand was shoved in Callie's face, and she had to force her eyes away from what the movement did to the woman's chest. Slowly, Calypso took it, and then quickly realized the gesture wasn't a handshake, but an attempt to help her off the floor. Brioni tugged, and when it got her nowhere, Callie stood on her own. And from this angle, she could see just how well-endowed the woman was. Fuck, those things were distracting. Calypso cleared her throat. "I need to find my sister." "That's Kat?" "Obviously." Brioni shrugged, still undeterred by Callie's sharp responses. "I've only seen Rosalind, but she said all 6 of us made it here. You're the last to wake, I think." That didn't surprise her, but the other woman was surprisingly calm, so she took a moment to glance around. A small room, fairly empty beyond the 2 beds, but the burning fires in the sconces seemed off. Flickering between red fire and a strange yellow flame that burned her eyes and made her want to try smashing through the door again. "Where are we?" she asked. "An infirmary." "They have infirmaries in the Acreos Barrens?" "Oh, the demons call it heck." Calypso blinked. "That's the dumbest fucking name I've ever heard." She stormed past the woman to the first bed, vaguely remembering how she'd scrambled out of it not long after she came to. What she hadn't noticed in her fog were the shirt, pants, and boots set at the foot of the bed, which, of course, were her size. "Creepy fucking demons," she muttered, shaking out the pants and shoving a leg into them. Maybe she should be more concerned that some unknown creature had measured her while she was unconscious, but she was also not going to complain about being out of that shift the slavers had tried to squeeze her into. And these clothes were much more practical for what she intended to do. Brioni came to stand beside her, rocking on her heels and completely unbothered by Callie trying to get dressed. "The demons are actually really nice." Callie froze with her pants halfway up her thighs. "Did you not see the purple dick manhandle me?" "Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean it." Calypso glared. The woman finally huffed. "Okay, most of the demons are really nice, which is a good thing since we'll be working with them now." Callie snorted, hiking her pants up and then sitting on the edge of the bed to slip on the socks and boots. "Fuck that. I'm finding Kat and getting us out of here." "Wait, you can't." Calypso shook her head. "Whatever. If you want to stay here and be a slave for these demons, not my problem." Which she wasn't actually going to do. She'd throw the woman over her shoulder if she had to, but a willing escapee was a lot easier to manage. "No, I mean..." Brioni held up her wrist, the silver cuff flashing in the firelight. "You can't. These keep us within heck. They called them runes." Callie inspected the band on her wrist. Tight. Maybe too tight to simply dislocate a thumb and slide off. But if she could get to the edge of Acreos Barrens with Kat, she'd figure something out. And we aren't slaves, Brioni continued, shuffling around to stand in front of Callie. She crossed her arms and glared down at her, well, sort of. It looked about as innocent and soft as one of Katarina's glares. We can't leave now that we've been inside Heck. And honestly, I don't think that's a bad thing once you see. The work is a protection program. Rosalind called it a sponsorship. We did these interviews to help us match with a job and get us adjusted. A stipend, a living space, food. That seems like a much better option than traipsing around their creepy forests trying to go back to a world that wanted to sell us as slaves. Brioni hadn't succeeded in intimidating Calypso, but her words did silence any rebuttal she'd intended to make. Was that the woman's own experience bleeding through her speech, or did she know more about Callie than she let on? Callie huffed. Stop that. Stop what? Pouting, and distracting me with those. She gestured to the woman's chest. Brioni glanced down and smiled. Oh yeah, I love this dress. Her smile turned sheepish as she looked up again. And if I were into women, it would definitely be you. Tall, muscular, very beautiful, so much hair to braid. And I'm a sucker for a grump. I'm not a grump, I'm just angry. At what? Well, Calypso had a long list of things that she was angry about, starting and ending with that spiky purple demon, but she didn't have time to explain the thousands of reasons, so she gestured to everything. Brioni nodded like she understood, even though Calypso was pretty certain this bubbly woman had never experienced an ounce of anger in her life. Well, you're very good at being angry. Those threats were impressive. Callie snorted, then stood, tugging up the hem of her sweat-dampened smock. I intend to follow through with them once I find Kat. It wasn't until she'd slipped on the new long sleeve, obviously a demon shirt for them to have accounted for her torso's length, that she realized everything had gone silent. Brioni stood in the same spot as before, but her smile was replaced with a parted mouth and wide eyes. She might not have been breathing. Brioni? The woman swallowed, then shook her head and whispered, kind of regretting only being into men. Her smile was back as she lifted her gaze. You have a lot of tattoos. I get bored sometimes. The pain is centering, and a better alternative than... Calypso cut herself off. Bubbly woman or not, divulging her past and the lengths she'd gone to help her and her sister survive was not a talk she wanted to have. Even if right now she really wanted to get into a fighting ring. Yes, I have a lot of tattoos, Callie said instead, then adjusted the sleeves on her shirt to make sure everything was still covered. Any chance they have chest bands? Or a spare weapon I could borrow? No luck on either account, Brioni said with a shrug, back to her casual sway from foot to foot. Does that mean you're still going to try to leave? Callie moved toward the drawers in the bedside table, yanking them out only to find them empty. Obviously. If I can't find something useful, I'll just have to take out another demon. Another? Brioni gasped, chasing after her. What about the purple one? Preferably it's him. That sickle looks fun. I really don't think... The woman sucked in a sharp breath when Calypso turned and nearly ran her over. But she still chased after her as Callie tore the room apart looking for something sharp. Calypso, I really don't think you should leave. What Rosalind is setting up... You keep saying that name, Callie snapped. I don't know Rosalind. I don't know these demons. I don't trust anyone. So if you're not going to help me find my sister... If you would listen to me for 1 second, you'd know I was trying. Brioni slapped a hand over her mouth at the end of her shout, and Calypso was both surprised and impressed enough to shut up. The woman blew out a long breath through her fingers, then dropped her hand. While you were unconscious, most of us filled out some forms to get us into work pairings. Rosalind was another human with us, and she's incredibly smart and protective, like you, so she's been finding us jobs that fit our skill sets. Real jobs with money and all the protections that we need to start a new life here. Her shoulders softened. That includes you and Kat, who is here and currently safe. So I'm just saying, maybe the best thing to do is hear them out first. Calypso despised being wrong, and even worse when the anger she constantly felt was turned inward. Fine. She grunted and turned toward the bed, feeling safer to put her back to the woman than lash out further. Jobs. It was a promising option now that she considered it. But what sort of skill set did she share with Kat that would keep them close? Callie had poured every coin she'd earned into giving Kat the better life after everything. She couldn't just concede to these demons, especially the oversized eggplant. Even worse, Brioni had mentioned filling out paperwork. Would Calypso be asked to do something like that too? Even if she could, eventually they'd find out she lied just to be close to her sister. She had no idea how big Acreos Barrens was, and how could she fix this mess if she couldn't easily grab Kat and run? Her thoughts were interrupted by a scraping noise outside, and Callie was on her feet in an instant. She grabbed the back of Brioni's dress and yanked, putting her body in front of the smaller woman for protection. I don't think... A blue demon yanked the door open, his black, depthless eyes glaring right at Calypso. She bared her teeth, fists lifted despite the fact that with one swipe of his claws, she'd be flayed. But then, the purple demon stepped in behind him, spikes raised and fangs bright against his dark skin. Now, Calypso could understand why her body's reaction to the demon's snarl had been to freeze. She was tall, but this thing was giant. Not a whole foot on her, but close, which was something she never experienced with human men. Nor was the purple tail swishing lazily behind him, additional spikes lining the spine. But what really had her attention were his arms. Strong, corded muscle, and yes, more spikes, but also thick lines of ink across his skin. Curious, in a way that she didn't want to admit called to her. The silence stretched as they stared at one another, and Callie was not about to lose another fight to this posturing bastard. "Hi, Garion," Brioni called from over her shoulder. The blue demon softened, eyes shifting to the other woman before he gave her a small smile and wave. Calypso blinked, then turned her confused look to Brioni, who was waving back. She saw Calypso's look and blushed, wave dying out as she dropped her hand to her side again. "Sorry," she whispered, ducking her chin. When Calypso glanced back at the purple demon, it seemed he was turning back from having the exact same reaction toward the blue demon. Both their glares returned in full force, but this time he spoke. "You, with us?" "I think not," Callie retorted. "Where's Kat?" He shrugged. "Ask Rosalind." "Who the fuck is Rosalind?" she shouted, throwing her hands up. Garion's hand immediately twitched toward the sword in his belt, but it was the purple demon's lack of response that made Calypso furious, as if none of her previous threats had even broken through his thick skull. "I'm taking you to her," the demon said, then gestured toward the door. "Because of your unstable emotions." "I'll show you unstable. You are to be escorted into your interview under strict supervision," he finished, a curl to his lip like that disgusted him. Well, the feeling was mutual. "I don't trust you." "Nor I you." Calypso blinked at the quick language, but the purple demon was already moving on. "But I've been tasked with getting you to that interview. In a sense, they didn't clarify how. I think you know I'm willing to drag you there kicking and screaming if I must." His teeth flashed. "So, what will it be?" Fury burned in her chest, but that was a good thing. It kept her focused. And if talking to this Rosalind person was the only way to get real answers, she'd concede, for now. Even escorted, she could get a better sense of this building, and once she knew where her sister was, it would be easier to come up with an escape plan. But that didn't mean she had to make it easy. "Fine, after you," she growled. The purple demon only smirked, his hand still raised toward the door. "Nice try." It was only because he'd clarified kicking and screaming, not dead or alive, that gave Callie the confidence to storm past him and give him her back. For now, she'd let him think he'd won. Soon enough, she'd use his underestimation of her to her advantage.
Chapter 3. Off to a great start. Ozrax. Ozrax glared at the side of the spicy human's head as she once again refused to answer any of Argeth's questions. Right about now, he was actually wishing Tonomok were here to gauge her emotions beyond her obvious intention of simply being a pain in everyone's tail. But the gold demon was currently seeing a healer for the concussion he'd suffered at the hands of Spicy. At least they were already in the infirmary, so he hadn't had to go far. Ozrax's eyes lifted to the sconces, wondering why the calm-emitting flames seemed to be having the opposite effect on the woman at the table. Though, the more he thought on it, it didn't seem to be working on Rosalind either. She appeared calm on the outside, but her heartbeat was still elevated, and the edges of her lips were strained despite the soft smile she wore.
"Calypso, please, we are trying to help,"
Rosalind said, empathy heavy in her tone. Ozrax didn't need his heightened abilities to know that empathy was the very last thing Spicy would respond to. Calypso, he supposed he should call her, but that would break a barrier he had no business crossing. He was simply here to make sure she didn't attempt to use the quill in front of her to rip out Argeth's eyes. An instrument she hadn't touched, even as Argeth pushed the documents closer to her. "It is imperative we understand your skills so we may better assist in your assignment in Heck," he urged.
"I'm not telling you anything until I see Cat."
Again, what in the blazes was a cat? Rosalind glanced at Argeth.
"Do you mind if I have a moment alone with her?"
The counselor frowned, his gaze lifting to Ozrax. "I'm afraid the best I can do is leave Ozrax. She could still—"
"Fine,"
Rosalind said, waving him off with a flourish of her hand. The counselor nodded, collecting his own papers before leaving, and the moment he was gone, she sighed.
"Calypso, I understand this is a lot to come to terms with. I respect that your past is—" "You know nothing about my past,"
Calypso growled, then for good measure snarled at Ozrax. Rosalind's gentle demeanor shifted fast enough Ozrax had to give her credit for the facade.
"Actually, I do. I've already spoken with your sister. Cat told me everything."
Spicy's jaw clamped shut so fast Ozrax heard her teeth clack. But at least he had an answer. She'd been trying to find her sister. Ozrax didn't have siblings, but he'd seen familial bonds, seen how fiercely they would defend one another from harm. As much as he hated this human, he could at least understand her motivations.
"I've been trying, Calypso,"
Rosalind said, fingers curling over the arms of her chair.
"You're not the only one here, and your actions could have endangered all of us if it wasn't for your sister's answers. I know you're doing everything for Cat, but there is only so much I can do for you right now after your actions and plans to leave."
Spicy's nostrils flared, her glare narrowing despite the way her heartbeat ticked up with nervousness.
"What are you saying?" "I'm saying that you shouldn't have said so much in your room with Brioni. Demons have better hearing than we do."
Well, Ozrax had to hand it to the smart one. Argeth's strategy had been failing, so Rosalind took a different approach, and all the fight drained out of Spicy.
"What will they do to my sister?" "Nothing,"
Rosalind answered quickly.
"But whether we want it to be or not, Heck is our new home. And because of your escape plans, the demons believe it's best that you don't have contact with your sister until they feel it's safe that you won't endanger their peaceful city." "Peaceful?"
Calypso snorted, giving Ozrax a look of disgust.
"Right."
He barely restrained himself from snapping back.
"Fill out the papers, Calypso,"
Rosalind said again, pushing them closer. Spicy frowned at the documents, eyes jumping all over the pages, and just when Ozrax thought she'd finally concede, she shoved them back toward Rosalind.
"Not until I at least know my sister is safe. Where will she be?"
To her credit, Rosalind didn't let her frustration show.
"No jobs in tailoring would be a good fit right now. There's another opening at the post, which might work. It's alongside Brioni." "There!"
Calypso blurted.
"Put her there. I'll ask if she's comfortable." "I said put her there with Brioni. And I want reassurances of her safety from you or Brioni only, even if I can't see her yet. Final offer."
Rosalind forced a breath out through pinched lips.
"Okay, deal."
She pushed the papers back toward Calypso, but the woman ignored them.
"I was hired muscle. I took jobs, did dirty work for bad people against even worse people. Debt collecting and strong encouragement to fulfill contracts."
No wonder Spicy hadn't thought twice about fighting him.
"So please,"
she said with a humorless laugh,
"tell me what respectable demon in this high society would be willing to work with me. Pay me a stipend and arrange housing for me so I can collect debt in the back alley of a tavern? Or am I meant to lick the shit stains off Ozzy's boots when he returns from slaughtering outside the walls of such a peaceful city?"
It took Ozrax a second to register that she was talking about him, and then another second for the very small shred of respect he might have had for her to wash away. "My slaughtering saved your ass from those slavers," he growled, jabbing a claw her direction. "And your sisters, if you've forgotten."
"Oh, how could I forget? Thank you so much, your royal purple cactus. How shall I pay my respects? Do you need help finding your tiny dick, my sweet hero?"
she drawled, bending into a mockery of a bow from her seat. Ozrak snarled, the spikes on his neck lifting. "Watch your tongue, human." Her grin was feral, a sparkle, a light in her two-colored eyes.
"Or what?"
She gave a slow perusal of his body.
"Those spikes give you away, Ozzy. You know you got lucky earlier."
If it weren't for the knock at the door, he might have laughed. Argeth's head peeked in. "Rosalind, a moment to discuss an opportunity." Calypso huffed, slumping in her chair as Rosalind slipped outside.
"By all means, go discuss my future without me."
Ozrak shook his head, already fed up with this human. What they should have been doing was tossing her out in the Dreadmore like she wanted. Why did they go through all the trouble of saving her when she would rather get herself killed? Fine by him. One less annoyance taking residence in his thoughts with her size and general piss-off attitude.
"What are you looking at?"
That attitude. He refocused his glare on her face. "Why are your eyes two colors?" If the question surprised her, she didn't show it.
"Come closer and I'll show you why."
The memory of her smashing her forehead into his face popped into his mind clearly. "I'm good."
"Then don't ask stupid questions."
"You're a real treat, you know that?"
"So I've been told."
"Is Cat just as obstinate?" Spicy moved faster than he expected, but not as fast as he was. She lunged for him, and he had to admit she gave it a good effort for the distance between them. He twisted with her momentum, trading places as she shoved her against the wall. His forearm pressed against her chest, spikes flaring until they were hovering just below her chin. But the position didn't stop her from baring her blunt teeth at him. Again, was that meant to be scary? As she snarled,
"Keep my sister's name out of your mouth."
"Make me." She made an admirable attempt to shove him off but got nowhere, and despite her disadvantage, it was impressive that she refused to give up, including the string of profanity spilling from her mouth between grunts. No wonder the sorcerers had needed more of their magic to subdue her. It was probably a stupid idea, but Ozrax found himself saying over her increasingly labored struggle, "Stop trying to overpower me.
Get off.
Make me." Fury flared on her features, but she only continued the same failing attempts to push him away. "That might work with humans, but demons are bigger, stronger, even if you're too stubborn to admit your disadvantage." Her fight softened, almost imperceptibly, as she glared up at him. Underneath his pressure, her chest rose and fell rapidly with her breaths, bringing his spikes up to the soft skin under her chin. But despite the tap of the blunter backs of them against such a life-threatening spot, Spicy didn't flinch. Maybe it was respect, more likely pity that he offered. "You were clever in the hallway, up until you tried to use brute strength against me. You're not dumb, so don't act like it. Outsmart your opponent." Her glare shifted, and the seconds stretched between them as her brows pinched into a frown. Up close, without the urgency or surprise from before, he could see the bright colors of her eyes against human golden skin. Not the magical demon gold of an empath, but an oddly beautiful shade that he'd never seen before as anything other than hideous. Calypso's knee jerked up. Despite the distraction, he knew the move. His hips shifted out of the way, but to his delight, she expected it. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't going to let his guard down around her again. Her hand grabbed for the sickle at his belt, but inches before her target, his tail slapped her wrist away before banding around her torso, pinning her arms to her body. "Nice try," he purred in her ear, "but you forgot we have tails." She went stiff in his hold.
"Let go of me."
Ozrax released her immediately, stepping out of reach. There was a glint of panic in her eye. And while he hadn't meant real harm, he'd been all too quick to forget that he truly was a threat to humans, even to Spicy. "You have fight," he said, to settle the thickness in the air between them. "Don't do something so idiotic as dragging your sister into the Dreadmore. Even the strongest of our warriors aren't fool enough to stray from our paths." Her breathing was still stressed as she stayed pressed against the wall, away from him, and the anger hadn't abated, but she appeared to take his words to heart, hopefully. "Well, you've certainly taken to a leadership role," Ozrax looked back to see Argeth enter the room again, Rosalind on his heels.
"Perhaps this isn't such a bad idea."
"What isn't a bad idea?"
Callie growled. The small human winced.
"Well, it seems there's an opening in the guard in Ozrax's squadron."
"Fuck no," he said at the same time as Calypso. He glared at her, then focused on Argeth. "We might have an opening, but there are plenty of demons of lower rank who would—" Argeth raised a hand.
"It's a request from Herrix. With the promotion on the line and Calypso's, history, they feel it a good test for the both of you."
Ozrax wanted to retch.
"Prove you can work together, and there's a promotion in store,"
he said to Oz, then looked to Spicy.
"Prove you are not a risk to our city, and, with Ozrax's recommendation, we will allow you a supervised meeting with your sister."
"Absolutely not,"
Calypso snapped, waving her hand toward Ozrax.
"I don't trust him."
Rosalind shook her head.
"The rest of your squad will also hold weight in determining if you're ready, but it will be under Ozrax's supervision. This is the best they can offer for everyone's safety."
Ozrax had a lot of complaints, and he had plenty of time to think about them in the silence that followed. But he knew not to show an ounce more of his disgust in working with this human, let alone training her and giving her weapons she might use against them. Finally, Calypso huffed.
"Fine. Just keep my sister safe."
Rosalind nodded.
"Garion will escort you back to your room. There's still some concern the healers had about the lingering after effects of sorcery in your body. I'll be by to discuss this more when you've had some rest."
At least Spicy was clever enough not to argue further, or show any more fury that might hurt her chances of seeing her sister. Ozrax, however, didn't need to hide his frustration from Argeth, of all demons, who had no stake in his position. The moment the door closed on the humans, he snapped his gaze to Argeth. "This is foolish. She's going to die on her first scouting mission." He frowned, the realization hitting. Wait. If those cuffs keep them within the borders of Heck, how can she even function with our squad? Going out a demon short is already dangerous enough, but trying to keep her safe? I thought everyone was concerned she was a flight risk. Argeth folded his hands in front of him.
"All valid questions and concerns. And unlucky for you, perhaps, it will be your responsibility to not only train her for the dangers, but also prevent her from leaving should she attempt. When she is deemed healthy enough to start, her cuff will be adjusted to allow travel into the Dreadmore for missions. Her safety is now in your hands."
Ozrax stared back, slack-jawed.
"I understand this is not ideal, but—"
Argeth flashed a glance toward the door.
"We have nowhere else to put her that we trust she will not be a risk. You have seemingly handled the situation with her, and with the promotion on the line, Herrix needed a little more convincing that you are right for the job. This is a good thing, Ozrax. Keep her in line, and when you turn in the application, the position is basically yours. Simple."
None of this was simple, but he couldn't exactly argue. It was already determined, wasn't it? And if he held something that Spicy wanted, whether she'd be given permission to see her sister or not, then maybe she'd be a little easier to manage. He'd already seen how quickly she conceded when Cat was involved. "I have business to attend to in the barracks then if we are preparing for a human. Garion will remain stationed for now, and I will return when she's deemed healthy enough to begin training." Argeth grinned wide.
"Look at you. Your father taught you well."
The demon slapped him on the shoulder before leaving, but Ozrax stood there for much longer, staring at the door as he grappled with the inky feeling those last words left in the pit of his stomach.
Chapter 4. The Best Squadron. Calypso. By the time Calypso was cleared of all the sorcery in her system, she was ready to claw her way out of the infirmary into whatever cesspool these demons called their city. She didn't even care that it meant she'd be stuck with the purple bastard for the foreseeable future, as long as she didn't have to see those 4 windowless walls anymore. "Everything seems to be in order," Balrin, the demon healer, said, pulling her 2 fingers away from the pulse point on Calypso's wrist. Clawless, Callie noted, which was apparently a thing these demons could do, including elongating their fangs. She imagined if they had the ability, her new prison warden, Ozzy, likely elongated another of his physical assets to compensate for being such a dick himself. Why else were those spikes of his always raised? She went to pull her sleeve back over her wrist and stand from the bed, but the healer stopped her. Not yet. The runes will need to be adjusted. Calypso rolled her eyes and stuck her hand out again, but the yellow demon shook her head. Not by me. Then the door opened, and Callie's eyes immediately narrowed into a glare. You. Ozarax flashed her his fangs, folding his arms, spikes laying flat, as he leaned against the jamb. I don't want to be here any more than you. She flashed him a vulgar gesture in response. I don't know what that means, he grumbled, then looked to Balrin. Everything done? Just waiting for you. The yellow demon's smile was about as warm as her personality, and Calypso wanted to hate her for it, but she'd reluctantly come to enjoy the demon's company when she was otherwise left alone within these suffocating walls. Then the healer's words settled. Wait, he's adjusting the runes? Balrin shrugged. He's the expert. Callie snorted. She doubted he was an expert in anything besides being a dick. Maybe in being an ass. But then he flicked a claw out and began prowling toward her, and she had to fight every instinct to not scramble away. He halted in front of her, black eyes narrowed. Wrist. You could say please. Not in my vocabulary. Wrist. You're a real treat. You know that? Balrin tried to cover her snort with a cough, but Ozarax held his glare and said, So I've been told. Calypso flung her arm forward, fist catching his abdomen in an attempt to accidentally punch him. But her fake apology instead left her lips as a hiss as she was met with solid muscle. She jerked her hand back on instinct. His body shook, and she glared up just as his laugh faded, his smug grin still plastered on his face. Impressed? I hate you. Feelings mutual. And that's exactly how it should remain. She shouldn't care that she'd barely hit him and cracked her knuckles on his abdomen. He was a warrior, after all, so she should have expected he'd be in shape. It's not like she could forget what he was when he wore that sleeveless top, leaving his tattooed, purple arms on display alongside the leather straps with silver glinting across his body. She was simply envious of his privilege to pack on strength through training and proper meals. Meals her body was starting to crave now that she was getting them regularly. A concern she'd deal with when she got out of this cursed place. Bored of their standoff, Ozarax snatched her hand and yanked it forward. Calypso almost snarled, but then his claw was swiping across her cuff in a fluid motion, and she couldn't pull her gaze away. The etchings he drew over glowed faintly, and Calypso forgot all of her anger as the symbols burned themselves into her mind. She wouldn't have noticed he was done except he thrust her hand back like she'd burned him. But she lifted the cuff closer to her face, watching the fading glow disappear and leave a dark scratch where he'd made the changes. You reversed it. Ozarax stopped mid-sentence in his conversation with Balrin. What? Calypso cocked her head. The patterns you added, they look like... Fuck. She didn't know the word, so she quietly settled on repeating... reversed. Inverted. Ozarax supplied, not unkindly. He glanced at Balrin, who simply blinked and quietly excused herself. Then his gaze was back on her. You memorized the runes? Memorized? She'd painstakingly studied those symbols to their finest detail until she could recreate them in her mind. She didn't understand them, but at the same time, they made a lot more sense than... It was in the quiet that Calypso realized the vulnerability she'd almost let slip, and her defenses slammed back into place. What? No, I was just bored. Not much to do in a room with no windows. He stared at her, dark eyes narrowing in suspicion. Well, don't bother yourself. You can't understand them. And there's one that will shock you like the pulse from a sipho moth if you stray more than 10 yards from me on our way to the barracks. Ozarax spun on his heel and strode for the door, and Callie was forced to scramble off the bed to chase after him. What? You're lying. Maybe, maybe not. He turned a corner so fast she had to use a wall to help propel her back to his side. Do you want to risk it? Do it while we're still in the infirmary so I don't have to drag you far. That only tempted her to risk it far from the infirmary as possible, just to be another inconvenience to him, but she also preferred consciousness after all the sorcery in her blood, so she stayed close. Ozarax chuckled, like he thought he'd won, then shoved through the front doors into... Oh. Her feet stopped moving on the front steps, eyes wide as she took in the world around her. What she vaguely remembered of the outskirts of the Acreos Barrens, the forbidden forest that concealed vicious demons, was nothing like what she saw now. This was a city, with buildings and, yes, trees that weren't green and bright like the ones on the human side, but they were flourishing with life. A giant fucking pit that looked like a scar in the center of their town, completely accepted by the passers-by, who looked none too vicious and bloodthirsty, unlike the stories told by humans. A winged creature that was definitely not a bird swooped overhead. Stars and a glowing moon hung in the dark sky. I thought it was day. To her relief, Ozarax had paused less than 10 yards away, and while he looked mildly annoyed at the delay, he still answered her. It is. Sure, asshole, this is day. She flung her hand toward the moon, but he only cocked his head. The day moon, signifying daytime. So your night is moonless. Are you really wasting my time for this? Calypso crossed her arms. Fuck you. No windows, remember? How was I supposed to know Acreos Barrens didn't have a sun? Ozarax rolled his eyes. Our city is called Heck. Yeah, I'm not calling it that. He grumbled something that contained the words stubborn and not worth it before gesturing to the street. Are you finished gawking? We are late for meeting the squadron. At least this time he waited for her to start walking before he continued. And despite the stares that blatantly followed them, Calypso found herself more nervous about their destination than the passers-by not hiding their interest in the human. A squadron. She'd never been one for teams, other than her and her sister, but these demons would determine if she could see Kat again, so she'd need to play along. Did she even know how to participate in something like a squad? Would they even try to accept her, or just write her off and make sure she never had the chance to see her sister again? Ozarax certainly wouldn't care. A fist caught her sleeve and yanked her back. What the fuck? She snapped, jerking her arm away from the purple demon. Remember the shock? He asked plainly, gesturing to two unassuming trees in their path. Calypso almost snarled at him, but then her gaze caught on the bark of one tree. The trunk was a dark purple, almost indistinguishable from black, but carved into the surface was a symbol, bisecting lines and a whirl that somehow seemed to ripple. She lifted her wrist. That's on my... She bit her tongue at his suspicious gaze. It's a rune. After a long moment, he nodded. It's a checkpoint. Walk through it without waving your cuff over the rune, and you'll need another trip to the infirmary. The one in the barracks is not as nice, fair warning, and much less accommodating. Callie frowned. Wait, a checkpoint for going inside the barracks, where I'm supposed to be? One side of Ozarax's lips popped up in a smirk. No, only when you leave, he teased. But that rune on your cuff also alerts me if you leave. So if you try it, know when I catch you again, you won't like the consequences. He breezed past her before she could even think about trying to punch him, and she was forced to sprint after him or test that 10-yard theory before they were inside the barracks. As she passed under the trees, she could feel the magic settle on her shoulders. A vast difference between what the sorcery had done to her, but uncomfortable nonetheless at the thought of something intangible having such a tangible effect on her. Again. But unlike the sorcery, that weight passed in an instant, and Calypso was surprised to find the barracks barely another 100 yards from the path. 3 major clusters of stone structures took up the open space, sharing a central courtyard of rich purple grass and trees. Just beyond 2 of the buildings, she could make out even more purple fields, spots of color showing demons training with weapons and fists, even a stray blast of fire. It's so close to the city, she muttered, sidestepping his swishing tail to peer at the structures and crossing paths between them. Smoke wafted from some chimneys, vines wrapping around parapets and creeping from open windows. Soft chatter floated up to them, some friendly, some comfortable camaraderie. It looked so normal. What, do you think we are such feral warriors that we don't partake in our community? We don't take weekend strolls through the market, buy pastries to feed the drakes, play in the park with our families? You have a family? She could have sworn his lip curled in disgust before he said, "I visit my parents still, but I meant those in the guard with mates and children. Is that so hard to believe?" Yes, no, she didn't really have a good answer for that. "The barracks are on the border of what is considered the city," he continued when she remained silent. "Just beyond, surrounding Heck, is called the Valewood. It's habitable, but there are risks when you leave the barriers of our runes. Creatures from the Dreadmore can get too close and cause problems. Our duty is to patrol the city, Valewood, and make regular expeditions through the Dreadmore. That's how we found you." Calypso ignored the way his smug tone grated on her, partially listening while keeping her eyes on her surroundings. He pointed out the training yard, the office buildings, and the indoor training facility, warning her that she would find no weapons accessible to her without supervision. He brought her to the final building, opening the door and not bothering to wait before it started to close. Calypso shoved through to a cacophony of voices that suddenly died out. At least 24 pairs of black eyes locked on her, and her heart rate spiked on instinct. These weren't just demons. They were warriors, trained to kill with the steel strapped to their belts, but also with the tails and weapons that were part of their bodies. Horns, spikes, clubs. She saw them all, in all manner of colors, and every fiber of her being wanted to cower in fear. And yet there was something so strange about the scene. Despite the terrifying demons staring at her, something about the fact that they were mostly sprawled on couches made her fight-or-flight instincts waver. They looked so normal. "Community atrium," Ozarax said over his shoulder, breaking the silence, then gestured to another doorway. "Mess hall that way, open whenever. We take shifts cooking, depending on who is on duty, but the supplies are available to everyone." Calypso felt the eyes following her, and it was only because she'd been caught before that she knew not to voice her questions with so many well-trained ears listening in. Besides, it would show a weakness if she was asking for clarification on something so trivial as having access to food whenever she wished. "Squads are 4 guards and 1 squad leader. There are 10 squads, rotating on a schedule, but depending on what we encounter, many are still prepped for assistance. Each has access to the community area, but we also have a squad living space connecting our quarters. That area is sacred to a squad, so we don't take kindly to anyone who isn't our own coming in." Calypso swallowed at the implication. "We live together?" "Separate quarters, but you should know we're the best squadron for a reason. You won't get past us if you try to leave." For a moment, she'd actually forgotten about escaping. "And you're the squad leader?" He didn't answer immediately, but she still caught the way his spikes started to flare. "I am now." Calypso had heard about the demon who was injured in their rescue. She would have assumed, from everything she'd learned of Ozarax, that he'd be thrilled for the position. She had overheard he was a candidate for another promotion, but the way he muttered his answer had sounded reluctant. "Communal bathing chamber that way, and this is ours," he said, pushing through the next doorway. Once again, voices died out, but at least there weren't as many eyes on her as before. These, however, felt much more threatening since they held her fate. "Squad," Ozarax greeted, then gestured to each member. "Rand, and you've met Garion and Tonemok." The yellow demon, Rand, dipped his chin in the barest of nods, but Garion remained stoic. Tonemok rested his spike-tipped tail over the back of the couch he lounged on, gaze narrowed. "Nice to see you a little less feral." "Not sure how this is supposedly the best squadron when I took you out so easily while drugged," Calypso responded swiftly. There was a snort, and all eyes flashed to Rand. He kept his grin as he shrugged. "What? Where's the lie?" "You don't have to laugh about it," Ozarax grumbled. "He's right, though," Garion added with a hard stare at their newly appointed squad leader. "We lost Severith and gained a human. We're a joke." "Finally done deluding yourselves." Calypso spun away from the voice behind her, finding another purple demon standing in the open doorway. He was maybe a few inches shorter than Ozarax, horns spiraling from a head of the fullest black, wavy hair. Appropriate, she thought, since it looked perfectly styled for his obnoxious, smirking face and pointless unfolded collar. "Get lost, droll moth," Ozarax snarled, and in her periphery, Calypso saw his spikes already raised. Threat. But she couldn't give herself away. Heartbeat, retreat, anything, especially with the intruder's gaze locked on her. "So this is Severith's replacement, a human." Even with his depthless eyes, she could feel them crawling over every inch of her. "I thought they were supposed to be smaller." His gaze lingered on her chest. "Most of them." "Hey, sacred space," one of the squad called from behind her, but she didn't take her attention off Drollmoth. "Come on, she's all anyone can talk about," the demon purred, stepping inside as his thin tail whipped behind him. Someone growled. It might have been Ozarax. "You speak, or are you one of those dumb ones?" Calypso bristled, but he kept talking. "What's wrong with your eyes? I heard there was a defective human Sev brought back. Trade one defective demon for a defective and stupid human." He snorted. "You lose half your soul or something." A terrifying calm settled on her shoulders, and she found herself stepping forward despite the hisses from the squad. "Look closer and you'll find out." Drollmoth did exactly that. He leaned down, and Calypso kept her eyes perfectly still and emotionless despite the sharp horns, fangs, and claws getting closer. Then she punched him straight in the throat. The purple demon choked, hands wrapping around his neck as he stumbled back. But it sparked Ozarax into motion. As Drollmoth tripped beyond the threshold, Ozarax slammed the door shut and swiped his claw across the wooden surface. The rune glowed, and then disappeared completely, and from behind the door she could hear muffled cursing. Ozarax pressed his back to the door, eyes watching her with, dare she say, curiosity? A hand came down on her shoulder, and she jerked away, the blue demon holding his hands up in surrender. "Sorry, just..." A small, impressed smile curled his lips. "We might not be a joke after all." "Just gotta feed you right," Rand called from his seat, and the way he looked her up and down was not the same as Drollmoth. "Help you pack on more muscle." "Trust me, she's got plenty," mumbled Tanamok, but he gave her a small nod. "You might not be so useless. Ozarax could actually get that promotion after all." "Yeah, if they can go 5 seconds without trying to murder one another," Garyon joked. Confused and slightly overwhelmed, she was utterly hopeless when Ozarax grabbed her sleeve and dragged her away, tugging her down the hallway into a firelit room. "Don't kill her! I like her!" Rand shouted, but the end was muffled as Ozarax slammed the door shut. Calypso had barely taken in the bedchamber when she was whirled, back pressed against the wall with the purple demon once again encroaching in her space. When he only stared at her, a strange furrow in his brow, she shoved at his chest. "Back off." He did, reluctantly, but only a small step. "Drollmoth is going to do everything in his power to make your life worse than blazes." "And you aren't?" he snarled. "No, Ozarax hissed a breath, fingers scrubbing through his hair in frustration. But then his shoulders eased, and he straightened. "I'll make a deal with you." Callie frowned. "Why? I hate you, you hate me. That's pretty fucking clear. But we both have something the other wants." Her mouth snapped shut on a quip. Ozarax's gaze searched her face. "I can control whether you get to see your sister." She opened it again to fire back. "And you control whether I get that promotion or not." Realization settled. "You're proposing we work together?" She couldn't help the grimace, but it seemed neither could he. "It's not ideal." He gestured behind her. "You're not helpless, but Drollmoth won't forget you humiliated him." "I don't need a bodyguard," Calypso grumbled. "But you need to not be dead if you want to see your sister. You've already shown you'll play dirty, but he'll play dirtier, and he has even more of an advantage over you than the other warriors here. You didn't even hear him or Garyon approach behind you after." "Just tell me I'm going to get killed on day one. Save us both the time." Calypso swallowed and turned away, but then a warm hand gripped her chin and pulled it back. "Don't tell me you're giving up already." Ozarax's hold tightened. "Yes, your skills need refining, but you've got a fire. Work with me. We both win, and you get to beat the shit out of some assholes who deserve it." Her hand snapped up, fingers digging into the tendons of his wrist as he continued to hold her chin. He didn't release her, but she felt satisfaction that he, at least, had to tense against her blunt claws. "Including you," she purred. A slow grin tipped his lips, one side, then the other, until his fangs were on display. "Maybe there's some hope for you after all, Spicy."
Chapter 5. The deity has jokes. Ozarax. And there was hope for her. Ozarax was learning more than he'd ever thought. They'd been the last squad on duty when they'd found the humans, and because of the skirmish, they were given additional time off. Time to train their new recruit, who, despite being at a disadvantage, was proving an utter terror in the sparring ring. Ozarax wished he didn't enjoy the sight so much, especially because it made those papers sitting on his bedside table all the more real, and all the more threatening. 4 days wasn't long enough to have a human prepared for missions, but it was enough time for Ozarax to understand her more than she would probably appreciate. He noticed it didn't take Calypso long to fully wake up in the morning, an admirable trait for a warrior in their position, but by the end of the day she would crash hard enough to be dead to the world in the initial stages of sleep. When she added food to her plate, it was barely enough to consider a meal. Rand was constantly dumping another helping of protein and vegetables onto her plate and took to stuffing a few strips of dried meat in his pockets for breaks in training. In sparring, she preferred her left side, and while she'd not been trusted with a steel weapon yet, he saw how her gaze never lingered long on any of the basic ones that the warriors trained with. A wooden sword one day, daggers the next. She did, however, continue to use her tongue for lashings, particularly when she was frustrated over her disadvantages, and there was no shortage of fights that broke out, mostly between him and her. Those two-colored eyes were expressive, and he read every bit into them, even as she tried to disguise it. Her sleep habits suggested a life of being on alert, ready to react at a moment's notice. Her eating, well, it was clear food hadn't been easy to come by for her in the human world, and with how often she demanded news about her sister, he knew that she'd made sure Kat was full before ever caring for herself. She was prickly. If she were a demon, he imagined she'd probably have the same spikes as him. Orange for that destructive and chaotic nature. Poisonous, no doubt, with a set of double horns to show her stubbornness. A tail poised to slice like that of an Etiopir, with a fire that showed no signs of quelling. Instead, she was a bland-colored human. Bronzy hair, thick and long and dangerous enough to be both a weapon and a liability. She didn't have spikes, and her words were more vicious than her fists, but that stubbornness served her well. He still didn't trust her not to take her sister and run, but the more he worked with her, the less he worried about a weak spot for their first scouting mission together. A blur of gold pulled them out of his distraction. "You're going to snap another quill," Tonomok grumbled, snatching the drake feather from his grip. He studied it, then frowned. "Oh, these are my good ones." "Sorry," Ozarax said, tossing the packet of papers to the table in front of him. 2 broken quills scattered with the impact. Tonomok flopped onto the couch next to him, draping an arm over the back of his seat. "Your mind is a mess." Ozarax threw his head back to stare at the ceiling. No shit. "You see Coronaz about it?" "Haven't had the time." "Make time." Tonomok smacked his shoulder, pulling his gaze. "Serious. I know you've talked through some shit with him before, but it's worth going back, especially with, I don't need to talk about the human." Tonomok snorted. "I meant the application papers you still haven't finished, but yes, let's also discuss Callie. You're not my therapist, but I am your friend, even before you were our squad leader, and when your emotions have been crawling over my skin since the moment we brought the humans back, maybe you could benefit from talking them out." Ozarax grimaced. "She's not ready for a mission." "Not with the strange happenings lately. Those monsters are unpredictable on the best of days, but something has them spooked and it's getting more dangerous." Tonomok nodded, lips twisting to the side. "I don't disagree, but is that all?" At Ozarax's glare, the gold demon held up his hands in surrender. "Not your therapist, just trying to figure out why you're hurting my poor quills and getting nothing on the page." For a short moment, Oz considered telling him why the thought of taking yet another promotion made him want to give Spicy his sickle and let her have her way with him. But then the woman herself was barging through the door. Or rather, Rand was barging through the door with an irate human screaming profanity hauled over his shoulder.
You motherfucking lumpy piece of shit, I'm gonna fucking carve out your insides with a bar of soap, you fucking...
The door slamming cut off her sentence, and then Rand was setting her on her feet and scanning her from head to toe. Both Ozarax and Tonomok were on their feet in an instant, but it wasn't until she shoved Rand away from her that Oz realized the glaring thing he'd missed. Spicy had tattoos, a lot of them. She was wrapped in one of the shower curtains, dripping wet with no towel or clothing in sight, leaving her arms and collar exposed to reveal a network of vines and florals twisting around her muscles. Her knuckles were also bleeding that strange red blood of hers. That was probably what he should have been focusing on. "What did you do, Spicy?" Her glare whipped to him, one of those bloodied fingers jabbing his direction.
Fuck off with that nickname, and also, fuck you for thinking I did this. Those pricks stole my clothing.
"So you," Tonomok gestured to her outfit, "improvised?"
"After she split her knuckles on Zagrod's fangs when she punched him in the mouth,"
Rand added. And Ozarax didn't miss the smirk on the triage healer's face that had nothing to do with getting to use his skills. Rand wrapped a hand around her wrist. "Come on, I'll fix you up." He didn't give her an option, even as Calypso very vividly described what she'd also do to Rand if he ever jerked off to what he'd caught a glimpse of before she'd had the opportunity to cover herself. Ozarax stared after them, left eye twitching until they disappeared into Rand's chamber, but it was too late. The sight of the additional ink crawling across the breadth of her strong shoulders had burned itself into his mind. Tonomok's hand clamped down on Oz's shoulder, giving him a shake. "Okay, we are definitely talking about the emotions that just spilled out of you like a burst pipe." Perfect timing. The door burst open again, this time Garion sprinting through with wide eyes.
"What did I miss?"
"Show's over, Garion," Ozarax mumbled, flashing one more look toward the hallway before facing the blue demon. "Where have you been?"
"You know, some of us still need a little extra coin, so I've been picking up some shifts in the offices. It's also why I headed back early. You've got a visitor."
Ozarax's spine stiffened. "Ah, shit." Tonomok said, sidestepping the spikes that had lifted on Oz's arms. "Schedule that chat with Koronaz while you're there. We'll prep for sparring." Ozarax had no words for the demon. He only dutifully walked out of their common room and let his feet carry him toward the offices. He'd just made it to the atrium when the gathering of demons quieted, dispersing away from Zagrod, accurately described as a lumpy piece of shit, only a burnt orange one, who was leaned casually against a wall. He pushed off, smirking despite the split in his lip and the blood still caked on his chin, black and red both. "Hey, Oz, how's that human trash of you?" Ozarax grabbed the asshole's spiraling horn and yanked it down into his own jabbing knee. Caught off guard, the orange demon was too stunned to stop Ozarax before he was slammed face first into the wall. Zagrod slumped to the floor, a weak groan escaping his lips. Unsatisfied, Oz added his second hand and snapped the rust-colored horn from the bastard's head before tossing it onto the limp pile of unconscious demon. He glared around at the onlookers, none so brave as to come near, either to face Ozarax's wrath or help their comrade, then stormed out of the building. The expulsion of energy did nothing to calm his nerves as he walked to the office building, heading directly for the chamber named for the god of destruction. He didn't pause to admire Rasmus's swords etched overhead, only pushed through the door and stood at attention. "Sir!" Zalvokan turned away from the wall of retired weapons, red skin glowing in the demon light. "Son!" Scars peppered the demon's weathered face. Thick horns curled back around the sides of his head. The Skull Crusher, he'd been called. Known not for his fire, but the brutal ways in which he'd killed monsters in the Dreadmore as a squad leader. Terrifying, in a way that always made Ozarax feel small despite being several inches taller. "You wished to see me?" He did not fail to notice that his father stepped away from admiring his own two-headed battle-axe, heavy steps bringing him closer until he was standing directly in front of Oz. It was the following silence as he stared at his father, waiting, that made him want to squirm. Finally, two words filled the air. "A human." Ozrax did not flinch, nor did he answer, at least not without a direct order to, especially when he could hear the fury dripping from his father's tone. Zalvokan snarled, his fangs on display. "They dare insult our family name by saddling you with a human?" He turned, armored tail whipping furiously behind him, and strode for the large window overlooking the barracks. "I have to find out through your mother's gossip chain that my son has been reduced to a babysitter because of Severus' foolish decision to bring these creatures into our home." Ozrax only held his tongue because he'd had 35 years of practice. He watched his father's fists curl, standing his ground even as the demon turned back and stomped toward the door. "After everything I've done for this god, they have the tail to punish you for another's actions? I know this is simply to distract you from your dream. I will speak with the council and get rid of her." Wait, it was with utter horror that Ozrax realized he'd spoken aloud. His father stuttered a step, eyes narrowing, and Ozrax only had half a second to cover for his mistake. "You don't need to get rid of her." Fuck. He steadied his heartbeat, mind racing. Earning respect in the guard had been hard enough without all of his father's meddling, but this was so much bigger than what his father believed. It was about using Callie to get a so-called dream position he wasn't sure he wanted at all. "She's worthless," he found himself saying. "Obstinate, weak, but that's useful." His father's head tilted in wary curiosity. "How?" Ozrax scoffed, the lies quick to his tongue, all to avoid the wrath of Zalvokan. "I'm using her to send a message. To the guard, to the council, to all of Heck. I'm going to prove humans are a liability and we never should have let them in. Their decision to allow her into our squadron will prove a mess when her weakness interferes with our mission. They think to play a game, and I'm using their peace against them." Something passed over his father's face, something like pride, and it made Ozrax's stomach sour. "Playing politics," the red demon hummed. "I was worried you'd stopped using your spines. Perhaps you are cut out for this after all." Ozrax hated himself more than he did on a normal day. She's going to get herself killed doing something foolish. Not entirely a lie, but he didn't want to admit that he'd been admiring her fury for the last several days. She'd held her own, even if she'd instigated fights that she never should have walked away from without interference from the squadron. "The weakness will help us get rid of the problem faster." His father nodded, eyes studying Oz like he was looking at a new son. "Don't let her be a distraction long. Finish the application and send it to Harrix. The guard needs a captain with that kind of ruthless mind." Ozrax waited a long time after his father left before exiting the office, pausing outside in the courtyard at the shrines of the demon's gods. Stones were erect in a semicircle, a littering of offerings to the gods in the bowls underneath each. But he lingered longest on the stone carved with 2 crescent moons back to back, the same symbol he had inked above each knee, a symbol for the deity of the stars and moon, one that he'd been silently asking for advice since he was a child. Oz had so many questions, and all of them lingered on the human woman he was inexplicably drawn to for reasons that could only be explained by this power of divination, knowledge, and trickery. "Frank," he whispered to the deity, "what the actual fuck?" A breeze tickled his shoulders as if they were laughing, and it followed Oz all the way back to the barracks.
Chapter 6. Make It a Good One. Calypso. Calypso's fist throbbed, bruises blooming on her knuckles, but she channeled her rage into the next jab. The reverberations traveled through her arm, up into her shoulder, muscles aching in the best way she knew. She coiled low and tackled the opposing weight. "Good," Rand called as she pushed off the padded floor. "If your goal was to impale yourself on the legs of the Sarthisi. Did you read any of those books I gave you?" "No." Callie huffed and flung her arm at the heavy bag they were using as her opponent. "What should I have done?" The yellow demon pulled up the bag with ease, turning it so the painted face of the armored scorpion snake spider monstrosity was looking at her. "Danger zone. 6 razor-sharp legs to protect the soft underbelly." He spun it around. "Safe zone. Armored spine, but you can get under the plates, and its arms can't get around to slice you. It will do anything to remain on its belly because of this, since it can't flip over if it ends up on its back. You know, I could kill this thing if you gave me a real weapon to train with and not those pathetic wooden excuses for dual swords. He smirked. Tell me you won't use them to try to cut your way out of here. I won't use them to cut my way out of here. Rand's fangs flashed as he laughed. My gods, at least try to sound believable. Calypso slumped. She had tried that time, put on a smile and everything. I thought only Tonomok could read minds. The yellow demon leaned casually on the heavy bag, unbothered by the cacophony of other sparring noises happening around them. He can't read minds. He senses emotions, and he's strong enough to manipulate those emotions, which is useful when we're in the Dreadmoor dealing with monsters. That's the magical affinity for his coloration. She recoiled. If that fucker touched my emotions, human, there is no one coming near your emotions, Rand teased. Besides, he tried. Those demon lights in the infirmary, imbued with his calming magic, and it had the opposite effect on you. Calypso didn't think that was meant to be a compliment, but she preened all the same. And yours is being incredibly handsome. At her raised brow, he huffed. Yellow is generally a sign of healing. Why the guard, then? He cocked his head. Why not? She gestured to the heavy bag. You're training me to kill a monster. Doesn't that go against your nature? Is that all you think we do? Rand shook his head. Yes, I'm trained in the same methods I'm showing you, but I'm also there to heal injuries. On demons, but also on monsters. You heal monsters? Many of them are simply scared and confused. The Dreadmoor is not kind, even to the creatures who live within. The magic that bleeds there creates a dangerous forest, luring you in and spitting you out miles from where you started, tricking you to a safe spring, only to find yourself sinking in a Zikoria pit. Eternal mist thickening until you can't see your hand right in front of you. Calypso swallowed. But you scout in there all the time. The carved ways. They're mapped, something we all know by heart from the moment we begin in the Guard. We'll be taking you on a shorter route for your first mission, but that doesn't mean it's safe. That's why it's so important to have all our skills at their sharpest. One mistake doesn't cost a single life. It can cost an entire squad. Weight settled with his words, but also with his piercing look. The one that made her wonder if he was lying about only having healing magic, or if he knew every plan of escape she'd been crafting since the moment she walked into the barracks. Her eyes drifted past the demons training nearby, immediately narrowing on the 3 shirtless warriors of their squad sparring in the opposite corner of the room. What about Ozzy? Rand choked, coughing and pounding his chest until he could breathe again. Did you just call him Ozzy? Calypso folded her arms and tapped her foot impatiently. You're asking for Rasmus's eye, he muttered. Ozarax is unique, gifted with strength and agility beyond what our kind already possesses, but that barely scratches the surface. Runes, she guessed. Rand nodded. We all understand the basics, but Oz has a talent for casting runes beyond what our most advanced scholars can do. It's a rare divination affinity, and damn, those runes have been handy. I've never seen a demon hone his own magic like he does with his tattoos. So, his ink was magic. Why was that so damn curious to her? Before she could ask any more questions, every head whipped toward the entrance in unison. Calypso caught a wide-eyed and blushing Brioni seconds before Ozarax was towering over her, dampening Calypso's desire to see the other human. Go ahead, Rand said. You need a break, and get some food while you're reading up on monster details. First scout is tomorrow. She almost grumbled that it was pointless, but then Brioni was animatedly waving at her and calling her name, and she had no choice but to stomp her way over, despite the disgust twisting Ozarax's face. At least it was directed at whatever letter was in his hand and not at her, for now. Oh, look at you, Brioni said with a bright grin, completely oblivious to the grumps surrounding her. She gestured up and down to Callie. So much healthier and happier without that sorcery in your system. She expected some quiet barb from the walking eggplant, but he was still too focused on the letter to bother. Why did that disappoint her? Callie shoved the feeling away, holding out her hand. A note from Kat? The corners of Brioni's smile dimmed. Well, she's doing great. Calypso's hand felt leaden, but she couldn't drop it. Brioni plowed on. Your sister is so lovely, and she did say to tell you she's doing well and not to worry. And I've been making sure she eats. Did you know she does embroidery? Oh, of course you do. It's just the prettiest. She did the hem on my dress, and she's working on a dress for you, too. Callie curled her fingers around thin air, managing to pull her hand back to her side despite the emptiness in her gut. Her sister hadn't sent a message, was doing fine, but the inky feeling threatened to clog her throat, but she shoved it away, ignored it, threw every wall up again. Why would I need a dress? Right, sorry. She told me to tell you it was a formal outfit, not a dress. Yes, but for what? Brioni cocked her head. Well, the political fundraiser. She laughed to herself. I guess Ozarax hasn't talked to you about it since I just handed him the invitation. You both get to go to this fancy dinner where all the politicians gather and talk about funding for all the horn branches or something. I don't know the details, but Rosalind will be there. I think she's helping run it, actually. You should see the dress Kat is making for her. For this, Ozarax grumbled, clearly deciphering Calypso's dumbfounded look. He shoved the paper forward. We've been requested as guests to represent the Scouts, show off the human and demon relationships so the commander can petition for more guard funding. She ignored the letter and swirling script in favor of reading the emotion on his face. His face only, not the incredibly toned and broad chest that, for the first time in her life, made her feel small. Face only. Displeased, but with a hint of an emotion she didn't quite understand. What she did understand, however, was the slight flare of the spikes along his forearms and neck. Brioni was still talking about something, but at Callie's continued ignorance of the presented letter, he flipped it around to read the script. His brows pinched, almost imperceptibly, and then he shoved it in his pocket. I borrowed a new compendium and put it on the table in the common space. The lettering is easier to read than the one Rand gave you. With that, he stormed off, muscles of his bare back flexing as he laid his spikes flat again. Callie stared after him, mouth parted as something thumped in her chest. Fear, embarrassment, and then something warmer, confusion, wariness. Wow, it's a miracle you get anything done here, came a soft voice. She glanced down at Brioni, who wasn't staring after Ozarax, but at the training mats where most of the demons had gone back to their sparring matches. Are you... what? Confusion. It was definitely confusion she was feeling. Brioni shrugged and gestured around. I mean, everyone's shirtless, and that's a lot of muscle to admire. Maybe a nice distraction. Calypso gaped. What? I'm not a prude, Brioni answered the silence. Not like I didn't just see you ogling Ozarax. The snort that escaped Callie's throat was almost painful. I was not ogling him. So you two aren't, smooching? What? Ew, no, I hate him. So, he's obviously not blind with how he was looking at you. People who don't like each other when they're standing up can be real compatible when they're lying down. Callie was actually quite intimate with a hate fuck, but hearing it from Brioni's mouth somehow disconnected her brain from her mouth. Just saying, Brioni sighed. Lots of tension, and he's hot, so why not get a good lay out of it? I'm sorry, Callie muttered, sticking her fingers in her ears and pretending to clean them out. Did you just say that you two need to bone? Yep. Bye, Callie. I'll tell Kat you say hello. With a swirl of skirts and sickly sweet joy, Brioni spun and quite literally skipped out of the room. It took Calypso a full minute for her stunned confusion to morph back into disgust and anger and... Okay, she was still really confused. And she was running out of time if she wanted to catch up to Bree and get more information about her sister. Not to mention, if she died on her first mission tomorrow, she should probably say something to Kat. Instead, she found herself storming out of the training building and back to the living quarters. Of the few lingering demons, no one bothered her as she hurried her way back to the common space and shoved through the door. The magic brushed against her skin, less offensive the more she did it, but she ignored it in favor of the new book resting on the table between the couches. Callie yanked open the cover, glaring at the first page before furiously flipping to the next. And the next, and the next. With a frustrated scream, she slammed the book closed and stepped back, breath coming in hard pants. Her legs wouldn't stop bouncing as she glared at the closed tome, the implications. Fear wrapped around her again, but this time it drowned out the confusion. Anger. Anger was so much safer. She needed it to focus, to help her clear her mind before tomorrow. She didn't need softness or reassurances from her sister. She needed a drive, a fury, a fucking reason. Rand wouldn't let her back in the training room, and by now he'd probably given instructions to the rest of the squad to turn her around or drag her to the mess hall to eat. But she wanted to bury her vulnerabilities with sweat and bloodied knuckles. She wanted to scream. But there was no privacy here, anywhere. Not when everyone was watching, waiting for her to make a mistake. Circling like they tasted her blood and wanted more of it. To peel her apart and see what Ozarax had, and then destroy her with it. Why hadn't he? Why did he have to... Callie flashed a vulgar gesture at the tome before swiping it off the table and carrying it to her room. She set it on the bed, but the thought of sitting still for the rest of the evening was repulsive, so she stripped and wrapped herself in a towel before heading toward the bathing chamber. Silence greeted her as she shoved into the room, steam from whoever had last been inside curling around her. She breathed in deep, pressing her back to the closed door and simply letting the heat sink into her boiling blood. But it wouldn't be enough, she knew, until she could feel the scalding heat on her skin. Feel something physical. Her hand brushed over the rune of the marbled shower, water immediately raining down from the pipe overhead. Such a strange thing, to not only perform magic, albeit from an ingrained system that gave everyone the ability to access running water or draining toilets, but to see the crisscross of lines and instinctively know that with another swipe of her hand across the wall, she could raise and lower the temperature of that falling water. Shower magic aside, it was the confusion of understanding the runes that had her slapping the heat rune until it no longer flashed. Calypso shoved the curtain closed, tossing her towel to the bench inside after learning the hard way not to lose sight of her belongings. The first touch of water against her skin burned, and then she was stepping into the scalding heat, letting the fire sluice over her skin before swirling into the drain. She's doing great. Callie cracked her neck. You two need to bone. She stared at the wall, stoking the rage within her. You're a real treat, you know that? Trails of fire burned over her cheeks. The lettering is easier to read. She didn't remember making the fist, only the feel of her knuckles crunching against the wall. Pain burst at the first splash of blood, but it wasn't enough. Never enough. The second hit was worse, and yet so much better. Freeing. She was only a being of pain and hurt, and now her outsides would match her insides. The third punch never landed. A hand clamped over her wrist, pure strength preventing her from slamming her bleeding knuckles back into the marble, and then that power was spinning her in place, pressing her back into the wall, holding her still. Fucking, Ozarax hissed. Face pinched in pain as water splashed over his head and back. His free hand slapped against the wall until he found the rune, the glow enough to tell her that he was dropping the temperature of the water without shutting it off. That's hotter than blazes. Calypso could only stare, rage and fury and even more confusion swirling in her gut. But her lower lip trembled, some mix of emotion and pain bringing her weakness to the surface. Ozarax glanced down, a stream of water raining from his chin as he leaned over to inspect her knuckles. She expected him to say something, needed him to say something, to chastise her, criticize her form, call her a fucking idiot human. But that water dripping from his chin only served to sting as it cleaned the wounds, and then he was sliding the pad of his clawless finger through the blood that remained. She watched with utter fascination as the pattern took shape on the back of her hand, 2 circles, with a waving line bisecting and connecting them. The moment his finger left her skin, there was a soft glow, and the split of her knuckles repaired right before her eyes. By the time the glow had faded and the water had washed away all evidence, there was no sign she'd ever injured them. Her head was silent as she stared at her healed hand, the curl of his clawless purple fingers over her scalded pink skin a stark contrast. The rune etched into the upturned inside of his wrist whispered the same quieting blanket she suddenly felt inside her mind. But then her eyes focused just beyond where he still gently held her, to the water-soaked towel slung low around his hips, as the shower continued to rain over him. He remained still, barely a breath shifting the muscles of his abdomen and chest as water danced patterns over his inked skin. And maybe she should have felt something about what he'd just done, about him intruding on her, about her own nakedness in his presence. Instead, as she lifted her gaze to his, her voice cracked. Why? His brows twitched downward. You were bleeding. Why did you give me that book? Ozarax's jaw tightened, and even with those depthless eyes, she could feel them studying every inch of her face. You need to understand the beasts we might find. Calypso pulled her hand out of his before shoving at his chest. You fucking know that's not what I'm asking. And yet, she couldn't actually say the words. Like saying them herself made the shame worse. But lashing out, that was easier. That was safer. I was right. His words were careful, slow, gentle. The fight drained. How did you know? Ozarax cocked his head. The way your eyes scan a page. If you couldn't read, you'd simply shove the book away and be obstinate. But you push through, and it takes you longer because your eyes jump too frequently. Based on the lines that you focus on the longest, I could tell it was the letters. Shape and spacing are the problem, so I located a book that had larger script and universal spacing. Somehow, hearing it like a report softened the embarrassment in her gut. It wasn't a judgment, it was simply an assessment. A freakishly obsessive assessment, but emotionless in a way that detached her shame from the facts. Facts. She wasn't stupid or worthless. It was just a statement, not a ridicule. But not runes? He questioned at her silence. Calypso shook her head. The symbols don't jump around. They just make sense. And they're easier to remember. Ozarax nodded. I find I have a similar experience. It's not that you're unintelligent. You simply need a different method to process the information. I was fortunate enough to have the resources to seek answers on my own. He had the same challenge? This is why you chose to punch a wall, because I gave you a book? It took 2 simple questions to remember where she was, what she was doing, what she was running from. Calypso snarled. Get out. No. Excuse me? Ozarax held perfectly still, glare piercing her. You heard me. She stepped into the spray of water and shoved at his chest, but he didn't budge. Frustration building again under the no longer scalding water, she curled her healed hand into another fist. He glanced down, one of his fangs poking out of his curled lip. Do it. His eyes flicked back to her face, challenge narrowing his glare. Hit me. Hit something more satisfying than a fucking wall. I know that energy is boiling inside you, begging to be released. You want to feel something, anything, and you want to hurt before it hurts you. Come on, Spicy. Make it a good one. I won't stop you. Calypso wound back and promptly dropped her arm back to her side. His jaw ticked. Why not? She blew out a breath, uncaring of the water that sprayed from her lips. I'm tired. No, you're not. Because you know you're taking the easy way out when you train with Rand and not me. Suddenly, his body was there, and Callie instinctively took a step away, pressing her back to the wall again. But Ozarax came even closer this time, hand slapping the marble by her head to cage her in. He leaned down, fangs bared. You're not tired because he doesn't know how to challenge you. He can't understand your fury. And you can? Calypso spat, glancing down to where she'd unknowingly pressed her hand over his rapid pounding heart. You know I can. Ozarax's nostrils flared as he stared at that same spot, then lifted his dark gaze. I still hate you. Feelings fucking mutual, she snarled, right before his lips crashed against hers.
Chapter 7. a voracious learner. Ozarax. There was a long list of ill-advised ideas Ozarax had pursued in his life. Poking a sleeping Otsorin, stepping off the carved ways just to see if it was as bad as legend claimed, flinging himself off that tree to smash through the caravan's roof, finding those human women within, all to sate that craving within him, the desire to feel something external to match the internal. It's why he'd recognized it in Spicy the longer he was around her. It's why he constantly poked the metaphorical Otsorin within her. It's why he decided to kiss her. Perhaps he'd done it initially to get her to punch him, to lash out and sate her own desire for violence, while satisfying his desperation to fucking hurt and forget about that stupid fundraiser invitation. But he was still kissing her, and he was enjoying it. Despite the pillowy softness of her lips, there was nothing gentle about how she kissed him back. Because she was kissing him back, fighting for dominance with those blunt teeth while her sharp tongue was busy betraying her and slipping past his lips. Warm and wet, a mixture of her heat and the heat from the water still raining down on them, he drank her in, waiting for the inevitable fist to collide with his jaw for what he'd done. Instead, her dull claws raked down his chest, curling into his soaked towel as she tugged him closer, sliding her hand across the front of that towel toward... Ozarax pulled his lips away from hers, eliciting a hiss that could have come from either of their mouths. Wait. A dangerous word, because giving this woman any more time could very well end with either of their blood spilled. And with how painfully hard his cock currently was, that would not be as fun as a traipse through the Dreadmore. But he swallowed, risking it. If we do this... Ground rules. Calypso snorted.
Worried I'll ruin things for your promotion because you can't get me off?
His eyes narrowed. I've had no complaints before, but no. This has to be completely separate from our other business together.
No attachments, easy.
Just sex.
I'm familiar with the concept.
We stop the moment a line gets crossed.
Worried I'm too much for you?
Ozarax slammed his other hand to the wall behind her, claws scraping down the marble. Spicy didn't flinch, but her eyes darkened. He followed a droplet of water as it slipped down her throat and over the hollow of her collarbone, left a path of wetness in its trajectory toward her peaked nipple. Naked. She'd been naked this entire time, and not once had she shied away. And not only had he noticed, his cock had been hard from the moment he watched her crack her fist into the marble, as he admired, silently, the tone of her body and the shape of every muscle she possessed and used. He pulled his hand from the wall, running his knuckle from the stream of water up her chest before settling his hand at the base of her throat, testing. If anything, her gaze only turned more taunting, daring him to see how far her boundaries went. Only me. Her face pinched in disgust.
Fuck you.
Grip tightening around her throat, he leaned closer. Training. Fucking. Only me. Say it. Her eyes flicked across his face, blue and green assessing him, and then a smirk played at her lips.
You're jealous.
His snarl was answer enough for her lips to widen in a grin.
Of Rand?
No, not usually, but in this instance, yes. Despite his hold on her, within a breath she realized the power she had over him. Her hand pressed against his chest, sliding over his abdomen as she traced each ridge of muscle.
I don't know, Ozzy. All this talk, your spikes standing on end,
she teased her fingers under the towel at his waist.
Sounds to me like you're compensating for something.
Ozarax snapped his hips against her the moment her hand found its target, trapping her grip this time instead of pulling away. There was only the briefest flashes of surprise in her eyes before the black within nearly encompassed all the color. He dipped his head, hovering his fangs over her pulse while maintaining enough distance to keep her gaze. Say it. Despite the threat of his bite so close, the only changes were the spike of her arousal permeating the air and the press of her blunt teeth into her lower lip. And then she whispered 2 words over the sound of the shower still running.
Make me.
Ozarax moved so fast there was no hope for the water-soaked towel to remain around his hips. He scooped an arm under her leg, hoisting it up and giving him perfect access as he simultaneously thrust inside her. Fuck! They both cursed, hers ending on a high-pitched whimper that he never thought her capable of making. Not that his shuddering groan was much better, as his entire length fit snugly within her tight heat in a single move. Not so different from a demon, though he'd had more success with a single thrust driving a female into orgasm before with their deep arousal points. His ego would recover once he got her to admit what he needed to hear. Ozarax withdrew, slamming back into her in 3 rapid thrusts before pausing with just the tip poised at her center. "Fucking," she mumbled, eyes rolling back to focus on him.
"Move, fucker."
"Say it." Rage simmered in her gaze.
"You think you have such magical dick powers that... fucker!"
She hissed as he sheathed himself again.
"Fine, only you. Happy?"
He smirked, leaning in to nip at her lower lip. "Somewhat. I'll be happier when my magical dick powers have you coming half a dozen times before I've shown you what I can really do."
"So fucking cocky,"
Calypso grunted out with each of his punishing thrusts.
"Gonna take more than a few thrusts, even if you've got whatever that is going on down there."
Ah, that's right. He'd castrated a human male before, pathetically limp things, nowhere near equipped to satisfy a woman, let alone come close to teasing their deep arousal points. Spicy seemed to notice his talons, loath as she was to admit it. Her gasps and blunt claws scraping at his skin were proof. "Why must you be so infuriating?" Ozarax grunted, leaning down to suck on her shoulder. His lips followed the vine inked along her collar, then dipped to latch onto her dusky nipple. Calypso's body arched, and Ozarax grinned to himself, finding her weakness. He could already feel her clenching around him, sending him closer and closer to the edge, concerningly faster than he'd intended. Her breath hissed out of her as he trailed his fangs over her collarbone.
"Fuck, I don't take a contraceptive. Is that even a thing?"
"I'm not that close," Ozarax argued, "but not a concern. I have a rune." To his surprise, she snorted a laugh.
"Not close? I've been with egos like yours."
His hand was off her neck and gripping the hair at the base of her skull, yanking it back and savoring her whimper as he continued thrusting her into the marble wall. "I'm not one of your pathetic human partners." His smugness faded as that whimper turned into a vicious laugh.
"Yet you'll fall short all the same."
It was the confidence, the fury burning in her eyes, the brutal way in which she leaned forward and clamped her teeth into his shoulder at the same time she clenched around his forward thrust. Ozarax barely contained his shout. The orgasm was out of his control, blazing through his spine and core as he stuttered with his cock buried deep and spilled inside her. His arms pressed against the wall, energy going to keeping her upright while he shook. It was agony and bliss, and so fucking shocking that he could only stare into her unamused glare as she came down. There it was, that spark of vulnerability behind her dual-colored eyes, the challenge that he'd failed to meet. No surprise, she went for the kill. Still sheathed, slick bodies pressed together with only his panting breaths to be heard over the spray of the shower, she grunted,
"Are we done here?"
No, abso-fucking-lutely not. It wasn't his ego this time, not as he pulled out of her and dropped to his knees.
"What are you—"
It was that flash of disappointment, there and gone so fast, he doubted even she recognized it. That's what drove him to throw her lifted leg over his shoulder and, "There you are, Spicy," Ozarax grunted, then latched his mouth to her center.
"Fuck!"
Her curse was reward enough. He saw his error from before, and he was nothing if not a voracious learner to be the best. But her hand gripping his hair and right horn was enough to send another shiver of pleasure through his body. Ozarax glanced up as his tongue teased her, savoring the true signs of pleasure playing out across her body. Head thrown back, skin pebbled and wet, steam curling around her thick muscles, she was truly a sight, beautiful even, in both a lethal and raw way. He narrowed his focus again, drinking in her taste mixed with his own. He didn't care that his own cum was leaking from her center and dripping down his chin and neck. If anything, it was forcing him to fight his instincts to shove it all back inside with his fingers or slowly hardening cock. Testing his tongue against her, he learned through her grip and increasingly panting breaths exactly how the human liked to be touched. And while it would have been satisfying to treat her to the same torture she'd inflicted on him, he could hear the voices getting closer. Ozarax leaned back just enough to look up her body and meet her gaze. "If you want to keep this a secret, you better be quiet." He barely caught the widening of her eyes as he descended again, latching onto that nub of pleasure and sucking hard. Her whole body shook around him, and this time he knew her body succumbed to the orgasm. Her leg trembled against him, and it was only his proximity that allowed him to hear the muffled moans rippling through her. Easing his ministrations, he placed her leg back on the tile, noticing how heavily she leaned against the marble wall. He stood, only a slight ache in his knees from how hard he'd hit the ground. Spicy pressed herself flat to the shower, chest heaving with her breaths as she stared at him in surprise. He considered telling her how lovely she looked, wet hair plastered to her shoulders and face and completely wrung out. How he'd thought something similar in the first days when she left the training mats in the same state, only with sweat dripping down every inch of her golden skin. Except she'd probably take it the wrong way, and this fragile silence between them needed to end before either of them dared to question what had just transpired. Smugness won out, particularly as he glimpsed the blooming bruise over her breast from his mouth. Ozarax reached up and swiped a thumb over his chin, collecting their releases before popping it into his mouth and licking it clean. With a smirk at her darkened eyes, he leaned down and picked up his towel from the puddle it was creating by the drain. "Read that book," he ordered, tying it off at his hips. "And get some rest. First Dreadmore scout tomorrow." Without waiting for her response, he turned on his heel and left.
Chapter 8. The Dreadmore Curse. Calypso. "Hey, Callie, you there?" Calypso shoved Rand's waving hand out of her face. "What? Damn, that nervous?" the yellow demon asked, looking her up and down. The Veilhound leashed at his side continued to sniff her boots, bone-exposed skull, spine, and tail undulating with its quick inhales. She'd met the thing days ago, confirming the beast wouldn't try to rip her to shreds when they started hunting, but it seemed today it was only interested in the conflicting smells of her borrowed armor. Before Rand's looming body, she saw Ozarax's purposeful cold shoulder, and then Tanamok's narrowed gaze, so she shook out her body. No, this armor is uncomfortable. Not to mention it reeked of piss. Even the Veilhound seemed disgusted by it as it hacked a cough and turned away. "Ah, solid as Rohash, though," Rand countered, gesturing to the stone she stood next to. She'd initially been drawn to it by the sprout etched into the surface, reminding her of her sister, but now she wondered if slouching on the god of Earth's shrine was considered rude. "I'd rather it be uncomfortable and save my life." "And it has," Garrion teased, slapping the triage healer's shoulder before gesturing to the neighboring stone. That one was carved with a flame. "Callie, maybe Illustra is the goddess for you. Matches that fiery attitude." "She's also the goddess of joy," Ozarax mumbled. "Better suited for Rasmos's anger." Calypso rolled her eyes and pushed off the stone. "And who does our oh-so-spiky porcupine worship?" Behind her, someone muttered, "The fuck is a porcupine?" But her gaze was locked on the stone Ozarax knelt in front of. 2 crescent moons back-to-back adorned the front, with significantly fewer offerings in the basin underneath. "He's our weird one, aren't you, Ozzy Rax?" Tanamok began, unable to disguise his mistake. He cringed as the purple demon glared at him, face darkening before he muttered, "Marry to drown me." Tanamok scurried off, leaving Callie standing over Ozarax as he placed a small scroll into the offering basin and set it alight with a violet flame from his finger. "Frank, deity of the stars and moon." Calypso watched, transfixed as Ozarax studied the smoke wafting from the basin. "Their domains are secrets, nighttime, shadows." She watched as he touched the runes on the stone depicting each domain, lingering longest on the one in the middle. "Divination." In a single, swift move, he stood, towering over her, but she didn't back away. "You see the future?" "I seek knowledge, sometimes that of what may transpire." His gaze bored into her. "Most often, I simply ask for advice. He stepped past her, gathering with the rest of the squad as they finished their pre-scouting routine, but Calypso found herself lost in the last wisps of smoke. The ones that seemed to curl around a rune Ozarax hadn't mentioned, in a language she didn't know, yet understood all the same. Trickery. Guilt was unfamiliar to her outside of experiences with Katarina, but that was the emotion staining her insides as the rune stared back at her. Accusing. Warning. Perhaps she belonged here instead. Spicy. That word broke the spell, smoke dissipating like it had never been there. Calypso spun away, readjusting the cuirass digging into her armpits, only to find a blade pointed at her. She stared at the silver an inch from her heart, then glared at the wielder. Really? Ozarax smirked, then flipped the blade so the handle was presented to her. Keeping you on your toes. You get distracted like that in the Dreadmore, you won't make it back out. Callie ground her teeth and snatched the simple sword's handle, but instead of relinquishing the blade, Ozarax held firm and leaned closer until she was forced to look only at his stupid, chiseled, perfect face. I do hope I won't find this in my back later. She glared right back, snarling even if her teeth weren't sharp weapons like his. Is that what Frank foretold? Despite her yank, he refused to let go. I'm serious, Calypso. The use of her name had her stilling. The Dreadmore is deadly on a good day, but things have been off. If we encounter something, stay back and out of the way. Observe, but do not lose sight of our formation. Calypso let his words sink in, and before she could attempt to take the blade again, his hold was gone, and she had to avoid slicing his tail as he spun and stormed away from her. Fine, asshole, but I'm not doing it for you. Maybe for his tongue, because that antsy feeling normally simmering in her veins had been blessedly gone since the showers, but definitely not for anything more. She shoved the sword into the scabbard at her hip, following him with a grumble that seemed more fitting than thanking him for the book that she'd managed to skim a lot easier than the one Rand had shared. When they reached the border of the barracks, where the city ended and the Valewood began, Calypso paused to tap her cuff and felt the magic lift from her shoulders. Whether they trusted her or simply didn't care, no one looked her way to see if she'd take her new freedom and run. While she had considered it, she'd unfortunately not been able to find any maps of the city, and there was no chance she was going to run without taking her sister with her. And maybe Brioni. The girl was growing on her. A shoulder knocked into hers. You good? Calypso stepped away from Tanamox hovering, and the swinging maces strapped to his shoulders. Fine. You know, this is Oz's first scout as a squad leader. He's just making sure nothing goes wrong. She focused on the others who were walking ahead and deep in strategic conversation, too busy to listen in. Why did he take over for Severith? Oz was always just a step below, ever since they were kids, which always irked him because Sev's 2 years younger and was more concerned with taking care of his twin brother. But I think a lot of it was manufactured rivalry from their fathers, both legendary guards, and they handled the pressure differently. Calypso could have sworn Oz's head tilted back, like he was waiting to see what she might say. Was all she managed. Either way, I'd follow them both into battle without question, the gold demon said. Wasn't really a question who would take over, even if we'll miss Sev's skill with an arrow. I'm sure you'll figure something out. All curiosity disappeared as she glared at him. Gee, thanks so much for your confidence. All right, Garyon grunted, gesturing to the edge of the Dreadmore. Time to focus. From the human side, Acreos Barrens was threatening, but not in the same way the sight before her was. Here, with no sun to at least illuminate some of the depth, there was only darkness, mists seeping out of the clawed trees. Color leached from the forest, and the light of the moon that seemed brighter in the Valewood completely dulled once it touched the cursed place. What the fuck? Callie muttered, and despite the fear settling in her gut, she found herself walking forward, closer to that tangle of overgrown death. A gentle hand rested on her forearm, and then Ozarax was gesturing with his spiked sickle. That opening is one of the most traversed of the carved ways. The eternal mist is not as thick, but you must avoid the darker patches. Follow the exact steps in front of you. She frowned, giving him a wary look, well aware of the shifting of demons around her. When you say things in the Dreadmore have been off, he means it's been a fucking nightmare, Garion offered, then tossed his demon-light magic into the air and stepped into the mist. Rand only nodded, following the darkened figure in front of him as the Veilhound's eyes flashed purple. Only Tonomok and Ozarax lingered with her, and as she stared into the Dreadmore, she did indeed feel dread. But deeper, somewhere in her middle, she felt a call, one she refused to identify. Calypso's first step into the forest was uneventful, as was the next and the next, until it had been 30 minutes of fog and gnarly branches and quite a bit of muck. She was hyper-aware of her own noise, heart loud in her ears, even if she still felt relatively calm. There was just enough movement beyond the carved ways to keep her vigilant, distant growls and shrieks of monsters she couldn't identify echoing around them, but when no one else reacted, she found herself settling into the flow. At least, until the Veilhound stopped around a lump of bloodied scrap. And scrap was generous, because the pile of bones nearly came up to her hip. "Hi, Reevie," Garion observed, looking around as his hand stayed firm on the hilt of his sword. "Something attacked if it got this mangled." Closer, Callie could identify the antlers twisted within its broken bones, but most of the rest of the beast she'd seen, drawn in the book, was unidentifiable. Why leave so much meat? She wondered aloud, then had her answer moments later when the Veilhound made a retching sound and backed away from the beast. Rand glanced at the Veilhound, then to Ozarax. "Looks like it's cursed." Calypso looked at each of their concerned faces, then scoffed. "You can't actually believe that." "The Dreadmore itself is a curse," Tonomok said as the others began scanning the area. "Magic that bled from our summoning ages ago, poisoning the area and the beasts within. Even the Veilhounds can be traced back to wolves of your world, and we do not allow them into our city for their more feral tendencies, even if we've somewhat domesticated them. But that can be traced to a source, the scar of your summoning, poisoning over generations. This?" She gestured to the pile of spoiled Hyrevi. "You said it's only been happening of late. Even we don't fully understand the Dreadmore." "She's not wrong," Ozarax said, strolling past without looking their way as he continued his investigation. "This is too sudden. These beasts are getting smarter, and we've seen them working together to take down larger monsters. That's unheard of, not to mention how close this Hyrevi is to the border. Something more is at play here." Calypso was both shocked at his agreement and dreading that her observation might have been right. Next to her, Tonomok had his gaze narrowed on Ozarax's back, and it was only because she was looking at the gold demon that she caught the movement. "Down." Her hand was already hooked through Tonomok's weapons straps, yanking him to the ground. He landed in a heap on top of her just as the gigantic flying beast swooped past. His wide eyes studied her for a moment that seemed much too long for the shouts coming around them. "Thanks," he finally said with a nod, then pushed off the ground. "Stay down." "Mylioptera," someone called, and Calypso's mind whirred to life as she recalled her reading. Mylioptera, solitary creatures, a giant butterfly-shaped thing with thick and leathery wings and a long stinger tail. Venom in its bite with a paralyzing agent that allowed them to feast on their prey while they suffered every moment of being eaten alive. "I've got another." That was Ozarax's voice, followed by another swoop over Calypso's head that told her there were at least 3. So much for solitary creatures. The dark mass swung and turned gracefully, and Callie watched it take aim again. At her. "Joy," she mumbled, bracing her hands and feet on the ground beneath her. Just as the Mylioptera neared, she kicked up, connecting with its underbelly and driving it away from her. "Spicy, I'm fine," she snapped, jerking to her feet. The sword was in her grip, metal flashing in the hovering demon light. Which is when she noticed how wrong her previous assessment was. There were a lot more than 3 of them. Calypso swore, then spun and slashed in time to catch one of the creatures across the wing. It shrieked, blood spraying as it careened out of the sky and crashed off the path. But she didn't have time to celebrate her first victory because another was diving for her. The Mylioptera twisted out of range just as her blade swung, but then something hit her back and she was knocked forward. The weight latched onto her, and she was barely relieved to know the monster had sunk its teeth into her armor and not any of her exposed skin. But she was once again defending herself against the beast still flying, hoping the one on her back didn't decide to use that stinger tail before she had a chance to get it off. She sidestepped a wing, stepped slower with the additional weight attached to her, and then her sword was clipping another monster. A third was on her almost immediately, and panic started to settle in. One or two she could handle, but they were coming from all angles. Suddenly, the weight at her back was gone in a deafening screech, and another presence filled the space. "Fuck, are you hurt?" Ozarax grunted, sickle slicing out at another monster diving at them. "No," she gritted out as she swung at another, eyes trying to pierce the fog that only seemed to writhe with the flying creatures. "Why are there so many?" "Wrong question," Garion shouted, joining their defense. "Why are they only attacking you?" Even if they had the answer, they couldn't respond as another wave of the beasts attacked. Wings clipped her head, tearing her hair from its braid, but even more screeches rent the air as blades hit their targets. Calypso swung again, but another impact at her side had her missing target. She batted another beast away just as Tanamok's mace clubbed the one that had attached its mouth to her side. Over armor once again. "They're going after her because she's human," he growled, fist grabbing hold of her shirt and tugging her back into the safety of the ring they created around her. Panic and confusion clogged her throat as she watched the three demons move effortlessly around her, swiping away any Mylioptera with tails, weapons, and claws. But beyond them, down the path, Rand and the Veilhound were still defending their own smaller swarm, none of which seemed inclined to come their way. "Bringing a human was a bad idea," Garion snarled, claws piercing the underbelly of a creature before slamming it to the ground. "They've never done this before," Ozarax snapped back. "Something's wrong." He was right. This wasn't making sense. There were so many of them, and they were meant to be solitary creatures. They wanted blood, and were violently territorial, but none seemed to care that they were collectively going for the same target. Calypso looked down, noting the chunk of her leather cuirass that had been bitten off in the last attack. Her feet moved with a squad around her, but her mind was elsewhere, trying to put together the pieces. Why go for her defenses when she had exposed skin? Their trajectories before, it hadn't been for any of her flesh. They'd gone for... "My armor," she muttered, eyes going wide. Her head snapped to Ozarax, who was already looking over his shoulder at her. "My armor, get it off." That's the very thing keeping you alive right now," Tanamok shouted as he deflected another dive from a Mylioptera. Callie was already fumbling with the straps at her side, but her hands were shaking, slipping over the buckles as she tried to tear it off. "Trust me, please." And then there was silver slicing around her, straps of her armor springing free as Ozarax moved with precision, claws and blade easily tearing through the leather. He yanked the cuirass off, nearly pulling her arm from its socket in the process, then flung it off the path so fast and far it was gone in less than a breath. Nearly every Mylioptera screeched and tore through the sky after it, even the ones around Rand. The demons watched in confusion, but Calypso was so on edge that she heard the flap in time. Her sword swung fast and true, splitting the creature's head down the middle before its weight collided with her. The blade knocked back into her chin and lip as she was thrown to the ground, the metallic tang of blood filling her mouth. She choked as the breath whooshed out of her, vision going dark, but that was only the beast's limp body crushing her. Blessed relief and air came a moment later as it was shoved off her chest, a wide-eyed purple bastard leaning over her. "Fuck," Ozarax breathed, and that was real terror on his face a moment before he was yanking her bracer to his nose, sniffing even deeper like he was searching for something. Fury filled the black of his eyes, every spike standing on end. Nox can't piss. That's why they wanted her armor. Someone laced her armor? Tonomok asked, panting as he surveyed the area. Ozarax offered his hand, and Calypso was so stunned she didn't argue about taking it. When she was on her feet again, he didn't go far, his jaw clenched. Who? She asked, her voice a deadlier calm than the emotion roiling in her gut. Drollmoth's squad was on prep work. I should have double-checked. Oz, look at this. The purple demon seemed reluctant to turn away from her, but eventually he looked toward Garyon, who knelt over the beast. He was holding the split head, fingers spreading the eyelids of the Mylioptera to reveal shining orange eyes. That's not normal, Ozarax muttered. They're supposed to be green. This thing was more than feral, even with Nox Can't Piss scrambling their brains. This one too, Rand said, calming the Veilhound as he stepped away from another fallen monster. It smells like rotten eggs, Calypso said, words stinging as she was reminded of her split lip. Tonomok snapped his gaze toward them. Magic? Ozarax shook his head. Summoning. Garyon recoiled like the creature burned him. These things were summoned? We tell no one, Ozarax said immediately. What? Every demon questioned at once. The squad leader held up a hand. Something suspicious is going on. Last 3 squads attacked reported the same. These are too well-timed to our scouting schedule. It's rare we have more than one attack a month, let alone like this. You're saying it wasn't my armor? Calypso asked. He canted his head back and forth. I'm thinking that made things a lot worse, but not the cause. But it's someone familiar with our guard, and if someone is summoning these beasts, we can't let them know we are investigating. Drollmoth? Garyon asked. Tonomok snorted. That male is dumb as a rock when it comes to runes. Not a chance. This feels bigger, Ozarax muttered, more to himself despite his gaze lingering on Callie. But he will absolutely be reported for this stunt. His spikes were still raised when Rand stepped next to him, fingers glowing as he reached for her. No, Calypso snapped, stepping away from his magic. She wiped a braced forearm over her chin, studying the wet red of her blood left behind. This one's for me.
Chapter 9. A Truth for a Truth. Ozarax. Ozarax sat across from the horn of the guard as the red demon flipped through his reports, brow pinched and claws tapping the parchment. While Ozarax had been in the commander's office many times, this visit felt heavier. Perhaps it was all of the lies on the document presented to his superior officer. Frank helped him convince the male. Next to him, Calypso's hand rhythmically tightened over the arm of her chair, the bruise and gnarly cut across the lower half of her face looking worse than it had last night. After she'd refused Rand's healing, she'd barged into the mess hall with her Noxkint piss-laced bracers, blood running down her mouth and chin while her hair was a complete mess, and dumped the disgusting things into Drollmoth's food. Then, for good measure, had spit a wad of blood into the space between his legs and told him if he ever tried to kill her squad in the field again, she'd feed his cock to a weasel, whatever that was. Ozarax had been proud of the display. Not just that she'd called them her squad, but that every member of her squad had stood behind her in solidarity, letting her fight the battle on her terms before walking off with the respect of almost the entire guard. And then he'd guiltily gone to the shower and come so hard in his hand that he'd blacked out for a full minute. He blamed the adrenaline wearing off, the sight of her bloodied from a fight, and the quick mind she'd had in the Dreadmore to understand what was really happening with the attack, not to mention her refusal to heal herself so she could show everyone exactly what she'd walked away from. But he knew her nerves today had nothing to do with the report that Harrix currently had in his hands.
"This is concerning," Harrix said, neatly stacking the papers before handing them to his assistant, Dolgeros, a tall blue demon who had failed the guard entrance exam 5 times before taking the administrative path like his uncle Tarzul in finance, who lumbered off to duplicate them for the council.
"But it seems that your quick thinking turned what could have been a disaster into a success." And with the limited details he'd given the commander, that was good enough for him. I would like to officially petition for Drolmuth's removal from the guard, Ozarax said calmly. Harrix glanced at the second stack of papers that Oz had delivered. Yes, I see. Well, as you know... Now it was Ozarax's hand curling over the arm of his chair as Harrix explained the political challenge of bringing Drolmuth in front of a triumvirate, gathering witnesses, the lengthy process, all which Ozarax had been prepared to hear but disgusted him nonetheless. It didn't matter that he had official reports from his squad. It was the one sitting on top that would be the political nightmare. Now, if Calypso would like to proceed, Harrix offered, thumbing her official complaint, we can arrange counsel for her as well. But I feel it's best to inform you that Drolmuth has thorough connections, and bringing this to trial...
Forget it, Calypso muttered. That fuckwad.
Ozarax coughed, but not loud enough to cover her language in front of the horn.
Knows I'm not easy to kill.
The horn of the guard watched her warily, then grunted and addressed Ozarax. If it helps, your actions as squad leader are a strong case for your promotion to captain. In that role, you could expedite this case. Ozarax at least managed to keep his mouth shut that the retiring captain who was meant to be liaising between the guard and their commander was doing absolute shit for the human in his employ. Harrix continued with a tap of his hand on his desk. But you can include all of that in your application, which I greatly look forward to seeing. Yes, sir. Just polishing it up. Lie. The commander was none the wiser, nodding before lifting the final document placed in front of him. As for our last order of business, Spicy sat up straighter, her heartbeat picking up. Glowing recommendations, Calypso, Harrix said, scanning the page. From the entire squad, including your leader.
My sister?
She asked, barely contained nerves in her voice. I've been authorized by the council to arrange a meeting. The woman shuddered in relief. However, there will still be supervision before we discuss the terms for more. Ozarax will need to be present to ensure—
Fine, that's fine,
she blurted, adjusting in her seat.
When can I see her?
I believe a tentative meeting was arranged in Heck proper for tomorrow. Now, if there's nothing more, I will need to deliver these reports to the council. Hopefully there won't be more trouble before I see you again at the fundraiser. His lip curled a fraction as he focused on her lip. I do hope you'll see a healer before then. I'll make sure of it. Ozarax stood and bowed. Thank you, sir. He gestured for Callie, escorting her through the halls of the building until they stepped out into the mid-morning air. He'd barely looked up to admire the moonlight when a force hit him from the side. What the fuck is this? He asked, looking down in confusion as Spicy wrapped her arms around his chest, pinning his arm to his side. Are you hugging me? Her body shook and then stepped back, dusting herself off as she cleared her throat.
No, of course not.
But that was definitely a tear she failed to swipe away before it slipped down her cheek. Did you think I would keep you from your sister? Calypso avoided his gaze, shrugging a shoulder as she took the stairs down to the street and back toward the barracks.
I don't know. With everything yesterday, I wasn't sure if you'd think it was a distraction.
He cocked his head, following after her. You two are close. It was a tentative peace between them, and he risked it with such a personal observation, but she didn't shy away.
I've looked after her since we were young, tried to give her everything I could. It's always been her and I against the world.
Ozarax had guessed as much. Sounds nice. Blue and green eyes flashed his direction.
I thought you'd say that emotional connections would make me weak.
I don't believe that. She shrugged, facing forward on their stroll again.
Clearly you've never had a sibling or a lover.
Because I believe emotional connections aren't a weakness?
Yes.
For a moment he thought that would be the end of it, her walls thrown back up and a chasm stretching between them once more. But eventually she added,
Attachments only lead to disappointment. Best not to have them.
Sounds lonely. Her steps slowed on the tree-lined path, fingers curling into a fist. But he didn't think it was in anticipation of punching something.
You can't hurt if there's no one to hurt you. You said it yourself.
Despite the danger, Oz gripped her wrist and tugged her to a stop. You mince my words. Intentionally seeking hurt is not the same.
Whatever.
Calypso tugged her arm, and under other circumstances he probably would have let her storm off, but this was the most time she'd spent actually listening to him, and there was a reluctance in the way she'd tried to pull away, so he wasn't going to let the opportunity go to waste. Oz pulled her aside. pressing her back to a tree so he could cage her in with his body. The path they were on had thinned of demons walking, but he offered the privacy anyway. "Why did you punch the wall, Calypso?"
"Why do you care?"
she fired back, leaning as far away from him as possible. "Because," he snapped his teeth shut on, well, he wasn't entirely sure what he was going to say. That it mattered as her squadron leader if she would never trust them completely? That he wanted to know why getting good news about her sister acclimating to Heck had set her off? That he needed to know because of his own aching curiosity pulling him toward this spicy human? All of those options bordered on too cold or too dangerous. A fraction of the truth, but not the response to breach this fragile precipice before she flared her spikes once again. He forced his exhale through his nose. "One thing, Spicy. A truth for a truth. Just give me one thing and I'll walk away." The pinch between her brow tightened, and if Ozarax had thought he'd seen fear in her eyes before, it was nothing compared to how the blue and green flashed with the emotion now. But she was considering it. He knew from the way her jaw shifted in thought, and how her knee didn't come up to jab him between the legs for how he'd caged her in. Ozarax glanced beyond her head, to the arm pressed to the colorless bark of the tree. His spikes lay flat, an unfamiliar calm humming under his skin that would flare the moment he stepped away, and the world came roaring back in around him. But there at his wrist, a truth. "I was 12, he said, staring at the thin line of ink on his skin. Slowly, he pulled his hand back so he could trace the tattoo with his other thumb. Magic manifests at all different ages, but mine was wreaking havoc during puberty. Tripping over my feet because I was moving too fast, knocking shit over with my limbs that felt out of control, spikes flaring at the slightest provocation. Some of my peers had less than kind words to say about it. That temper will only ever be good for the guard. A stupid warrior, exactly what his parents bred. If his father is the Skull Crusher, what will they name him?" Ozarax curled his hand into a fist. "As you know, reading didn't come easy for me, but one afternoon I found myself in the library." He left out the part where his father had scolded him that morning for the poor marks on his latest exam, resulting in a bent spike on his tail that some days still didn't stand right. Those tears still felt private, like a secret only for himself and the stacks in the back of the building. Basic runes had always been straightforward, but they were easy for everyone, so I didn't think much of it until I came across a book written in our ancient language. It was an advanced text about using star charts to manipulate runes, and before I knew it, I'd read the whole thing. First time I think I'd finished a book. He pressed into the outermost lines of the tattoo, hidden in the crease of his wrist. I stayed there until moonfall, sketching out ideas, and then, well, I had some connections. Managed to purchase the tattoo supplies, picked the spot to be effective but hidden, mostly hidden. He chanced to look at Calypso. Her brow was still furrowed, but it was in concentration, her gaze locked on his wrist as he lightly traced the ink with a claw. "It's tailored only for me," Ozarax said, offering his wrist so she could get a better look. "Every one of my tattoos is an attempt to hone my abilities, but this one was my first experience with quiet." That word wasn't enough. But in this moment, he realized he'd never explained the reason why to anyone else before. His squadron knew what his ink was, hidden between the marks to celebrate their accomplishments in the Dreadmore, but nothing more than an excuse to be a better warrior for them. Nothing about the roiling magic that suddenly made sense within him. Ozarax paused, waiting for her judgment as she mindlessly traced the ink with the pad of her calloused thumb. He wondered how much she had noticed before, if she'd so easily recognized the inversion of her rune cuff to allow for passage in and out of Heck, if she understood just how rare it was that her eyes tracked the runes better than some demons who had been studying the patterns for years or longer. He wondered if she realized how gently she held his wrist, when all they'd done before now was spar. "My sister." It was so quiet, even his advanced hearing strained to hear the words, but Calypso's eyes flicked up, a rare meeting of his gaze that didn't feel sharp, yet peeled him apart all the same.
"My tattoos are for Kat."
She rolled her right shoulder, the ink hidden under her dark tunic.
"She likes to embroider. Her fingers are nimble and we didn't have much. She learned to mend our clothes, and she used to get so nervous about wasting supplies, so I made sure she always had enough to do whatever she wanted. Her smile was always the brightest when she was stitching vines.
There were unspoken words in between that Ozarax could assume now after watching Calypso's habits. She stole the thread. She gave up meals to give her sister joy. She shielded her from the harsher world around them. That love doesn't sound like a weakness, he whispered.
If it weren't, we wouldn't be here.
A truth, raw and unfiltered. Ozarax could feel it in the power of her stare, within those colored irises as she'd called them. As if those words were a breaking point, the slice across her lip and chin opened, a small drip of red blood slipping down her face like the lone tear she'd shed earlier. Ozarax desperately wanted to crack her open further, crawl inside that mind of hers and understand what she really meant by her words, but he'd made a promise, and this liminal space of, not friendship per se, but solid ground between them was too important not to fracture. So instead, he slipped his hand from hers and pressed the pad of his thumb against her bleeding lip, drew the small rune in the red, and watched her golden skin mend. I see your loneliness, Calypso, because I felt it. I still feel it, crave it, because sometimes the ability to hurt is the only thing that keeps me going. It's become a comfort and a safety. But when you flare your spikes before anyone has a chance to get close, you're going to lose out on a lot of the good things this new life has to offer you. She tested the healed cut with her tongue, a distracting pink thing that had him flashing back to the sparring match they'd had while kissing, before leaning against the tree to put distance between them again.
You sure are talking a lot for someone who agreed that this between us was just sex.
There she was again, his spicy human. But he'd gotten her truth, given one of his own, and for now he could concede. The more time he spent with her, the more he was learning how to find the spaces between her sharp spikes. You're right. Calypso's challenging glare morphed into a confused frown.
I'm... what?
Ozarax shrugged, but he couldn't hide his growing smirk. She took a step toward him, more of a stumble as her face pinched in disgust.
No, you don't get to make that look. Stop smiling, it looks weird.
He didn't. Here's what I think, Spicy. By the end of our bargain, you're going to admit that emotional attachments aren't a weakness.
Fuck no, I am not falling in love with your prickly purple ass just because you managed to get me off one time.
My ass isn't prickly, in case you want to have a look. Or play around with it at some point. He turned and strolled away from her, unbothered by her flustered curses chasing after him. Because now he had a new strategy with Spicy, especially if he was stuck with her until he figured out what to do with that promotion. At the very least, it would make the impending fundraiser more palatable. Besides, it's not like in the process either of them would fall in love.
Chapter 10. Broken Promise. Calypso. Purple leaves and dark violet branches cast shadows over Calypso, the day moon offering illumination between the demon light lamps along the winding path. A couple walked their definitely not a dog along the path across from the collection of stone seats and tables where she sat. Public but nearly empty, so as not to scare her sister off, or be the center of a spectacle should Callie prove untrustworthy. The council's words, written much too boldly to be considered anything but a threat. She brushed a thumb over her knuckles, a whisper of an ache from the morning's training session with Ozarax where she'd barely spent her jittery energy. Or perhaps it was the reminder of how the tile in the shower had felt splitting her skin and the lack of a note in her palm so many days ago. But it wasn't just counting in days anymore, was it? They'd been in this demon city for 2 fucking weeks, and she hadn't seen her sister since the glimpse in the slaver's cart. Her limp body in a pile with the other women, a dark monster separating them as he held a blade to her throat. A demon they were meant to hate. A demon she'd fucked. All part of her plotting, she lied to herself, because a quick hate fuck didn't matter. In fact, it worked in her favor, distracting him from her intentions that could never change. She'd train, she'd go along with all their stipulations, make a few of her own, and the moment she understood the carved ways, wearing new armor, sans knock-scant piss, she'd be leading Cat out of this cursed forest. That in mind, Calypso was grateful for the distance Ozarax kept in the park. Close enough, she knew, that he'd be able to stop her if she tried to run once her sister arrived, but far enough he wouldn't be able to hear her whisper any plans to Katerina. At least she hoped. Still, she had to get past this meeting first, had to make sure she explained all of her instructions and emphasized there was no margin for error. Had to figure out what possible reason Kat would have to send Brioni with messages instead of writing her a note in their code. Something had to be wrong. It was the only reason her sister wouldn't write to her. Would be so late to visit when they hadn't seen each other for... Callie? That voice nearly broke her. Calypso leaped from her seat without a second thought, sweeping Katerina into her arms and crushing her sister into a hug. Too forcefully because Kat hissed out a breath. Sorry, Callie muttered, giving one last squeeze before holding her at arm's length. Let me look at you. Head to toe, she studied her sister, checking for signs of harm. Boots and a long dress, normal. Little embroidered patterns on the hem of her long sleeves that were too small for Callie to decipher, also normal. A long curtain of tawny hair falling over her face as she ducked her head, even more normal. Callie hated to see her sister diminish her height, but looking at her now, it was her sister. The stunning blue eyes, the soft hair, the fragility of her shoulders and fingers. Opposite from her own mismatched gaze, thick rope of bronze locks and breadth of body. Yet the similarities were there. Jaw and nose, full lips, a flare of hips and hint of thighs, albeit not honed in the same way. Sit, Calypso offered, using her grip to set Kat on the stone seat next to her, her sister's legs buckling with the over-eagerness. Callie perched herself on the edge of her own seat, then reached up to swipe some of Kat's hair out of the way to try to see more of her face. She'd barely brushed a thumb over the scar curling up from her sister's lip when Katerina pulled away, her hair falling back over to cover the old wound as she turned away from the touch. Hand still raised in the air, Callie felt that leaden weight of emptiness grow in her palm again, but she managed to drop it much quicker this time. Kat? Her sister chewed her lip, looking Callie up and down quickly, but without the warmth she was accustomed to. You're, okay? Yes. Did Brioni or Rosalind not... They did. Not like you made it easy. Calypso blinked, not just at the aside, but that her sister interrupted her? What's that supposed to mean? Kat shrugged. I mean, the demons felt it necessary to separate me from my sister for 2 weeks because you, I don't even know anymore, threatened everyone in existence until they listened to you. Isn't that how I got the position at the post? I needed to know you'd be safe. I knew Brioni would look out for you. Her sister's jaw worked, but she didn't answer. Fine, it was fine. This was out of character, but of course it was. They'd been thrust into this new world, forced to stay against their wishes, and become the center of attention. 6 humans, the outcasts, and curiosities of the Acreos Barons. Of course her sister hated it here. That only meant it would be easier to convince her to go along with this plan. Callie blew out a breath and gripped Kat's shoulders. Forget about all of that, okay? I know these 2 weeks have been hells, but I'm working on it. I'm going to fix everything. In her hands, her sister remained stiff. This is just temporary, Callie continued, squeezing Kat's arms in reassurance. I've been working on a plan, and really it's their own fault for separating us. Being in the Guard gives me access to their forest, and once I learn the carved ways, we have our chance at escape. Kat's eyes widened. Escape? Shh, she hissed, then rubbed Kat's skin where her fingers had tightened. Not so loud. Can't go ruining this plan when I'm so close. There's a job next month in Anchorage that could set us up, and we can still make it in time. Callie, wait, her sister whispered, shaking her head. What are you talking about? We can't leave. Of course we can. I thought the cuffs would be a problem, but I'm getting the hang of the runes. That's why I need you close. I'm going to work on getting you transferred to the barracks. There's some clerical work you'd be qualified for, and that way, when the opportunity comes, we can... But I like the post. Calypso snapped her teeth so quickly she nicked the tip of her tongue. But then she was snorting. Funny, but I'm being serious, and I don't know how much time we're going to be given here. I need you close if I don't want to go. This time, Calypso couldn't form a response. I don't want to go, Kat repeated, as if Callie's stunned silence meant she hadn't heard. You might have forced me into it, but I like working at the post. I'm good at it. Something inky stirred in Calypso's gut. Do you like it here? In Acreos Barrens? A non-committal noise came from under the curtain of hair. It's better than Ankeric. That darkness crawled up Callie's throat as she leaned back, looking her sister over again in confusion. It was her on the outside, but the words, the voice. You're still mad about our fight, the one before we were ambushed. Kat recoiled. Mad? Callie, This is a joke. It came out in a disbelieving huff, but Callie could taste the vitriol on her tongue. I told you it was a bad plan. I told you it was bad intel, but you swore. Then you started to pout, and I was distracted trying to protect you. Of course you're content here when you got us into this mess in the first place. Me? But as usual, I am forced to clean up your mess. While you've been cozy at the post, I've been the one trying to fix your mistakes and get us out of here. I've been doing this for you. Stop smothering me. Callie flinched. At the volume, at the tear slipping down Kat's cheek, either. Her sister's chest rose and fell rapidly with her breaths, and Calypso wasn't sure she'd ever seen anger like this before. Her sister was soft, innocent, naive, too trusting, always seeking the good in people who would turn around and stab her in the back for it. This was fear and anger and, dare she say, stubbornness? Kat shook her head, still keeping herself hidden behind her curtain of hair. I messed up, yes, but can't you see this is the best thing for us? We have work that doesn't involve back alleys and drugs, a roof over our heads, food, money to spend. Why do you have to mistrust the first good thing in our lives? First good thing? Callie scoffed. All you've ever had were good things because I made sure of it. School, food, thread, safety. You've never known burdens, never worried about surviving because I did that for you. I never asked you to. This time, Callie felt the plunge of the words into her gut like a knife. No, not her gut. Her heart. Kat stood, anger and hurt shining in her eyes as she flung her arm wide. I'm sorry that I got us caught by slavers, but can't you see this as a chance to start over? I'm trying to protect you, Katerina. You're trying to control me, just like she did to Dad. The knife twisted, and Kat didn't even notice. Or maybe she did, and that somehow hurt worse. Tears streamed down her sister's cheeks, and Callie couldn't even reach up to wipe them away. Her defenses crumbled, leaving her raw and bleeding in the wake of her sister's words. I thought you'd be happier here, Kat choked out, voice raising. Why aren't you happy? Why can't you ever be happy? Calypso opened her mouth to say something, anything, only to realize she couldn't answer. She couldn't remember a time in her life where she'd experienced the emotion. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Her sister said, shaking her head when Calypso remained silent. You don't have to worry about me anymore now that we're taken care of. So maybe, for once, you can focus on yourself and remember that promise you made me when we first ran. Calypso's body felt vacant, her insides spilling into the darkness around them. And you know what? Katerina huffed an unamused laugh. Maybe it's the best thing I could have done, because now you're free of me and my mistakes. Shame clogged her throat, burning so hot that all she managed was a broken rasp around Katerina's name as her sister turned and stormed down the path. It could have been minutes or hours as she stared after her sister, the accusation filling up the emptiness within her. She scoured the words for a lie, shredded them to pieces looking for something to hate, something to cling to, and all she found was her own reflection. The hand at her shoulder barely registered. We should go. Calypso was standing, walking, but it wasn't her. Just a shell of her body as Ozarax guided her wherever they were going. It didn't matter. He could shove her off the carved ways or into that scar they worshipped in the middle of town, and she still probably wouldn't feel anything. Maybe it was worse that he was silent. Or better, she didn't know anymore. His gentleness, the lack of a response, it was all proof he'd heard everything. How could he not? And yet, he kept pace with her dragging feet, didn't try to force her to talk or get her ass in gear because she was a pathetic piece of shit who had just pushed away the only thing she cared about in life. He was just there. Even if she'd just proven exactly why emotional attachments were a weakness, he remained silent while she tried and failed to grapple with the truth. Because as infuriating as he was, as much of a dick as he had to also be good. I will never become her. Ozarax still didn't speak, but he tilted his head to acknowledge her. The promise I made to Kat when... Calypso swallowed the burn in shame. He didn't ask for an explanation, but maybe speaking it aloud would help her. Emotional attachments are a weakness. Our father loved us so much, loved my mother so much, but it blinded him to what was happening. Raised voices were to keep us safe. Rules were to protect us. There was only anger because we made a mistake. Callie shook her head. I protected Kat, shielded her, until the day I wasn't there. Salty wetness pooled in the corners of her lips, but she didn't bother wiping away the tears. I came back that night to the blood, to my sister crying, and my father trying desperately to quiet her before someone came looking. He kept whispering that none of this would have happened if Kat had only stayed in her room like she was told. He hit her? Ozarax growled. My mother's ring gouged a line across her face. The demon stuttered a step. She hit him, too, where no one could see, but never my sister. I'd always taken those punishments, but I wasn't there, and now she has that scar because of my absence. Calypso sniffed, swallowing the lump in her throat. My father had never done anything before then, so I don't know why I thought that would change. I begged him to report her, but he only swore that it would never happen again. That all we had to do was lie, cover it up, follow her rules, the same speech he gave every time. She was the master manipulator, and love blinded him, so I made the decision for us. I took Kat and never looked back. I was 9 at the time. We scraped and scrapped for food and shelter, found jobs and consistent enough work to survive. But as we grew, I saw my reflection. It's hers. Kat takes after our father, but I'm the spitting image of our mother. Size, hair, right down to the anger. I don't know how Kat can look at me. Ozarax cleared his throat, watching her tap off on the rune tree at the edge of the barracks. You mentioned a fight before the slavers? Katerina got word of a warehouse job, stealing something big that would set us up for a lifetime. A source that had been known to give bad information for their own gain. I didn't trust it, but Kat was adamant, so we fought. Said horrible things to each other, and in the heat of the moment, I gave in. I saw her slipping away, and I was so scared I was going to lose her, so I went with the plan, and that mistake led us to a trap. You obviously know the rest. Ozarax remained silent. Not that she was left in much a state to engage with anything more than her own self-loathing. Vaguely, she recognized where he was guiding her, not toward their quarters, but toward the shrines where the warriors gave their offerings before heading into the Dreadmore. Callie found herself drawn to the altar for Frank, perhaps lured in the hopes of knowledge or advice, but she knew the truth deep down. None of what she said was wrong, she muttered. To Frank or Ozarax, she didn't know. I've tried to control everything, including my sister, because I thought that was safer. She is my weakness, because I would risk everything for her, but she's also been my only strength, my only reason. And in clinging too tightly, I didn't see it was my own spikes piercing her, hurting her when I promised I wouldn't become our mother. The first sob slipped from her throat, shameful and embarrassing, but then warmth wrapped around her, and she found herself buried in Ozarax's arms. The demon lined with the sharp spikes and adorned with runes to kill was holding her. Softly, gently, in a way she knew she didn't deserve, yet couldn't pull away from. But she could shove it all down. The feelings, the emptiness and having no direction with her life beyond her sole purpose of protecting Kat, the lost plans to somehow escape this place. She could fill it instead with that always present anger, let it burn inside her until she was a being of hurt. That was safety and comfort, wasn't it? The ability to still feel pain? Calypso tipped her head back to rest on the demon who had given her those words when she was so blinded she couldn't really hear them. Ozarax didn't speak, only stared down at her with those depthless eyes, his arms still banded around her. The demon who had met her spikes with his own, but now kept them flat against his skin. Dangerous and deadly, but protecting her. Her, of all humans. Her, so filled with rage. Her, the real monster. Still, he only looked down with patience, not with pity or disgust, but with understanding. Before she could explore that oddity further, a throat cleared. Callie jerked away from Ozarax with almost the same force that he pushed away from her. Turning to face the interruption, Calypso's heart nearly stopped, because standing in front of her was the most terrifying red demon she'd ever laid eyes on. Chapter 11. No Self-Preservation. Calypso. Something sluiced through Calypso's body as the demon's glare stripped her down to the bone. On any other day, it probably would have been fear, yet something within her rankled at the demon's upturned nose. An older warrior, she could tell just by the scars across his face and the breadth of his shoulders. Retired, surely, but a demon who took his oath to the guard beyond his service. Next to her, Ozarax's spine had gone stiff. Sir. Some former superior, then. She'd not met the retiring captain yet. Or anyone, really, including those who worked behind desks at the barracks. The red demon's glare turned to Ozarax. Son. Son? Calypso's gut told her not to pull her eyes completely from the older male, so she twisted her chin just enough to get a better look at Ozarax. Uncomfortable, rigid, distant. None of the same cockiness she'd come to appreciate from the purple cactus. This wasn't a male respecting his father. It ran deeper, more complicated. Ozarax remained silent, waiting for the warrior to initiate something. A conversation? The red demon didn't look like the chatty type, or one for introductions, only killing. It was evident in the prominent muscle he shared with his son. Where Oz was lean and inked, a precision and form to suit his agility magic, his father was thick, solid, unrelenting, down to his undisguised snarl. I heard of your encounter in the Dreadmore, the male said, dark eyes flashing to Callie. How relieved I am to see your squad came out unscathed. From her periphery, Ozarax's spikes twitched, only minutely, and only the ones along his spine, hidden from his father's sight. Protocol states that discussion of scouting events are classified until the Horn of the Guard releases an official statement. You think I don't have ears inside Herrick's office. Somehow, the purple demon next to her went stiffer. I'm connected enough to know your application still hasn't been submitted. Calypso managed to school her face before her brows pinched. Their meeting with Herrick's yesterday had all but solidified Ozarax's promotion. He'd spent the rest of the day locked in his room instead of hounding her about emotional connections. She'd just assumed it was to fill out the application, since technically their bargain was complete. He'd approved her seeing her sister, and she'd remained loyal and not dying or running off. Today's foiled plans notwithstanding. But the more she thought about it, the more she noticed, just as he had done with her. The times where he volunteered his spare time to train her, his efforts in finding a better printed book she could read, the hours he and Tonemok had spent trying to educate her on an inter-squad sport that had more rules than were necessary. She recognized the tactic because it was one of her own. He was delaying, avoiding. But why? Merely trying to be thorough and professional, Ozarax stated. This time, Calypso's eyes flashed his way, scenting the lie. She caught the briefest of clenches in his jaw, but he remained perfectly stiff as he faced his father like one might stand waiting for orders. Thorough and professional, his father grumbled, lowering his chin to glare despite being shorter than his son. Is that what you would call embracing this human? They are a weakness, a distraction. I should have known you were just as pathetic. Calypso snorted, the warrior snapping his fangs down as his glare pierced her. It was an effort to squish the corners of her lips together, biting down on the insides until she couldn't hold it back again. The laugh bubbled out of her, and she had to slap a hand over her mouth to hold it back. Is something funny to you? The red demon growled. Calypso didn't quite trust herself not to laugh as the male's head continued to lower, so she chanced a glance at Ozarax. Lines bracketed his twitching eye, portraying an emotion she'd seen once before in the Dreadmore. Fear. For her. She managed to pull her hand away, licking her lips as she addressed the former warrior. Yeah, actually. We have these animals in the human realm, rams, who live in the mountains and just lower their heads and headbutt each other. You've got the same horns. I just have this recurring image of you on all fours, smashing your head against a wall to try to assert dominance. Oh, yes. That was rage swirling in the depths of the red demon's eyes, and considering more of Ozarax's spikes had flared, she was heading in the right direction. Ozarax's father snarled, fangs elongating. You dare disrespect me. Do you have any idea who I am? Callie shrugged. No. Should I? He inhaled to speak. Don't care. His eyes bulged, but she only cocked her head. You see, these rams, they also have incredibly thick skulls. Ozarax sucked in a sharp breath, either at her obvious insult to a male who looked ready to shatter her with a headbutt, or that she stepped closer to the threat. Do you want to know why Oz hasn't submitted that application? Because he's busy cleaning up the mess that is your guard. They should be the ones begging him to be their captain, not making him go through this farce of an application process. He's the first one in the training ring, and the last to leave. He scrubs down armor and triple-checks weapons so that no one is injured while scouting. He goes across the entire fucking city to buy Tonemok fancy quills that write the exact same as the cheap ones because it makes the guy happy. He knows the route and schedule of every squad, tutors some of the younger demons, trains more of them, and somehow manages to do all of this while putting up with this shit. Ozarax's father was still snarling, but as his eyes lifted over her shoulder, she snapped her fingers in his face. Eyes on me. I'm not done. The thrill of power and rage flowed through her as the bastard's gaze sparked with shocked fury. Because Callie had failed as a child to stand up and fight against a parent's abuse, but she could protect someone now who deserved it. Her finger remained raised, threatening even without a claw point. That's right. If anything is a distraction, it's you constantly coming in with these veiled threats to the greatest warrior Heck has to protect it. So you can fuck all the way off with this high and mighty shit and get the fuck out of my face. I might not have spikes or fire or those stupid fucking horns, but you will regret crossing me. How dare you insult me? The red demon snapped, creeping closer. How dare you speak to your son like that? There was a heat at her back, a solid presence that wasn't stopping her but standing with her, alongside her, supporting her. There was absolutely no fear as Calypso shoved a finger against the red demon's chest. I don't give a fuck who you are, buddy. You insult my squadron leader again, and I will ensure that whatever your reputation is now becomes permanently tarnished by me feeding your cock to a kestrel. That, however, seemed to be the end of it. Not because she wanted it to be over, but because a hand curled around her wrist and tugged her away from the red demon, who remained stuck in place, staring at the space they vacated. Ozarax didn't run, but his pace was more hurried than a walk as they distanced themselves from his father. Callie's body shook with the adrenaline and anger, but his hold on her was somehow a tether. His spikes were flaring rhythmically, muscles tensing and flexing the ink on his skin. She followed each one with her breath, centering herself on the familiarity of him dragging her away from yet another fight. He was silent, and maybe she'd completely fucked up, but why did it matter anymore? She had nothing without her sister, and Oz could always dismiss what she'd said and repair whatever fucked-up relationship he had with his father. For all she knew, he was dragging her back this way to kill her, pummel her on the sparring mat, throw her into the filthiest corner of the armory, and force her to clean the most disgusting of the laundry until her hands bled. Silence fell as he shoved them through the common room's doors, and almost all movement halted. All except a burnt orange blur in the distance, but Zagred's quick escape wasn't flawless enough for her to catch it. Broken horn. She hadn't done that. Rand had extracted her before she'd gotten a better swing in, so the only reason Zagred could be fleeing was... More voices quieted as they entered their squadron's living space, and when Ozarax still didn't stop, there was a muttered, "Oh, shit," and a scramble over furniture to escape. Calypso found her back thrown against the door, just as it had been the last time she'd been hauled into his room, and once again a purple demon was encroaching in her space. "What the fuck is a kestrel?" She blinked, the random question scrambling her thoughts. "I don't know, it's like a small carnivorous bird." Ozarax's jaw clenched, and she wasn't sure what he was hiding, a snarl or a laugh. "Why must you piss off every damn demon you cross?" He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Zalvacan is going to retaliate." "Well, your father is an asshole." "Why?" Callie cocked a brow. "Why is he an asshole? Well, he... Why did you stand up for me?" At his side, Ozarax's hand flexed, claws elongated just as his forearm spikes flared. But in his eyes, that was pain, agony, confusion, things she understood all too well. And as much as she hated to admit it, the demon in front of her was looking more and more familiar to her, inside and out. Calypso swallowed, then countered, "Why did you break Zagred's horn?" Dangerous. A spark flashed in the depths of Ozarax's gaze, as if that single word also crossed his mind. "Is that really the question you want to ask me?" "Why haven't you submitted the application?" "Is that really something you can answer right now?" His brows softened, like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders with her counter, but didn't stifle the fire still burning in his eyes, the heat of him so close to her. "No." He didn't back away. "Our bargain is complete," she muttered, licking her lips. Ozarax tracked the movement. "We could make a new one." "Avoiding our problems is probably unhealthy." "It definitely is." "Just sex." "And training," he added distractedly. Callie rolled her eyes. "What happened to—" "I'll still get you to say attachments aren't a weakness," he said, voice low. "But that's for me to worry about. For now, fighting and fucking." "That's all I've ever been good at anyway," she muttered, then grabbed a fistful of his shirt and yanked herself to his lips. Ozarax wasted no time, hands framing her face and tongue diving between her teeth as his body pressed against hers. But he didn't cage her against the wall, and despite his flicking tail, it only grazed her leg in teasing touches. He was both feral and reserved, and that was... Fuck, why did he have to be so observant? Callie used her grip to push him back, kiss never breaking as he removed his hands to work at his pants. But she was stripping too, pulling away as she tugged her shirt and chestband off, then his tunic, before returning to guide him back. He kicked himself free from his pants just before the backs of his legs hit the bed. But even thrown off balance, everything about the demon falling to the mattress was precise. She paused before following, taking the moment to admire what she'd not appreciated in the shower. Ink covered his body, from his neck, across his chest, and down to the dips of his abdomen. But it didn't stop. Black runes tracing down his thighs until they reached 2 back-to-back crescent moons above either of his knees. "I knew you favored Frank, I just didn't realize you worshipped them, too." Ozarax propped himself up on his elbows with a smirk, unashamed of his nakedness. "Seems I'll worship a lot of things. I got on my knees for you, didn't I?" "After you failed to get me off." "Demon females are different, plus it had been a while." "I broke your vow of celibacy?" "A while since my partner had been female." Calypso let her eyes wander along his muscles, narrowing on the hard cock that she'd also not seen much of, despite feeling every massive inch of it. including the head piercing and thick veins that she now had confirmation of. As much as she recognized what it was also not human. Ridges lined the underside of him, his already thick and long length putting humans to shame, and she understood exactly why he thought that would be enough to get a partner off. I won't do that. Females? She blinked and met his gaze. What? No, I'll definitely do that. I meant getting on my knees. Ozarax frowned. I never asked you to. Most do. I'm not most. At her raised brow, he sat up straighter. This might surprise you, Spicy, but I like a partner who isn't afraid to bite back. Even I'm not a fool to have your blunt teeth so close to my cock. I enjoy performing the act, not receiving. Well, that was different. Now, he said, fisting his leaking length. Strip and turn so I can see the ass I didn't get to last time. Any other time, any other partner, that order would have irked her. She was the one who preferred to give direction, but now it was with confidence that she turned and gave the demon her back. Slowly, she peeled her pants over her hips and down her thighs, bending and showing him the view he wanted so badly. Strong hands gripped her ass, spreading her before a hot tongue swiped through her center. Somehow, she managed to stay upright as he nuzzled even farther into her heat. Fuck, you taste so good. Hurry up. Calypso blindly swatted behind her, connecting with half of his temple and horn. You're the one making this harder. Actually, it's the opposite, but fine. The words rumbled against her. But after another swipe of his tongue, he relented and pulled back. Well, his face did, because his hands dragged over her ass and rhythmically stroked her hips and thighs. Muscle, she knew. That's what he was tracing, because regular training and consistent meals had already made her healthier and stronger. But he was appreciating that strength, evident in the flexing of his hands against her in a way no one had done before. She kicked her pants away, barely making it to stand when his hand snapped out to grab her long braid. His wrist twisted once, getting purchase, and then he yanked her down. Calypso landed with legs spread on either side of his knees, which he promptly spread to hike her closer to his chest. This fucking hair is a hazard, he grumbled against her shoulder, cock stiff against her lower back. Using the grip on her braid, he tugged her head back to latch his mouth to her neck and shoulder. I'm not cutting it, she said breathlessly, dipping a hand between her legs. He growled into the soft spot under her ear. I'll castrate anyone who dares touch it, monster or demon. Rubbing herself, she closed her eyes to the promise of violence, followed by the torture of Ozarax's hand kneading her breast. She knew by their heights he could see the slickness of her fingers and palm as she worked herself, but he continued to simply watch, to graze his fangs along her oversensitive skin, to grind himself into her back. There was freedom in this position, she realized. He wasn't caging her in or controlling anything but the slight pull of her hair. It gave her space to breathe, to escape if she needed, but she didn't want to. With the next shift of her hips, she rose just enough for his cock to slip between her legs. Ozarax hissed, and then her hand was holding that impressive length. Not that she'd tell him she was impressed, as she glided over him. Pressing him harder against herself, her thumb teased that piercing through his cockhead. Fuck. His grip tightened as she laughed, tugging her head back further. Fool me once, Spicy. I'm not coming that easily this time. You sure? You're leaking a lot just from this. Might have to go find my release with someone else. She grinned as his growl rumbled against her back. Maybe Rand didn't go far. Calypso groaned as her head was jerked back against Ozarax's shoulder, but the moment his fingers tightened around her nipple, she couldn't help the low moan and shudder that ran through her. Keep his name out of your mouth when I'm fucking you. Her laugh was strained with his continued hold on her. You call this fucking? She certainly got what she'd been asking for with that taunt. His hand and tail met her hips, lifting her up before slamming her back down on his cock. Every part of her body screamed out at the intrusion, the burn just on the right side of pain and pleasure. But then he fucking stopped there. You fucker, not again, Callie snarled. Ozarax readjusted his grip on her braid, winding it tighter on his wrist at a casual pace. You want it. Take it. Despite the annoyance, there was a thrill in the power he was giving her, a back and forth, but also a respect. An understanding that they had agreed was better to ignore in favor of what they were both good at. So she lifted just enough to give her room to put her shins on the bed underneath, and then she was riding him. Harder, faster, deeper than what they'd accomplished in the shower. Her hands found his thighs for purchase, and she did not marvel at the muscle under her grip as she angled herself on his length. Ozarax's piercing slid along her walls, the thick length of him stretching her anew with each thrust. Yes, maybe his magical dick powers were doing things with the girth and those ribbed veins and the damn jewelry, but it was also his hand tugging her hair just the way she liked, his fingers teasing her sensitive nipple. Her mind slipped away. The day disappeared, and there was only release and pain and pleasure on the horizon. This was better than the alternative. That precipice was upon her almost as embarrassingly fast as his own had been their first time, but as she cried out her release, there was a hazy awareness of his own cursing. Then both of his hands were on her hips, taking over as he thrust into her quickly from below until he stilled, cock pulsing deep inside her. As she sat there, panting, she forgot about the demon she was meant to hate. She forgot about her sister's words and the threats and the bargains. There was just a silence, an absence of rage. It was nice. Ozarax's hands flexed at her sides, and that was all she needed to come back to herself. Calypso rose, the demon hissing underneath her as he slipped free along with a, "Fuck, that was a lot of cum." Whatever. "Where are you going?" he asked as she leaned down to pick up her clothes. "To shower?" The bed creaked, and she shot him a glare. "Alone." Ozarax rolled his eyes. "I'm not also allowed to shower." "You can't wait like 5 minutes to make it less obvious?" "No one is out there, and if you didn't notice, they all bailed because they knew exactly what we were about to do." Calypso shuddered at the thought of Tonomok sensing all of her emotions. Gross. "At least let me do something for the soreness," he said, gesturing to the space between her legs. But that was dangerously close to... "I'm fine," she lied, although she'd do her own care because, yes, he had magical dick powers, and it was nice to be roughly handled in the right way. "See you tomorrow." "Wait, Callie." She was already out the door, because if she spent another minute in there with her sex-addled brain, she might do something stupid, like stay a little longer.
Chapter 12. Bonding. Ozarax. Shoulders and hands aching, Ozarax leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He'd long ago gotten used to the smell of oil and leather, but now it was making his head pound. Still, the repetition was good for his mind. The rhythmic motion of brushing armor clean and massaging oils into the creases to keep it from cracking. The thread of a needle to patch holes and plucking thorns and irritants from the inside layers. Maybe one day he'd start trusting another squad to do these things again, but after what had happened to Calypso, he wouldn't be comfortable for some time. Fuck Calypso. Surely it was the headache brewing behind his eyes that made it impossible not to think of anything else. Like the lingering feel of her ass against his thighs, her flesh hot in his hands, or her hair wrapped around his wrist. How she'd ridden him into fucking oblivion as he obsessed over the slope of her spine and the grip of her walls around his. A boot collided with his shin, much harder than a nudge, and he popped one eye open to glare at the offender. Spicy curled her lip.
"Oh, you're alive. That's unfortunate."
She glanced down at his lap.
"Though that should have been a giveaway."
He rolled his eyes, shifting his hips to adjust his cock, which was definitely not softening under her lingering stare. "Last I checked, you weren't disappointed."
"Well, your cock is only responsible for one of 2 orgasms, so that's still debatable."
Calypso folded her arms and looked around.
"You done? It reeks of blood and day-old sweat in here."
"Got somewhere to be?"
"Apparently we do. Tonomok said the squad is going out."
Ozarax stretched his arms overhead, groaning as his back popped. "And you agreed?"
"Wait, I was allowed to say no?"
He shrugged, standing to his full height, and maybe stretching a little more when he caught Calypso's mismatched eyes lifting to follow. "You're allowed to do whatever you want. We usually go to the tavern closest to the barracks for a couple of hours."
"And what happens at these taverns?"
"Whatever you want," he said, cleaning his supplies from the table to keep himself from too obviously studying her. Something in her tone made him curious to dig, but he knew the moment he probed too far, she'd shut down. "Dinner, drinks, sometimes there's music, though don't get Garrion on stage. He can't hold a tune and always starts an octave too high." Ozrax was well aware she had nothing better to do with her time. Not that he'd say that aloud. But when she was still hesitating, neither dropping the subject nor pressing him to hurry up so they could catch up with the others, he realized the stalling tactic. "I'm sure you'd hate it," he hummed, putting the last of his tools away. "Having to look at my handsome face across the table? All those demons around you scenting your arouse."
"Go fuck your own hand, Ozzy. I wasn't the one getting hard, rubbing down leather and thinking of your ass."
"But you are thinking of it?" The glare she sent him definitely contributed to the stiffness he was trying to get rid of by not thinking of her. "Come for a bit," Oz said. "If you really do hate it, you can leave." Spicy's eyes narrowed, and he could see her mind sorting through all the possible ways that might be a trick. He shoved his hands in his pockets, partly to help hide his hardness when he did eventually leave the room, mostly to pretend he truly didn't care if she said yes or no.
"Fine,"
she relented, storming past him.
"But you're paying for drinks."
That was the least he could do, but by the time they'd spent half an hour settled into their corner table, the only thing he'd paid for was his own ale. Rand, to no surprise, had shoved meat stew in her direction the moment she sat down, but she remained quiet on the edge of the bench, sipping her water as her eyes took in all the activity around them. The stage was busy, though it was not an open invitation for participation. The musicians played well, so their jaunty tune kept most of the patrons distracted with dancing and laughter. Tables had been scattered in favor of a space to dance, and every time a drunk demon or a tail collided with a lantern, Calypso flinched. "Not a fan of taverns?" Tonomok asked her. She blinked, seeming to pull out of a daze.
"What?"
The gold demon gestured around. "Is this not your scene?"
"I've been to plenty of taverns,"
Calypso said, which wasn't really an answer.
"Mostly working, but those weren't this friendly."
She eyed a happy and very intoxicated couple that skipped past their table, no discernible emotion on her face other than observational curiosity. Rand cleared his throat.
"We could have picked another spot."
At that, Calypso's eyes drifted back to the table, brow pinching.
"Why?"
"Well, if you don't like taverns or alcohol, we could go somewhere else. This is nearby, so it's easy, but there are plenty of other restaurants we could walk to."
Ozrax didn't need his heightened gifts to know that wasn't what had prompted the questioning look on her features. Tonomok, however, immediately ruined it. "Why wouldn't we go somewhere else if you didn't like it?" he asked, throwing an arm over her shoulders. "That's what we do for our squad." Calypso quickly ducked out of his embrace, scooting away from him.
"This is fine. Smells just the same as the ones in the human world, just with less questionable company once the moon goes down."
"I think that was a compliment," Ozrax muttered, earning a grin from Tonomok. Garrion pushed his ale aside so he could lean closer across the table.
"Oh yeah, humans have a sun. Do you miss it?"
Calypso shrugged, sipping her water.
"I did most of my business at night and slept through the day. The sorcery sort of reset my sleep schedule, but it's really hard for me to see a moon in the sky and want to sleep."
"Don't humans need sunlight? There was another one of you," Tonomok said, and Calypso immediately focused on him. "The blue-haired one with the crutches. She looked really sick, but most of the sorcery was gone by the time she woke." Her shoulders sank, and Oz knew it was because she'd been hoping for something about her sister. It didn't stop her sharp tongue, though, as she held up a finger.
"One, she's disabled, so that's really fucking rude of you not to get her an extra blanket since you probably just stood there like a glaring creep. Now I'm glad I knocked you out because you deserved it."
She held up a second finger as Tonomok's cheeks darkened.
"Two, sometimes humans have nutrient deficiencies because of their bodies or because of their circumstances. So it's possible she really was sick, since there's no sun here. She's probably having the worst time of all of us."
"She's fine." Calypso whipped her gaze to Ozrax.
"What?"
"Aoife, she's fine." He picked at the edge of his mug. "Her sponsor owns the greenhouse." Spicy's mouth popped open, features softening.
Wait, a greenhouse?
He nodded.
You're telling me in this realm of perpetual night there's a sun?
Rand canted his head back and forth.
Well, sun adjacent. That's the alchemist's magic, condensed to fit into the greenhouse, but it serves the same purpose.
Demons have adapted to this world with our own flora and fauna, Ozarax explained. But there are certain elements from the humans that serve better in potions and remedies and even food. Garion snickered.
Nerd.
Ozarax shot him a deadpan glare. Flora and fauna aren't even big words.
Bigger than what his brain can process,
Rand teased, which turned into an exchange of elbows and spilled drinks and cursing. What about you, Callie? Tanamak asked, surprisingly not participating in the jabs between the other two. She threw her defenses back up, visible in the tightening of her shoulders.
What about me?
Anything. We know you can hold your own around us, but not much else. What did you do for fun? Ozarax tried not to give away his own curiosity for the chance of more details about her life. But his tail flicked under the table and grazed Calypso's ankle. He knew she felt it, considering she retreated slightly. Spicy busied herself by taking a long drink of her water, and just when he thought she might set it down and call it a night, she surprised him.
I was hired muscle for the most part. It was the easiest and quickest way to earn enough coin. Whenever we moved cities, I'd find the local fighting rings, show off a bit to get their attention, work my way under a new client, then balance jobs and nights in the ring.
Garion and Rand were listening intently now, squabble forgotten.
Obviously, a lot of those deals happened in taverns, just a lot more shitty ones.
She shrugged, gaze not meeting theirs.
I needed my wits in case things didn't go as planned, so I never drank or lingered much, never took more time than absolutely necessary, or indulged in anything fun. Too dangerous when I needed to make it back to Cat.
Calypso pinched her lips shut, eyes going distant. Almost as quickly, she blinked and refocused on them, features devoid of emotion.
Pretty boring stuff.
Well, now you've got us,
Rand said, slapping his hand on the table dramatically.
Never boring in our company. Only when Tanamak gives a speech on paper thickness to ink quality,
Garion added. Tanamak glared at them. That is an art form, and you're forgetting that quill point. It once again devolved into pointless argument, but Ozarax ignored them in favor of the human who had gone silent across the table. She hadn't shared anything he didn't already suspect, but the fact that she'd been willing to talk at all was impressive enough. And maybe he was a little proud. His tail flicked out, purposefully this time, and tapped Calypso's shin to get her attention. I can walk you back if you'd like. Her jaw worked side to side, fingers digging a little tighter into her cup. But she shook her head, no anticipation in her posture to jump up and leave. Or there's a spot around back where you can grab my horns and ride my face for as long as you'd like while I bury my tongue between your legs. There was a chorus of fake gagging from the others, but Calypso's eyes darkened as she pushed her drink off to the side.
That option.
Ozarax grinned at how quickly she stood from the table. Ignoring the jeers from the squad, he tossed a few coins on the table and followed Calypso out back. Chapter 13. Avoidance and Escalation. Ozarax. Spicy was trouble, partly because they were both insatiable and much preferred sex over talking through their problems, mostly because Ozarax had her thrown over his shoulder as he dragged her away from yet another fight.
I'm going to shove that ball so far up your ass you'll be shitting leather for a month, you bulbous piece of...
Ozarax slammed the door to cut off her insult, tossing his demon light into the air as he set her on the ground. Purple flames illuminated the small room, brightening the fury on her face that was now directed at him.
I was winning that fight!
Calypso, it was a game, and we were definitely not winning, even before you got ejected. She threw her hands up, dirt and blood caked on most of her exposed skin. Streaks of purple from the grass stained her uniform, a baggy, oversized green shirt hanging over leggings that were torn beyond what was worth mending. He knew his uniform was not much better since he'd spent most of the game preventing the opposing red team from targeting Calypso, but he also didn't quite mind when her eyes had lingered on the exposed skin where his shirt hung above his navel, just as she was doing now. Or perhaps it was his hard cock pressing against his loose pants, visible even in the shadows that had her licking her lips.
He had the ball. The rules are to tackle the demon with the ball when they are in the boundary, she said distractedly.
Ozarax pinched the bridge of his nose. He's the enforcer, Calypso. You tackled the other team, not the demon enforcing the rules. She stuttered something nonsensical, then grunted,
Well, obviously the red team paid him off because he wasn't enforcing shit, so really, he deserved it.
He was upon her, swallowing the last word as he crushed his lips to hers because, well, she was trouble, they were insatiable, and he craved it all. Spicy only hesitated for a moment before her hands found the skin of his stomach, fingers flexing over his muscles as she fought for dominance with her tongue. This was safer than talking, than admitting he was grateful in the past few days she'd given up her hopes of running. He knew that even after the vitriol and anger he'd overheard, she wouldn't leave her sister here. That bond was too strong despite the chasm splitting between them. But he was selfish for it, because Callie was the perfect distraction, just as he was for her. A distraction from his father's overbearing presence, even in his subconscious. From the application still taunting him inside his desk drawer. From his desire to spend time with this human who had found every soft spot between his spikes and made herself comfortable there. Time outside of fucking. Ozarax's hands tugged up her shirt, but only enough so he could grab her hips, turn over, flat on the table. It was not the first time he'd managed to give an order she followed, but he preened all the same that she obeyed. Particularly that this position had her more enclosed than they'd been in the past. But he'd been quick to move at her instruction before, and if this was a sign of her growing trust, he'd take it, even if she didn't realize. Calypso bent herself over the edge of the table, chin still lifted as she took in the space while he tugged his cock free.
Did you carry me to a fucking equipment closet?
And we don't have much time before gear is brought back.
Not a problem for you, then.
With a snarl, he yanked her leggings down and swiped 2 fingers through her slick heat. She bucked against him with a whimper. And then he slapped that hand down on her right ass cheek. Spicy swore, which quickly turned into a moan and another curse as he buried himself to the hilt. So cocky, he grunted, shifting his feet for better purchase, as if I didn't have you coming 3 times yesterday.
Would you like an award?
Callie gasped out on each of his thrusts. Ozarax chuckled. Actually, yes. He pulled out the tip, admiring the way her wetness glistened on him, and her body sucked him right back inside. There was a soft red handprint forming on her rear next to bruises he'd left the day prior and from the game earlier, and he squeezed the flesh in his palm. You can put in another order with the smith. After she forges your blade, I'd like a plaque to hang in the common room. I'll hang a little tag every time I make you come.
In gold, I presume?
She grunted as his next thrust shook the table. Of course not. Tonomok would think it's for him. A laugh rumbled through her, nearly squeezing his orgasm from him, but he would absolutely not be losing this battle today. And not over the first true laugh she'd given him. He bent over her, not so much to trap her, but enough where he could still drag his cock against her walls like he knew she liked. Maybe I'll get it in bronze to match your hair. His fingers slid into the hair at the base of her scalp, grabbing a fistful as he pulled her against his chest and truly began rutting into her. At her cry of pleasure, it became a frantic race. His punishing thrusts as he curled his free hand around her hips to tease the nub at her entrance. Her arching back and blunt claws finding the back of his head while she kneaded her breast. There was no telling who came first, or if her trembling walls were what sent him over. Their moans were jumbled together, hot and hazy, echoing in the small space around them until there was only their breaths, a slow descent from madness into, dare he say, calm? It was the longest she'd allowed him to hold her after. But just as the thought crossed his mind, she went stiff and pulled away, enough to let him know he'd overstayed his proximity. Ozarax stepped back, reaching toward the shelf of clean linens before tossing one at her blindly. There was a mumbling of thanks, but he didn't press his luck in acknowledging it as he cleaned himself and tugged his pants back into place. By the time he turned, she'd fixed her clothing and was opening the door.
See you at the afternoon meeting.
And then she was gone. At least he did see her at the afternoon meeting, hair wet from her shower and in 2 long braids instead of the typical one. Bruises peppered her body alongside scrapes, all from the game, and he tried not to snarl when Garyon nudged her shoulder in jest and she winced. Of course, the rest of them were just as roughed up because Ozarax hadn't been the only one defending her on the field. But as they sat in the strategy room, the Dreadmore map spread across the table between them, there was pride in the air. They might have lost, but it was clear they'd barely skipped a beat in the time since Severith's spot was filled by the human. "That wasn't there when we last checked," Tonomok said, pointing at the new pin on the map before going back to picking clumps of grass from his tail barbs. "It wasn't," Ozarax confirmed, pulling out the report from the stack he'd collected. "And Groda's account is from 2 days ago. She observed that the Runde was disoriented, scraping itself along the trees and shredding itself." Spicy glanced up from where she'd been scribbling in a notebook Tonomok had gifted her. Her brow pinched, eyes darting over the map, which she knew was difficult to understand with the small fonts and colors.
That's 3 since our first encounter. And you said 3 before that?
"No rotten eggs, though," Garion said, leaning over to confirm from the report.
"So, not a summoning, and not an attack."
"Odd enough to raise questions," Rand muttered. "The Veilhounds have been disturbed. We're having to rotate them out faster than normal, and the Keeper is none too pleased."
Calypso set her notes aside, gesturing for Ozarax while keeping her eyes on the map.
"The schedule?"
Everyone was patient as she reviewed the script, and while Oz already knew what she was piecing together, he let her voice the observation.
"The reports of strange behavior or attacks all coincide perfectly with our patrols,"
Garion hummed.
If an Otzeran snores in the Dreadmore and no one is there to hear it, it still snores."
Ozarax shook his head, but she's right. These attacks are crossing paths almost exactly in time with our patrol schedules. The majority of the creatures have been behaving at odds with what we know of them, but very few scouts have reported the smell.
"So if they aren't summoned, it's the residual magic fucking with their behaviors?" Garion asked. "Who the fuck wants to summon these things?"
Rand growled, gesturing to the map like it might answer their questions.
"Runes are no child's play, let alone one that might summon creatures from the levels of hells. That last happened, we ended up with the Aldgate Scar and our kind trapped in this realm."
"But that was fucked up sorcery. Humans messing with shit they should never touch," Tonomok argued. "This is demon magic, and small scale in comparison."
"For how long?"
Eyes flashed to Calypso as she lifted her gaze to each of them.
"Small scale maybe, but it's frequent. Probing. The attacks and odd behavioral patterns have never been witnessed by the same squad twice, but it's following our patrol schedule. What if these are just tests?"
There was a long moment of silence. As if uncertain with herself for the first time, Callie's eyes shone with vulnerability. But when she looked to Ozarax, he made sure that she knew she was not wrong. It would imply a greater evil at work.
"Fuck."
Garion scrubbed a hand down his face before glancing at Ozarax.
"You had a feeling this was bigger, even out in the Dreadmore." "So what are their motivations?" Rand asked. "Ultimately, the demon or demons doing this have a goal, a reason for summoning these things from the hells."
"It's made the carved ways unsafe," Ozarax mused, gesturing to the map. "The deeper paths were always unstable, but recently they've been impassable. Scouts have been limited to just a few miles deep."
"More monsters have been found closer to the Veilwood,"
Calypso noted. "And it's happening almost every patrol now, attack or no." Tonomok muttered, tail flopping to the ground. "It's not targeted, or it would only be against one squad." Ozarax held up a finger, the thought sparking. "But what if it is targeted? Not a single squad, but the whole guard?" "Whoever it is knows our schedule. It's been an increasingly frequent pattern, which means—" Ozarax dove for the schedule still in Calypso's hands, though he already knew the answer. "Deer and Scout, they should have—" The door to the room burst open, Olgazok's broad red body filling the exit. His wide eyes landed on Oz. "You better come quick!"
Chapter 14. Eyes forward, sword up. Calypso. "Spicy, stay close." Callie snarled at the purple cactus. "Fuck you, I can take care of myself." But she also wasn't going to move more than a few feet away from him, and for good measure, flashed an obscene gesture at Tonomok, who pretended he wasn't watching their every interaction. Ozarax grumbled something under his breath that sounded like stubborn pain in his tail, but at least the haunted look in his eyes had been replaced with one of intense focus. She'd seen the state of the squad that returned, and while blood and guts had never made her squeamish, the state of 2 of Dioran's company was enough to have her double-checking her armor's coverage. It was important for them to be out here now, assessing the scene as quickly as possible. They were technically the squad on reserve, and it meant they could investigate what no other squad had noticed yet. The Lekqueen, furry lizard things that were also somehow slimy, scattered the path with green muck, a result of the squad's sharp weapons. But there were also splashes of black across the ground and staining a few fangs. Demon blood. "I'm new to this," Calypso said again at Ozarax's silence, gesturing to the path around them. The other three had split off, studying their surroundings and monster guts while taking notes. "Maybe if you explain some things to look for, I could actually be useful." He grunted, pushing up to stand beside her. "That smell?" "Rotten eggs," she confirmed. "You said it was a sign of summoning magic. How do you even summon things?" "Runes," Ozarax said, gesturing for her to move out of the worst of the viscera. He stepped over pieces of Lekqueen, nose in the air and spikes flared as his tail moved stiffly behind him. "You've seen the basic ones at work, the ones that are universal to all demons, like heating and cooling water. But there are some that are more complicated. They require an understanding of the celestial bodies in the sky, the placement of the moon, those kinds of details." "Like your tattoos?" "Almost," he said, flashing her the inside of his arm and the inked runes there. "These are even more complicated because they are tied to the caster and designed only for them. Something like this would be useless if I was exhaling on a downstroke, or if, say, Taunamoch were to try to cast it." "Rude," came the shout in the distance. "That would look so pretty on me, and you know it." Ozarax smirked. "It would be a symbol, but not a rune. No magic would result. But what I'm trying to explain is things like summonings with demon magic require that connection with the caster. And when you have that tie, you have a signature." Calypso cocked her head. "So, if we identify the signature, we find the demon who summoned the monster?" Something like admiration burned in his black eyes. "With a summoning, there's a portal of sorts. The rune would tear through realms and open wide and long enough to let out a monster, or monsters. The Aldgate scar was the original portal to bring us into this plane, but since it was made of sorcery, the forest was tainted and the scar remains. This, however, would not be the case for our situation. The traces dissipate upon closing, fading into the forest and making it impossible to follow." "But," Rand said, coming to join their standing huddle, "the caster would have to linger to keep that portal open, especially for an attack this large, but also to properly close it." "Which seems to be the case since we haven't been able to track anything," Ozarax added. "The fact that the Dreadmore is not currently flooded with magic and monsters, and the timing, supports your previous theory, Calypso. This is a targeted attack against the Guard as a whole." "Not that Hex still isn't in danger," Garyon said as he inspected the underside of a Lekqueen. He let it flop back on the ground before grabbing a stick and drawing a jagged line in the dirt at their feet. "One mistake, a crack in the portal that doesn't fully close. It's possible a creature could wedge a claw or tooth in and pry it back open. No rune required." Taunamoch reached down to mimic shredding the portal before leaning on the blue demon's shoulder casually. "But a portal itself is already a mess of magic. Not quite sorcery, but the casting is an arduous process, one of the longest runes known to demons, with dozens of steps that leave a remnant of a taint. Some believe that's the reason you can so easily be turned around in the Dreadmore. It also leaves a fleeting trace of their magic," Ozarax clarified. "That's the signature piece. Someone would have to stand in this forest, open that door in time to intercept the patrol, and then close it, while escaping before the scouts found them. So if you don't find that in time, their signature dissipates, like you mentioned about the taint earlier, which is why we haven't been able to track anything?" Callie filled in. When they nodded, she grumbled, "Of course." "This time," Rand said, patting her shoulder. "We'll figure it out." A few minutes passed as they cleaned up the path, then began their trek out of the Dreadmore. Eerie chitters of monsters in the distance, and snaps of brush followed as they walked along, until another question popped into Calypso's racing thoughts. "If the portal is a door, does it go both ways?" "By that logic, Ozarax is a door," Tonemok whispered, sending a teasing jab into her side. Ha ha, the purple demon deadpanned, loud enough to be heard over their laughter. Portals can be passed through in either direction, but when the humans opened a door to our realm and summoned our ancestors, the sorcery corrupted the pathway between planes. That's the corruption spilling out into the forest, bleeding parts of the hells into human land and animals. It created our safe haven, and we adapted to survive. But it also caused the poisoning and clash between realms, which resulted in the Dreadmore and the corrupted monsters within. Garion clicked his tongue. That's a long way of saying, yes, it goes both ways, but it would drive you mad if you tried to go through one. Your body would be twisted by sorcery and magic, and your mind would suffer each agonizing second until you were no longer you. It would dissolve your will until there was only the primal instinct for blood and death, usually your own. That's also a long way of saying, don't step into a portal, Rand teased. At least one that takes you to another plane. Not things like the small ones used by the post, though, Tonemok reassured her. That's why your male never grows teeth or a sudden appetite for flesh upon arrival. Calypso's stomach went sour as she leaned away from the gold demon. I wouldn't know. I don't get letters. Silence fell, an awkward shuffle breaking their formation. Some to keep in time with her hesitation, others to avoid the thrash of Ozarax's spiked tail. Tonemok was quick to clear his throat. Callie, I'm sorry. A scream tore through the air, and the apology was lost to the wind. There was no hesitation as the warriors took off, drawing their weapons as they sprinted toward the noise. Ozarax immediately outpaced the squad, sickle drawn, and while he seemed to have no care about the growing distance, Calypso knew that with every step, he was calculating his own actions as well as assessing the safety of his squad in formation behind him. She didn't have demon agility, though, and maybe before it would have rankled her that Rand slowed his pace to run alongside her, but she was grateful for his presence when she discovered where they were running. Off the path? She panted, not taking her eyes off Garion and Tonemok ahead of them. Ozarax had already disappeared into the gnarled and threatening forest. Eyes forward, sword up, Rand grunted. Heart true. Callie wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but it was a mantra that kept her grounded. Her eyes remained locked ahead, and she never lowered her weapon. And, well, she said the words, even if they felt empty. The demons ahead cleared a trail for Callie to follow, Rand never straying more than a foot away from her, and just as she thought this long sprint would be the death of her, she heard it. The hiss was low, but the curses that followed were unmistakable. The moment Callie saw it, she froze. 6 razor-sharp legs helping the winding body move, a vicious jaw of serrated teeth snapping at the 3 demons, and a thrashing tail with stinging spikes. Sarthisi. When this was over, she was going to burn that pathetic heavy bag. Rand, too. Neither had done this towering monster justice. This hissing, spitting beast that was easily keeping 3 demons from bringing it down. But even those thoughts were lost as one of the beast's legs sliced through the air, deflected by Ozarax's blade. Despite the defense, his legs remained rooted in place, leaving him open and vulnerable as he crouched over red. That was red splattered across the grass, bright and shimmering against the darkness, spilling from a small, pale body and pooling around orange curls. Brioni, Calypso choked out. What the hells was she doing out here? How was she out here? Something snapped within Callie. She tugged herself out of Rand's grip, unaware of when he'd started dragging her toward the other human, but eyes forward, sword up, hard at least mildly true. Hey, you ugly piece of shit, she screamed, sprinting toward the monster. The beast at least paid her as much attention as the other demons, not recognizing her weakness in comparison, and swiped a sharp leg toward her. Though if it was as smart as their research notes said, it was about to find out just how easy a target she was. Tonemok was there an instant later, swinging mace deflecting the blow as if he didn't trust her defensive skills. "The fuck are you doing?" he yelled. But Calypso was running once more, leaving Tonemok to defend her back as the Sarthisi jabbed at her with its many spare legs. Around the thick, undulating tail, Garion was keeping his own share of the monster's attention, waiting to attack when all legs were firmly on the ground. But his weapons only glanced off the thick armor of the beast. The creature's focus remained on Ozarax, who protected Rand and Brioni from the worst of the attack, probably drawn to the human's blood. This had better work. "Come on, fucker," Calypso screamed, swinging her blade against the Sarthissy's tail. It only clanged against the armored plates and spikes, but the noise disturbed it. As she sprinted the length of the creature, she watched the muscles tense, the tail whipping toward her. She slid underneath, barely a breath away from the thing lopping her head off, and lifted her blade. The moment that resistance hit, her shoulders screamed with the effort, but it was worth it as she held on to her blade. The Sarthissy screeched, but Callie didn't celebrate the victory as she popped to her feet, yanking her blade the rest of the way through the tail and staining her blade black. Only a shallow wound, but it was enough to fully capture the beast's attention. Its head swung toward her, scaled and jagged, and with eyes that would have frozen her to the spot if she wasn't building momentum again. Body twisting away from the bleeding human, the Sarthissy speared 3 legs toward Calypso as she picked up speed again. Gods, she hoped this worked. She didn't lift her blade, only pushed into the ground harder. Blue flashed in her periphery just in time, Garion deflecting 1 leg into the other 2 to knock it off balance. But Callie didn't stop. Didn't listen to the male shout at her foolishness. Only kept her eyes forward, her blade up, toward Ozarax. The purple demon had kept his position defending Rand as the yellow demon worked his glowing magic over Brioni. But Ozarax's shoulders and sickle had lowered a fraction. Confusion twisted across his face as he watched her continue to run, eyes wide and mouth parted. Lungs burning, legs exhausted, she only had it in her to shout 1 word. Boost! Thank the gods he was smart. Ozarax dropped to a knee just in time, hands folding over one another as she took the last steps. Her boot pressed into his palms, and then she was flying. Well, it was flailing, but damn it, it got her where she needed to go, whether it was pretty or not. Just as quickly as she rose, she was falling, but not far. Her feet hit the Sarthissy's back first, slipping on the smooth plates of armor it had to protect itself until she slammed to her knees. It was a feat in and of itself to maintain grip of her sword while also grabbing hold of the plates so the screeching monster didn't fling her off and waste all that effort. Calypso scrambled to her hands and knees, studying the overlapping plates of armor. Fuck, why couldn't you be easy? Below her, she could hear the squad's weapons clanging off the legs, curses ringing out as the monster flailed underneath her. She was running out of time. The plates were tightly pressed together, and maybe for a demon this would have been easy, but for a human it was not so much. Oh well, she muttered to her sword. I didn't like you anyway. With as much strength as she could muster while keeping hold, Calypso shoved her blade into the crack between plates, only a small bubble of black blood blooming as she pierced the soft underside. Come on, she grunted, shoving deeper. More blood spilled, but the blade wasn't disappearing fast enough. Spicy. Fuck, she was out of time. Calypso planted her feet on the back of the Sarthissy and yanked the sword up, a scream tearing from her throat as she pried the plates apart. It was working. Resistance disappeared as her sword snapped, and then she was falling back. Her body flattened against its spine, but she was still somehow upright as she watched the flailing tail, her head nearly bursting from its deafening screech of fury. The Sarthissy. It was rearing back, its reaction of pain saving Calypso from falling. But there, at her feet, the armor plate was pried open to reveal the soft bits close to its heart. And she had no sword. The handle was useless in her hand, only a small chunk of the blade left and not long enough to puncture anything. But the shard still wedged into the beast was long enough. Callie would have 1 shot. The beast landed once more, body thrashing, but she calculated her strike. With a furious cry, Calypso pulled back and slammed her foot back down on the broken blade. She pushed, and then her foot was pressing on soft flesh and bubbling black blood, and there was silence, blissful silence. The world stopped moving, and then it tipped completely. Her body collided with another, but it was a cushioning impact, and then she was on her knees, panting and trembling with her vision spinning. 2 warm hands gripped her cheeks, and she blinked to find Ozarax's blurry but panicked face. He was saying something, lips moving across words, but only a few making sense. Shock, dead, fucking idiot. Calypso blinked, the purple bastard finally coming into focus as her trembling turned into a full body shake. Bree, she can't be dead. She needs... Rand's got her, he said, swiping hair off her forehead. He's patched her up, but we need to get her to Ballran in the city for the rest. She nodded, pressing her hands to the ground to attempt to stand. But the moment she wobbled, Ozarax was there, scooping her up into his arms. Stop, I can walk, Calypso muttered, even if she was fairly sure that was a lie. You're in shock. His jaw was set hard, and distantly, she knew she should be fighting him, but her body refused to cooperate. You, a human, outsmarted and killed Sarthisi. You're allowed to be carried. Glancing over his shoulder, she could see the felled monster, and... Okay, fuck. That thing was a lot bigger than she'd first thought. It's embarrassing. Then I will make sure the others swear on their tails that we will never speak of it again. But they are your squad, and the only thing they will be speaking of today was your recklessness when facing certain death. Ozarax growled, and when she looked up at him, she noticed the fangs poking over his lower lip. But also of your incredible bravery and intelligence. You saved Brioni's life, and those of your fellow warriors. His gaze dropped to hers. That was awe swirling in the depths. Heady, tempting, terrifying. It was cowardly to turn away from him, to simply bury her forehead against his shoulder instead of acknowledging the heavy air between them. Ozarax's arms only tightened around her, holding more firmly as he leaned down and whispered 4 of the most devastating words in her ear. I'm proud of you. Chapter 15. Fit Check. Calypso. Fuck, Calypso muttered, turning down another hallway. The package in her hands felt heavy, even if it was relatively light. No, it was more about the contents, the potential within the parcel that had her scrambling to get out of this fucking office building. She turned the next corner, only to find more offices, but before she could snarl a curse, one of the doors was propped open and a red demon filled the doorway. Dioran had thick but sharp, sweeping horns, black hair tied at her nape, and not a single strand out of place. The demon glanced at her, a pinch to her brow. You're here for Coronaz? Callie glanced at the placard outside the counselor's door, feeling like an idiot for being so distracted that she didn't just follow the room numbers on the damn walls to get out of here. No. That wasn't for another few days. Their first meeting, Callie had sat on his couch for their allotted time and said nothing. Neither had he. They'd just stared at one another, but not in a challenging way. He didn't pressure her to speak, didn't try to peel apart her mind or get her to confess she was a worthless piece of shit. He'd just offered her silence, privacy. The moment their time had finished, she'd scheduled the next session, one where she might try to say a few words, work up from there. Dioran frowned at the longer-than-normal silence. So you're just back here looking to send something in the mail? Calypso held the parcel a little tighter. No, this is my outfit for the fundraiser tonight. She couldn't quite admit that she'd gotten turned around, but it appeared she didn't have to. Dioran jerked her head the opposite direction of where Calypso would have turned, in a clear indication to follow. It was silent for a long time as they walked before the female said, I assume your pants are tailored to not have a giant hole for a tail? Calypso's eyes flashed to the red demon. Was that a joke? As if I'd let any of those fuckers see my ass. Sure enough, Dioran twisted her lips in what had to be an almost smile. You'll do just fine. A loud, rumbling noise stopped them in their tracks. They glanced to one another, waiting in the silence until moments later it happened again. A rough inhale that sounded like choking. As one, they faced the door they stood in front of. The captain's office. Dioran reached a hand out, gently nudging the door open. The male was sprawled on his couch, boxes of all sizes around the space, and varying degrees of filled. Seems like they would remain that way for a while as the demon let out a phlegmy cough and went right back to snoring. Lazy piece of shit, Dioran mumbled as she closed the door behind her. That's how he spent his time since announcing retirement, instead of actually using that time to care about the scouts putting their lives in danger every day. Herrick should have just cut him then. No captain would be better than this. It explained why Calypso had never seen him around, and why Ozarax seemed to always be the one managing the moving parts of the guard. Now that she was going in the right direction, they reached the exit in record time, but then Callie stuttered a step when she and the demon started walking in the same direction. You going back to your room? Calypso asked. The demon nodded. You're going to get ready, I presume. Callie shrugged. I've got time, and not a lot of supplies. Just trade the training gear for whatever's in here. Dioran's brow dipped, and then she was shaking her head. Come with me. Leaving no room to argue, not that Calypso would argue with her, Dioran began her fast clip back to their quarters. Callie followed from just a step behind as a few of the guards watched Dioran with wide eyes, both fear and respect in their bows, and muttered words of healing to her squad. And as much as Callie wanted to ask about it, she had a feeling the female was very similar to her when it came to public conversation. Or speaking about feelings. Dioran pushed through her common room, the inverted version of the one Callie resided in, only hesitating when Calypso stopped at the entry. Sacred space? The demon's features sank. I don't think my squad will mind while they are recovering in the infirmary. Calypso stepped inside, feeling a sad weight settle on her shoulders. I'm sorry. Dismissing the words with a wave, Dioran led Callie to the back room. Identical to Ozarax's, though a few more personal items hanging on the walls along with a vanity next to her desk. When the demon didn't stop her, Calypso walked the perimeter, studying the parchment stuck on the walls. A few rather impressive sketches mixed in, but the majority looked to be made by a younger demon whose name Callie couldn't read. Those Lequeen were not acting right. It's a miracle we are all still alive. She felt the sadness in Dioran's words, and looking at the walls, she could understand why. Not a single one of them had walked away without severe injuries. The squad leader had almost lost demons in her charge, but also a connection to a child who very much loved to draw Dioran holding hands with them. But then, on the demon's bedside table, she noticed something. Calypso turned, head cocked. You're applying to be captain? Dioran whirled, jars she'd been meticulously collecting on the vanity forgotten. Stop snooping, human. A growl wasn't going to stop Callie. No, you have the entire thing filled out. Why haven't you turned it in? How do you know I didn't finish it this morning? Callie folded her arms. Dioran's eyes narrowed. I do not like you. Yeah, not many do. Ozarax does. He tolerates me, at best. Then why do you smell like him? Callie was about to argue that the last she'd seen of him, he'd been carrying her to the infirmary while she was trembling with shock. And since Callie just vaguely remembered her shower after finally getting confirmation Brioni was fine and resting, there was likely a good reason she would smell like him. Like sex, human. My nose is much better than yours. Callie snarled. This isn't about me. Dioran only smiled. I like you again. Calypso smirked, then took the seat at the vanity when Dioran motioned her over. Seriously, I'm sick of all this male posturing. If it would help, I'd submit a recommendation for you, but I don't think Herrix thinks highly of me. He doesn't think highly of most females, even demons, Dioran said, studying Calypso's reflection in the mirror. She held up one jar of grayish-black powder, then another that looked nearly identical, then returned to the first, dipping her finger in the top. Regardless, it's not worth submitting. Close. Callie closed her eyes. Why fill it out? There was a press against her eyelid, and she only now considered the threat that the demon's claws posed to her sight. But Dioran simply swept and dabbed gently across the lid. For myself, I suppose. She moved to the other eye. Just to prove you can? Dioran swallowed. Demons are more progressive than humans, but there are still some who would not appreciate a female captain. I was fortunate to gain my position with little resistance. The next steps are not as simple. What else is holding you back? The demon picked up a fluffy brush and another jar, this one a subtle pink dust. Trying for Coronaz's job? Callie smirked, then settled her features again as Dioran began brushing the powder over her cheeks. Recent events have given me a new perspective on what my career path might be. Callie didn't fail to notice the demon's eyes flick to the wall of art. Dioran moved to the other cheek. My niece is my world. It's funny how seeing that little bundle changes everything you once thought about yourself. And she's not even mine. She cocked her head, admiring the work she'd done on Callie's face, then fixed something Callie didn't notice. I always thought Severith's softness was a flaw. It's why he cut off our courtship. Calypso leaned back, eyes wide. Wait, you dated Severith? Gods, you're just like my sister, going feral for gossip. Her mood soured as she eyed the package with her clothing inside, tailored by Kat. Was there a note in there for her? A little message of embroidery in the hem of her outfit that would tell Callie everything would be okay between them again? She cooled her expression. Well, I'm surrounded by males comparing sword sizes all day, and that's not a euphemism. Obviously, a polearm is superior. Obviously, you're wrong. Dioran smirked, then tipped her head to the side. Hair? Never done much besides a braid. I can work with that. They fell into gentle chatter, complaining about the males they worked with, favorite training routines, and even a few slips about their sisters, which had Calypso's heart aching. Dioran braided a section of her hair in a simple crown plait, but swept it along her nape to hide behind her longer waves of bronze. Callie was so distracted inspecting the colored powder on her face, she didn't notice until Dioran had unfolded her clothing and lifted it up for inspection. Oh, there's... Callie cut herself off as she turned from the mirror. Dioran shook out the blouse and pants, thin black straps hanging around the shoulders of the outfit, but no letter. No note? Your sister has done well, the demon said, oblivious to Calypso's growing disappointment. Though no weapons are allowed. She hummed, then excused herself to dig around in her wardrobe, leaving Callie to stand and approach the bed. Her fingers dusted over the blouse, searching along the collar, the hem, the sleeves, and then she was running her touch along every inch of the pants, knowing before she even reached the last possible place to touch. Callie blew out a breath, throat and eyes burning as she fought the urge to cry. She didn't cry. Not over this, not in front of someone who didn't need to know what a fuck-up she was. Here, Dioran said, resting a strange contraption on the bed next to the outfit. A dozen chains swooping from a collar down to another delicate chain that Calypso had only the barest idea was meant to be lingerie. Sorrow shoved to the back of her mind. She smirked up at Dioran. Where exactly is a badass squad leader wearing a piece like this? The demon shrugged. I've been known to frequent a club or two, and maybe I want to see your sappy squad leader pant a little bit. You'll thank me for that, and for these. She unfolded her palm, letting a collection of dark metal pieces scatter on the bed. Claws? Callie asked, looking closer. You can't bring weapons, but demons are already a walking arsenal. Not to mention those politicians using their sharp words. Consider this me protecting a friend. Dioran, Dia, she clarified, dipping her chin. To friends, I'm Dia. Females have to stick together, right? Calypso grinned at the warrior. Submit the application, Dia. The female huffed a laugh. You'll do just fine tonight, but call me Dia in front of anyone and I'll deny I ever liked you. Her dark eyes softened, almost imperceptibly. Not that you asked, but you're good for Ozarax. That whole squad, sure, but especially him. Never thought anyone could handle his spikes, but maybe that was his mistake. Trusting his spikes? Thinking he needed to flatten them to be accepted. The way Dia was looking at her, Callie didn't think they were talking about Oz any longer. I do not like you, Callie hummed in response, though it was missing any real vitriol, and the demon's smirk confirmed her jest. Calypso turned back to her outfit. An armor she needed to don, just not the kind she was used to. No blades, no spikes. Despite the beauty in front of her, there was still something that didn't feel right as she continued to take Dirian's time. Her mind whirred as she got dressed with the demon's help, and when she faced the mirror again, it was easy to see the physical changes since her time in this realm. The muscles, the filling out around her shoulders and waist, the brightness of her skin and hair. Inside still didn't feel right. But when that gut feeling tugged at her middle, a feeling she normally would have shuddered, Callie leaned into it. Gaze meeting Dia's in the mirror, she said, "I need to tell you something about the recent monster attacks."
Chapter 16. Lines blurred. Ozarax. Ozarax tugged at his shirt sleeve, squirming uncomfortably. He'd only worn this outfit once or twice before, because how often did he need formal wear when he was meant to be wearing armor and the blood of his enemies? The black fabric was sleek, yes, but the intricate embroidery over the one-sleeved jacket was a bit excessive. Granted, it had helped him find a partner quickly that one night he'd been looking for something a little more exploratory. But the dim corners of a club were much different than standing post outside Enmona Manor, built by one of the original summoned demons and turned into a cultural center in bright starlight. This would be his future, he supposed, if he ever got around to submitting his captain's application. Fundraising events and political dinners, trading days spent wearing armor for suits and nights full of wine and mindless chatter. His weapons would likely find their way into storage. He had no illusions his short prowess and active service would earn his sickle a place on the wall of honored warriors. But someday, maybe, he'd have the privilege of mounting the weapons of those he supervised. Demons paid Ozarax no mind as they walked down the long path toward the ballroom, flickering demon lights catching on all shades of colored skin. The retiring captain had already passed him by with barely a nod, his partner looking resplendent in a shimmering gold ensemble. Pending retirement seemed to suit them both, judging by the happy smiles they shared. Maybe one day Ozarax would have that too. A grunt pulled him away from his staring, and he turned in time to see the toppling stack of boxes. His hand darted out, catching one of the tumbling packages before righting the tall stack. But then he noticed the red arms, the flicking tail, and he stuck his head around in curiosity. Severith? A face that was both Severus and not broke into a wide grin. Nope, just the better-looking twin. Lazarus, Ozarax amended, then glanced at the boxes and sniffed. Please tell me these aren't bronzeberry scones? Laz filled in. Of course they are. Gotta make a good impression tonight. Oz was going to have to limit himself to 2, maybe 3. Are you catering? The red demon nodded, boxes tipping once more, but he managed to correct them before they fell. Brought out all the good stuff, put everyone in a good mood so they'll listen to... He trailed off mid-sentence, which was uncharacteristic of him, but then immediately changed topics, which was very characteristic of him. Haven't seen you out much since, how's the squad? Tension filled the silence, and Ozarax's shoulders tightened. Fine. Missing Sev, of course. Lazarus gaped, then gave him a smirk. I'm telling him you said that. Oz rolled his eyes, but that clawing discomfort softened with the tease. We both know you're going to forget. Nope, I'm writing it down, Laz said, lifting the boxes away from him as he looked down his body. Gonna put it on one of those boxes if I can find a quill. I just had one. How is Sev? Lazarus's energy dimmed at the question, but he gave a shrug and tried to smile. As you'd expect, I think you'd understand since he was your squad leader. Closed himself off, but it's a good thing he's been occupied at the house. I offered him a horn since they're the exact same. Then I almost broke the wrong one, but he said he didn't want it. Anyway, I'm sure he'll be back in no time. Ozarax could only nod. Because of course Severith would return. He'd be the squad leader again, and Oz would be his captain? That didn't feel right. And yet jealousy sat sticky in his gut because it always had. Ever since they were young, Severith had won everything. The fights, the awards, the skills, the partners. Just once, Ozarax wanted to claim something for himself. Now. Hey, Lazarus blurted cheerfully, oblivious as always. Isn't there a human with you too? I heard she's spicy. Well, no, I didn't hear that. Wait, did you taste her? Oz, where are you going? Ozrax left the twin of his lifelong rival behind, eyes locked on the end of the path where that very human had just stepped out of the shadows. He hadn't seen her since the day before, when she'd waited at the infirmary until Balran had confirmed Brioni would be okay. Hadn't talked to her since he'd whispered how proud he was of her actions in the Dreadmore, of her, and she'd turned away from him. Clad in deep green, Calypso looked prepared for battle against monster and politician both. Her hair had been swept to the side and hung to her waist, the temple, and underneath plaited while soft waves of bronze framed the braid. Black suspenders clipped to her pants where her blouse was tucked in, a golden V of skin parting the silky fabric down to her navel. Except it wasn't just skin. A sparkle flashed in the demon light, and as he got closer, he could see the thin chain of gold around her neck, some sort of lingerie made of only the thinnest strands of metal decorating her muscled torso. He kind of wanted one. "You look," he muttered, studying every inch of her, then frowned. "Are those claws?" Spicy glanced down like she'd forgotten what her outfit looked like. The jewelry glinted as she held up her hand, the black metal patterned like lace and fitting snugly over each fingertip.
Dioran's suggestion since we aren't allowed weapons tonight.
Ozrax recognized the female demon's touch in the body chain as well, all the way up to the dusting of pink over her cheeks and the paint on Calypso's eyelids, a fading darkness that gave the illusion of smoke dissipating. But it didn't hide the dullness in her mismatched blue and green eyes. "What's wrong?" Callie squeezed her hand into a fist, metal claws clinking together.
"Nothing."
"Don't lie to me." She ground her jaw but rolled her shoulders and whispered,
"There's no embroidery."
Ozrax cocked his head in question.
"My sister. She made this for the event and—"
Callie swallowed, tongue working around her mouth.
"She always does a little vine in the stitching. It's her touch, but there isn't one in this outfit. Like she truly meant—"
Her voice broke on the last words, and rage filled his chest. His spikes pressed against the single sleeve of his coat, but they were raised and fierce on his exposed arm and neck. "What do you need?" Spicy blinked.
"What do I—"
"We can leave," he offered. "I'll make up something that requires our attention. We go to a club and drink ourselves into oblivion. Go back to the barracks and beat the shit out of Tonomok. Say the word." There was something in her frown, the way her eyes flicked across his face and down his exposed arm, something that, despite knowing so much about her, he couldn't decipher. All he knew was that if his spikes weren't already raised in anger, they would have flared at her scrutiny.
"Tonight is important,"
she finally said.
"You need to make a good show for the promotion."
Ozrax considered telling her that his application was still tucked away in his room and mostly blank, but then she added,
"And I just need a distraction."
He relaxed his defenses, forgetting about his own worries, and lifted his elbow in offering. "Then it's a good thing that's my specialty." There was no hesitation as she placed her hand on his forearm, no fear of her skin near his spikes. The coolness of her touch was a reassurance. And he had no qualms about walking in with a human at his side. Such a stark change from his initial thoughts on being saddled with Spicy. Ozrax maintained that touch throughout every interaction and conversation, every step around the massive ballroom that brought him past the bronzeberry scones, just once more, and with every rise and fall of the dance they somehow found themselves in the middle of. Perhaps he'd been so distracted by the brush of her thumb over his bare biceps, the tip of her metal claw dangerously close to a vein. The threat of being pierced wasn't what had him distracted. It was a strange but not unwelcome experience to be in Spicy's company without exchanging jabs. Not only that, but to be so close, touching, without the urgency of finding release and going back to their vicious banter. He liked it, the companionship, the sharpness she returned to his prickles, the honor of earning her trust after such a rocky start.
"I forgot to mention earlier,"
Calypso said softly, eyes distant but hovering where she held him as they swayed to the music.
"This ensemble you've got is a statement no one has been able to ignore. You look quite handsome tonight."
"Was that painful to say aloud?" he asked. The prick of pain just below his armpit had him chuckling. "Thank you, but I believe it is the human with claws they are looking at." He swept a strand of hair away from the collar of her top, the tease of her breast giving him a lot of ideas he couldn't pursue at such a prestigious function. Then again, he'd spotted a few alcoves, cultural building or not.
"They'd be a fool not to consider you,"
she continued, oblivious to his thoughts.
"Listening to you speak, meeting the soon-to-be retired captain, it's obvious that you're going to make a difference in the guard."
Ozarax's tail flicked, nearly throwing off his rhythm. "Do you think so?" She shrugged, the delicate chains along her torso clinking together.
"You're good at this stuff, the talking, the almost truths, the smiles. You care about the demons, not just the money. And this outfit, of course. No one is as well-dressed as you."
"Except Argeth."
"Oh my gods."
Calypso breathed a laugh, bringing her body closer to his.
"Sheer top and corset? Does that male look bad in anything?"
"Honestly, we should test your thieving skills while everyone is distracted here. I'd love to see his closet."
"You'd look even better in that strappy leather thing he's got on underneath."
Her eyes widened, cheeks turning pink as she noticed his raised brow before quickly looking away.
"You know, if you ever wanted to impress a future partner..."
The hopeful stirring in his belly turned sour, right? Their steps became disjointed, stiff, but Calypso recovered faster, her thumb pressing into his skin again.
"This one isn't always easy to see. What is it?"
Ozarax glanced down to the rune inscribed on the inside of his elbow, a defensive rune. "My first year in the guard," he chuckled, thankful for the distraction. "A complete waste of space, because it ended up being a one-and-done cast."
"What did it do?"
she asked, and he could see curiosity shimmering in her gaze. "Protection. I was up late one night studying one of those books you've been reading about monsters. The idea was great, a defensive shock like a siphomoth, but... well, in my tired state, I misread the star chart."
"It didn't work?"
"Oh, it worked. Once." At a raised brow, he finished with a grin. "That paper ball thrown at my head would have surely been my downfall." Calypso's face brightened, and then all of her blunt teeth were on display as she laughed, head tossed back, bright and unrestrained, completely at ease. Oz thought the sight of her earlier was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, but now... Oh, fuck. It was both terrifying and exhilarating to finally realize what that feeling in his chest was. To have those loose threads within him that had pulled taut in these weeks suddenly sparked to life with understanding, and yet there was a chasm between them. A bargain, for fuck's sake. One of his own making that said this was nothing more than bodies. It didn't matter if he suddenly had a name for the tug he always felt around her. There was a line she'd drawn, quick and dirty, mutual release, never staying the night. A line that he'd drawn, towed, and now wanted to leap right over. Neither of them were supposed to fall in love, but that blooming warmth in his chest said he'd utterly failed. Then again, hadn't he proposed the challenge? To get her to admit emotional attachments weren't a weakness? It hadn't been about them at the time, but a hope that the squad would soon become her home. And he'd seen it, even if he'd not tried hard to get her to say it aloud. Not while she was still finding her place without her sister driving her every decision. But Calypso had admitted it. Maybe not with words, but with her actions. Through it all, she'd not only fought for and alongside her squad like a true warrior. They'd made a home where she was welcomed. Was it possible he could prove to her...
"You okay?"
Calypso asked, nudging him gently. Ozarax blinked out of his thoughts. Focusing on her again with that new word floating around his head, it was a struggle to hold himself back from blurting what he really wanted to say. He cleared his throat. "That notebook you've been drawing in, you've almost got it." Her steps slowed, then stopped completely.
"How did you—"
"Not that you need my opinion, but I think the rune would look good right here." His hand flattened on her ribs, just underneath the curve of her breast. And then he was stepping back, breaking contact for the first time that night as he turned and walked away so he might think with a clearer head.
Chapter 17. Blackmail. Calypso. Ozarax was acting fucking weird, and Calypso could do nothing about it because the moment he'd abandoned her, Rosalind had appeared out of thin air and begged for a social buffer. No one had ever asked Calypso to be a social buffer before, but when a full half an hour passed where no one approached Rosalind to ask how many stacks of napkins there should be on the table, or whether the floral decor should face north or south, she realized she wasn't a social buffer as much as a keep-the-fuck-away buffer. Callie didn't mind. That was all she was good for anyway, wasn't it? Driving people away. Though she did find it quite amusing that Rosalind had dumped all of her anxious stress on a relative stranger through the crack under a door as the woman peed for a minute straight because she'd been holding it since mid-morning. Even more amusing was one of the caterers, a massive gray demon with dark blue hair knotted at his nape, who happened to be walking by every time Rose's drink was empty with alternating wine and water glasses. Callie wasn't even sure Rosalind noticed. She just kept talking like it was perfectly normal. But it was nice, talking to another human, even if it made her ache for the closeness she'd once had with her sister. Their luck did, however, run out, and soon Callie found herself wedged in a conversation she could not extricate herself from. Argith had bailed after dragging over Herrick's assistant, Dolgeros, and some important demon of money, which she supposed she should probably care about since that was the whole fucking point of the night. Except all she could focus on was the empty table with those stupid scones that Ozarax thought she didn't notice he kept swiping when they walked past. He'd show up for another eventually, and she'd confront him about why he was acting so weird around her. But then she chastised herself for even caring because it wasn't her problem. He was just her squadron leader and a means for release in this damn city full of demons who hated humans. And she was obviously a detriment to his career among these politicians. A pathetic human who couldn't even keep her own sister around. "It's just such a special place," Rosalind was saying. "There's so much potential within the art district, and the shopkeepers have been doing what they can." "That district is a joke," Dalgeras grunted, distaste evident in the curl of his lip. "You're wasting your time with the proposal. There's a reason funding was cut years ago for more important things." Calypso didn't really know what proposal they were talking about, but even if Rosalind had suggested all the toilets flush a different direction, there was likely a good reason for it. Besides, she needed somewhere to direct her rage. Or emptiness, whatever it was inside her now. Callie folded her arms and glared at the blue demon. "And what's more important than the arts?" "The guard, obviously," he said, gesturing with his wine glass toward her. "The very thing you're supposed to be petitioning for. After the uptick in monster attacks and their proximity to Heck, it's imperative that additional funding be allocated to our warriors. Just yesterday, a human was attacked and our warriors risked their lives stepping off the carved ways, not to mention the damage to armor and weapons that must be replaced." Calypso's sword included, but it's not like it was anything special. That wasn't the point. "That's classified information." The blue demon rolled his eyes. "Please, those reports are given to the council through Herrick's almost immediately. It's nothing Tarzal doesn't already know." That didn't feel right, but then he was already turning to the horn of shiny coin. "I have a thorough and much more manageable proposal for funding that is ready to be implemented when I'm captain." "What makes you so certain you'll be captain?" Dolgeras let out a sigh, like her prod had tried the last of his patience, and turned to face her again. "As Herrick's assistant for years, and liaising between captain and commander regularly, I am intimately familiar with how our system works. I am obviously the best candidate." She opened her mouth to counter, but he spoke faster. "Dance with me." It was a thinly veiled order, and Calypso bristled, but she had no choice as Dolgeras passed off his wine and took her by the elbow. She attempted to give Rosalind a pleading look, only to realize the woman was giving her the same look right back. It seemed they were both helpless to their new company. His grip wasn't tight, but it was enough to get her to move, and she stumbled into a disjointed twist as he tried to initiate the first dance. Awkward compared to the one she'd shared with Ozarax earlier. The floor was much emptier now, the night in full swing with conversations happening all around, but Calypso was grateful that the music wasn't all that different from what they had in the human world. Lilting in spaces, powerful in others, strings and drums and flutes, or some demon equivalent of those instruments. They were easy enough to follow, even without her skill, but training at least prepared her to be light on her feet. Something Dolgeros was not. "You're limping," Calypso observed. And while her feet moved rhythmically, her arms and back were stiff to minimize any sort of touch with the blue demon. A fang pressed into his lower lip. "It's the wine." She did smell a hint of it, thanks to the proximity. Something she'd surely pick up on easier if she'd had demon senses. But then again, she'd been around drunk fools before. The stench coming off this demon was not what she'd consider intoxicated to the point of stumbling feet. "Well," she said, dismissing the thought, this was just a demon disgruntled he'd not been able to hold his skill against her. "You got me out here. For what?" "Appearances, obviously." She bared her teeth and went to tug away, but his grip tightened. "Ah, the hostile human acting predictably with harsh words and lowly behavior. I'd reconsider that, if you have any care for your squadron leader's current employment." He made an obvious glance around the room, to the demons who held power in this city. Calypso bit down on her tongue, body still moving stiffly with his, but managed to loosen her shoulders just enough to be believable. Dolgeros's smirk lifted. "That's who you were going to say was a better candidate than I would be, yes?" He clicked his tongue. "Then again, he'd have to actually submit his paperwork to be considered." Fuck. So much for avoiding that conversation. "Do you have a point?" she grumbled, feigning boredom. He shrugged. "I wondered what your relationship with him was. Intimate, I take it." "That's irrelevant, and none of your fucking business." "Considering what your sister said about you, I'd say it's quite relevant." There was no disguising her stumble then, but Dolgeros used his hold to pull her upright, and much too close for her comfort as he leaned down and spoke in her ear. "A screaming match between humans in a public space is quite the spectacle." Callie jerked her head away, fingers tightening to the point her decorative nails would have pierced softer skin. "Are you threatening her?" "Not at all," he said, leaning back. "Just curious to see someone cold enough to drive her own sister away would then find herself protecting a demon she was determined to run from." Dolgeros swept her out in the dance, limp still present, but when he pulled her back in, his hand dropped to her lower back, holding her firm. "Did you know he lied on his report after you met with your sister? Not a risk to Heck or our safety." Not threatening Kat, threatening Oz. "It wasn't a lie," she snarled, because she'd given up her desire to run. Hadn't she? "That notebook you've been drawing in, you've almost got it." The demon who understood runes better than anyone in this city, who watched her every move, knew exactly what she had been trying to solve. And he'd let her continue, still given a false report. For her. "I wonder what it would look like for our future captain to have lied on official documents to protect the human female he's fucking on the side." A small prick at her spine had her stiffening against his claws. "But I'm sure there aren't multiple accounts detailing what was overheard of your friendly conversation with family." Threatening her, too. "What do you want?" He smirked. "Smarter than you look." He dipped his chin, dark eyes narrowed. "I expect you to stay in line. The Guard needs that funding, and in light of recent attacks, Herrix will see my proposal as the perfect qualification for the Guard's future captain." Calypso's nostrils flared. "I'm supposed to convince Ozarax not to apply for captain, because you know as soon as his papers are submitted, he'll get the position." Dolgeros's tail whipped behind him, the clubbed end a clear threat. "My uncle has all of the official complaints prepared to present to the council. The Horn of Finance could, however, misplace those. Why have Ozarax's record tarnished, have him shamed out of the Guard, when all of this could just be forgotten if a certain demon remained in his squad?" "Fuck you," she growled, but it was with no conviction, and the demon knew it. He had connections in a political landscape she would never understand. And how easy would it be to use her reputation against Ozarax? Not only that her own sister wanted nothing to do with her, but there were heaps of other evidence with her attitude. The whole reason she'd been kept away from Kat until they could decide if she was trustworthy. "I think this has been an enlightening conversation," Dolgeros said with a smirk. "Make the right decisions, human." His gaze flashed over her shoulder. "And I think you can infer the consequences should this little chat reach the wrong ears. I'd hate for something to happen to you in the Dreadmore." Calypso's jaw ached with how hard she was holding herself back, particularly as a familiar presence filled the space behind her.
"Get your claws off her, Dolgeros,"
Ozarax drawled. The blue demon stepped back, hands upraised.
"Enjoy your evening."
With a final smirk toward her, he turned and walked away with a stiff leg. Calypso glared after him, threats pressing down on her shoulders. She barely noticed Ozarax take up her arm and hip, barely felt the sway as he guided them into the next dance, until he grunted.
"I'll let go of you if you stop crushing my spines."
She blinked, then glanced at where her makeshift claws had clamped onto his exposed forearm. The lowest spine was crushed in her grip. Stretching her fingers, she attempted a softer hold but didn't shove away from his touch from her side. "Sorry." Ozarax's eyes narrowed, and then with the next pulse of the drums, he pulled her against his chest, leaning in close while keeping the ruse of an intimate dance.
"Spicy, you never apologize."
His nose grazed her cheek as he leaned away just enough to meet her eye.
"If he upset you, I will gladly sever a spike so you might peel his skin from his body for the disrespect. Your claws are much too beautiful to be tarnished by his blood."
Calypso held his gaze, the blackness unflinching as he kept her close, unwavering with the promise. He would remove one for her. The first weapon he'd offered her, he'd still believed she might use it against him. Now he was offering himself as a weapon for her to use. Here he stood, speaking a promise of violence into her ear, stoking the fire within her as he held her tenderly among demons who would use this moment against him, who would shred his career apart without another thought. There was a thumping in her chest, deeper than the pulsing drums around her and more intimate than her heartbeat. An ache that should have terrified her, and maybe it did, but right now, perhaps it was the first time that her rage winning out was a good thing. She didn't know where Dolgeros had gone, what he could see, so she lowered her head to his shoulder. Her arms wrapped around him, hiding her mouth as she whispered, "How safe is Cat?" Thank the gods that Ozarax was already on edge. His voice was low, face buried in her hair and close to her ear.
"No one will touch her. I'll see to it personally, if you wish."
"Not yet. Dolgeros is blackmailing us, and I don't want him to suspect." A low growl emanated from his chest, and instinctively Callie reached up and laid her hand on the back of his neck. Sure enough, the spikes pushed against her palm. Easy, Cactus. His threats are still credible, but he's made it clear if you send in your application to Herrix, he'll ruin your career. Tarzol has evidence against you. She filled him in on the conversation, even the evidence that he'd lied on his reports for her. But he didn't flinch, didn't deny it or call her out on the truth. There was only a momentary pause as she finished, and then Ozarax shrugged.
"Then I won't submit it."
Callie leaned back with a frown. "You're just going to let him win? Become captain and let him continue to threaten us?"
"Those are serious threats, Calypso. It's not about letting him win."
"Then what is it about?" He frowned, turning them slowly on the dance floor. Just when she thought he might answer, he closed his mouth again. But it wasn't resignation or fear hidden in his eyes as he avoided her gaze. It was something more. Something he'd been avoiding. And wasn't now just the perfect time to let the rest of her walls down? "Oz," she pressed, playing with the ends of his hair to keep him calm, or maybe to keep herself calm. "What aren't you telling me?" He readjusted his grip on her waist, letting out a tense sigh.
"I don't think I want to be captain."
Callie blinked, and so did he, like the admission surprised him.
"I don't think I ever wanted to be captain. I didn't even request the application. The squad nominated me because it was a requirement. Some others in the guard dropped my name, but I never—"
"Your father gave that application to you." Oz nodded.
"Last time I visited. Every time I went to fill them in, I just felt dread. Not to mention that lettering is dizzy as fuck to look at. But the thought of trading what I do now for sitting behind a desk and formal dinners, petitioning rich assholes for money, it's not what I want, and I don't think I've admitted that before, even to myself."
Calypso blew out a slow breath. "Okay." His brow pinched, chin dipping to meet her eyes.
"What?"
"You don't want to be captain? Fine, don't be." Ozarax huffed a laugh.
"You make it sound so simple."
"Isn't it?"
Callie, he threatened you, your sister, me.
Yes, I'm aware, but his threat finally got you to admit you fucking hate this.
What?
She gestured around. Seriously? You put all these demons to shame. You talked half of them in circles, and I bet you can't recall a single word because you were bored as fuck. Do I think they should all be on their knees, licking your boots for a fraction of your intelligence? Yes, including your asshole of a father. But I also know that the moment I arrived upset, you were ready to bail. At the first mention of Dolgeros ordering you not to apply, you were fucking relieved. The purple demon shook his head.
How?
I said you'd make a difference in the guard, Oz. I never mentioned being captain. Her smirk was one of cool confidence as his mouth parted in shock. Everything I said was the truth. You are good at this, but you are exactly what the guard needs right where you are. And that's exactly where we need to be to get our revenge. It wasn't until a couple bumped into them that she realized they'd stopped dancing, but Ozarax didn't seem to notice. He stood there, staring down at her with that same look as right before he'd abandoned her earlier that night. But this time, instead of stepping back, his grip tightened. One hand lifted, slipping across her cheek and into her long hair. He tipped her head up, lips just a breath away from hers.
You're going to make that fucker pay for his threats, but only after I rip out his claws for daring to touch you and leaving his drunken stench behind.
A shiver of delight slipped down her spine. Cute how you think I'll let you have a turn.
Are we ready to bail this time?
Are you smuggling bronzeberry scones in your pockets?
No.
His breath gave away his lie as he left a chaste kiss over her lips.
One.
He definitely had more than one, and she was definitely going to steal it. Chapter 18. Heart True. Calypso. Calypso's back hit Ozarax's bedchamber door. No time to even punch out a breath before his lips were on hers. Fighting, demanding, filling her with his taste alongside the scones he'd reluctantly shared with her. She let out a moan as he dragged his kiss down her throat, sucking on her pulse point. She tilted her head, encouraging him lower as she worked the buttons on his jacket. A difficult feat, considering she currently had her legs wrapped around his waist. A fist banging against the door repeatedly had them both freezing.
You know, there are others who live here,
Rand shouted over his knock, though there was no malice in his voice.
Have you considered, I don't know, going one night without marathon sex?
Ozarax leaned back with a snarl, calling over her shoulder,
Go stick your pretty dick in your fist somewhere else, asshole. I'll do whatever the fuck I like,
the yellow demon yelled back, his voice farther away. Ozarax's gaze fell back to her, and he frowned.
What?
How do you know he has a pretty dick? His mouth popped open, briefly, then snapped closed again. Calypso gaped. Oh my gods, this is why you were so jealous of him? Does he have a prettier dick than you? Does he have more piercings? Ozarax's mouth crashed into hers again, fangs scraping against her lower lip. It was almost enough for her to forget about her laughter, forget about the taunts and the emotions of the night. But then he had to soften his touch, support her weight with one hand and a tail so he could hold a burning palm to her cheek. Had to sweep her hair aside and press his tongue to the junction of her neck and shoulder.
I'm sorry,
he whispered into her skin as he peeled his jacket off while still holding her up. Callie's skin pebbled under his breath.
For abandoning you tonight.
Her heart stuttered, and then it truly was fear spreading through her limbs. No rage to drive out the feeling as everything she'd been avoiding came crashing down again. Ozarax set her down gently, but he didn't retreat. His claw traced one of the chains on her lingerie, the point so close to her skin, but not the most dangerous threat at the moment.
You asked me for a distraction, and I left you. I should have stayed, but...
His hand stopped at her sternum, then slid back to the place under her breast, along her ribs that were rising and falling rapidly with her breath. The truth he'd known all along. He lifted his gaze away from his touch, and it was something like agony on his face.
Spicy.
It should have been bodies. It should have remained bodies. She wasn't meant to drag someone into this mess with her, hurt someone else in the process. There was a fire in her throat, a hollowness in her belly, and a thumping in her chest. A swirl of emotions pulling her in every direction and making it impossible to focus. Dizzying, confusing, devastating. I can't... At the crack in her voice, Ozarax's hand cradled her face, thumb swiping over her cheek. She hadn't felt the tear fall, but that wetness burned on her skin as he continued to brush over her cheekbone. Her eyes closed, as if she might shut out the world and make sense of the turmoil inside her. Warmth rested against her forehead, his breath soft against her nose and lips as he whispered, "I never should have made a bet about your feelings." He shifted, a gentle warmth pressing against the tip of her nose. "I never should have left you like that tonight." His lips moved to her dry cheek. "You are not your mother." A kiss to her damp cheek alongside the hand still holding her reverently. "You are not your rage." Calypso sucked in a shuddering breath, blinking through blurry eyes until she met his determined stare. "Let me show you, just once, that this is not a weakness. Let me prove you're safe." Ozarax leaned closer, black eyes swirling in the demon light. "With me." Hadn't she known it for some time now? The trust he'd placed in her in the Dreadmore, the fear on his face when she was injured, the constant need to be the outlet for all her anger, but also his ability to see everything about her and just be there. Ozarax hadn't abandoned her. He'd just recognized it before she had, given himself, the space, all for this moment. Calypso's lip trembled, but no words escaped. He only smiled. No hate, no disappointment, no judgment. "You don't have to admit it, Callie, because I understand." His hand tightened on her ribs to emphasize his point. "When all you've ever known were your own sharp edges, you start to wonder if you're broken. If everyone that comes near you will walk away bloody. If maybe it's better that way." Ozarax grazed a finger over her temple, rubbing a strand of hair between his fingers. "Then you find someone else, with their own spikes raised, and after some patience, maybe a little maneuvering, you realize they fit right alongside your own." Calypso sniffed, shaking her head. "Everyone I've ever cared for, I've hurt. I don't know how to let go, and I don't want to become a prison for you, too." "I'm not leaving you, Spicy." He gripped her wrist gently, setting it atop his beating heart and holding it trapped. "This is yours, whether you hold it softly, crush it in your fist, or finally learn how to let go. It was yours from the moment you first tried to punch me, and it will remain yours beyond my last breath." The words were a whisper, a dusting over her lips right before she closed the distance. Calypso drew him in with that kiss, filled her lungs with his presence. There was the solidity of his body against hers, the heat of his hands dipping under her blouse, the push of his hips against hers. Ozarax spun her, and there was a newness in letting him take control, in the way her mind had stopped pushing back and allowed her to simply accept giving up a power that she had once felt was her only safety. Because he was safe, even as he guided her to the bed. He was safe as he laid her atop the mattress while never leaving her lips. He was safe as his weight hovered, waiting for permission before her hands found his waist and pulled him atop her. Callie didn't mind when cool air brushed against her shoulders, when his wandering hands exposed her chest and left her bare beyond the few dangling chains of her lingerie. She didn't shy away when his lips pressed against the precious ink on her collarbone, and he stripped every last piece of clothing from her body and then his own. "There is nothing about you I don't crave." Ozarax licked over her nipple, fingers flowing and flicking until it was a hardened point. "I once thought it was impossible for someone to see me, to meet me where I could be myself completely, to live out of the shadows of others." Callie whispered his name with each kiss along her breast, her throat, her jaw, until his lips pressed against her chin and he lifted over her, waiting patiently. The words trembled from her lips. "I don't know the right words. I don't know if I can be all that you've said I am." Her jaw clenched against the truth, but she needed to say it. To force it through her teeth if she must, claw it out of her ribcage and lay it bloodied and bare in the fraction of space left between them. "I'm afraid." Ozarax smiled, something soft and kind, and the pain gripping her chest eased at the sight.
I was too. I stepped away because I worried. I don't know if I'm worthy of you, Spicy, but I'm going to be here until you tell me to fuck all the way off. And then probably after, because I don't know if I can.
She snorted a laugh, or maybe it was half a sob. You're not allowed to say things like that when I'm naked and having an existential crisis. It's weird.
If it helps, I was having one earlier while stuffing my face with bronzeberry scones under a table, and I'm pretty sure Lazarus saw me.
I don't know who that is, Callie choked out between snorts.
It's not important. I saw another demon's hands on you, and I knew it would be the last time. I knew I had to stop being stupid and finally admit that I am completely obsessed with you.
She shook her head, tucking his hair behind a horn. You are not stupid, Oz. I know I didn't make it easy, but Kat was right. I don't know how to be happy, how to trust it. I didn't realize that's what I feel with you. She whispered the next words around the burning in her throat. I was so fucking miserable. I didn't know this feeling inside me was happiness. How awful of a person am I that I can't understand basic joy? No wonder my sister couldn't stand me any longer.
Spicy,
he rasped, pressing his forehead against hers.
Don't say that.
Her eyes closed, soaking in the warmth of his closeness. I'm not good at this, Oz, but I want to be. For Kat, for you. I want to learn what to do with this feeling.
I'm here, Callie. Say the word.
Ozarax's lips teased hers, a whisper of a touch that reminded her just how close they were, just how much of their skin was on display while they had this conversation. Bare, just as she bared her soul for the first time. Please, Callie whispered. She felt raw, exposed, yet the fear of that vulnerability was quiet for perhaps the first time in her life as Ozarax lowered himself atop her, as his hips settled between hers, and she realized how much she'd needed this moment. Of all the things she'd run from in life, it had never occurred to her that she could be happy, that she was allowed to feel it, run toward it, and it wasn't selfish. It wasn't an indulgence. The last day she'd been happy, her sister had been hurt by the people who were meant to love them the most. So she'd shoved that feeling down, guilted herself out of the emotion, hardened herself against ever feeling it again. It had grown so cold within her that she was numb beyond the need to protect. But this feeling growing within her, bringing her to life again, she liked it. She liked herself. Ozarax's lips remained on hers as he rocked against her, the base of his ribbed cock gliding over her damp center. One arm held him aloft, the other slipping over her chest, squeezing and caressing every inch of her until he reached her heat. Fuck, she gasped as his fingers circled, back arching, but there was a slowness, a deliberateness to his movements that made the touch so much more. Callie had never been touched this reverently, patiently. It was always about a quick release, even between herself and Ozarax, but this build was worth her focus. She kissed him back just as thoroughly, slid her hands over his body while tracing his tattoos, and there was no fear of his spikes or hers. No rage to be found when happiness was bubbling inside her, as sure as the building pleasure. It wasn't a grand climax, not one that had her screaming and clutching at whatever surface she could find. It was a rising wave that embraced her into warm depths, soothed over every inch of her in a long sway of trembling power. It had her gasping, moaning, and it only became more beautiful as his cock slid inside her through the last trembles of its power.
Unbelievable,
Ozarax muttered, moving slowly until he was seated completely, the fullness inside her exquisite.
Every fucking time you feel so good.
He withdrew, a deliberate drag of his thickness against her walls, and then he pushed back inside. Every thrust was drawn out, emphasized, passionate. One arm held him aloft as he moved, the other hand making its way along her side until he was gripping her leg and guiding it around his back. Calypso gasped, the next thrust hitting deeper and stronger than before. And when she found his rhythm, she used that hold to regain some control, to meet in the middle and chase the second rise of her pleasure. More, she grunted as his tail wrapped around her side, no longer afraid of the additional appendage or how it just as easily could become a trap. On his next thrust, she tightened around him, nipping at his lower lip in demand. Against her hands, firm along his muscled back, she felt the soft flare of his spikes as a shiver rolled through him. Ozarax chuckled against her lips, lifting his face just enough so he could see her.
You are trouble, Spicy. Exactly how I like it.
His hips snapped against hers, grip digging into her thigh as his pace increased. Her breaths came in heavy, that burning within her growing with each feral growl he released, and then there was nothing but a bright crash of her body. Ozarax slammed his lips against her mouth, catching every sound in tremble with the last of his thrusts. His own shudder rippled through her as heat pulsed between her legs. The groan was raw, and gods, he was still moving and dragging out the release even as his body shook. He collapsed against her, cock still buried within her sensitive heat, but Calypso didn't feel the need to push him off. To slip out of bed, cover up, and leave as quickly as she'd come. Callie had never felt so boneless, so completely spent after a fuck before, and even moments after such an incredible climax, she was craving the moment when they could do it again. Would it always feel like this? Ozarax mumbled something into her temple, his lips dropping lazy kisses into her hair. I can't understand you. He licked her cheek, leaving enough space for her to hear his request. Stay. Her heart stuttered, fear sluicing down her spine. The muscles that had just relaxed snapped back to attention, the urge to run rooting itself back into her bones. But then, Oz's warm hand spread across her belly, coming to rest just along her ribs as it had done earlier that night. A reminder of what he knew, but not holding it against her. Just for a minute, he whispered against her, nose inhaling where he'd buried it in her hair. 30 seconds, if that's all you can manage. Try it just once, for me. Calypso released her breath, slowly exhaling as she willed her body to sink back into that bliss. To trust that if she were to roll away, the weight still on top of her would just let her, just as it had so many times before. 30 seconds, a minute. Each breath was easier than the last, each second a chance to notice something new. The curl of his fingers underneath her sensitive breast, the warm breath fanning over her cheek, the heft of his thick tail across her lower leg. Callie didn't know how it was possible, but when his softening cock slipped free and she blinked, the demon light of the room had faded into a dull glow. She'd fallen asleep, with Ozarax holding her. His fingers were drawing patterns against her skin, and she focused on the deliberate swirls he traced against her. He didn't jolt, didn't tense or give any reaction that might bring up the vulnerable state she'd allowed herself to show. Her head drifted to the side, nose just a fraction away from his. Black eyes reflected the soft purple light of the room, and she could see the emotions swirling within. The shock, but also the joy. Calypso swallowed, mouth parting. The words never came. The corner of his lips ticked up. You don't have to say it. Ozarax's hand left her side, thumb brushing over her forehead before trailing down her nose. From your sharp edges to your protective heart, you belong to no one, Calypso, but I will prove each and every day that I belong to you. When Calypso's eyes closed, they didn't open again until morning, and she was in her own room.
Chapter 19. Supply Run. Ozarax. No other boundary. This is the only boundary. Yes, but you're on the wrong side.
Who the fuck made up these rules?
Callie shouted. Tonomok threw his hands up in frustration. I don't know, they did. The demons.
That's not an answer,
She grunted, pointing to the line painted on the grass.
I can stand in this square, but not that rectangle?
No, Rand said, hand scrubbing over his face.
That's where the enforcer stands. You're in the rectangle, he's in the square.
She nodded slowly.
Are we sure we can't tackle the enforcer?
Tonomok tossed the ball in the air, turning away with a muttered, I give up. Calypso pulled up a clump of purple grass and chucked it at his back.
That's a serious question. What if the enforcer has the ball and they're being a dick again? I think I should be allowed to tackle them.
Rand blew out a curse.
Gifted with Heck's greatest tackler, only to find she has no sense of direction.
He rolled his head to Ozarax.
You know, you could help with this.
Oz shrugged, biting his tongue to keep from laughing. Absolutely not. I like my balls attached for marathon sex every night.
Fuck you.
Rand picked up the ball and chucked it hard enough Ozarax let out a grunt as he caught it. The yellow demon then jabbed a finger at Callie.
Fuck you too.
She snapped her blunt teeth at him, and he was smart enough to jerk his clawed finger away. "Down, Spicy," Oz purred. "Save it for the match. The other team this time." Calypso squished her face into an unamused glare, and it truly was an adorable thing. Not that Ozarax would ever tell her, lest her stubbornness prevent her from ever doing it again. Or him again. Last night he'd waited for that small opportunity where she slept like the dead before scooping her into his arms and moving her back to her own bed. Sure, it wasn't exactly how he imagined things would go after confessing his feelings, having the most passionate sex of his life, and nearly whispering 3 of the most dangerous words in his vocabulary, but he wasn't so foolish to overwhelm her. She'd given him her trust, and he would cherish that gift and protect it with every spike on his spine. Not to mention the trust she'd had in not only telling him immediately about Dolgeros's blackmailing, but that she was willing to get the squad involved in their little revenge plan. A gold hand flashed in his periphery, and Ozarax twisted away just before Tonomok slapped the ball out of his grip. Pushing off the grass, he leaped over the gold demon's swinging tail, easily dodging the spikes at the end. Skipping backward, Oz spread his arms wide with the ball in one hand. "Too slow, Elder." Tonomok huffed. "Stop bragging about your innate agility magic. I'm barely a year older than you."
Wait,
Callie said, gesturing for the ball. Oz threw it, both her hands snatching it with ease as she cocked her head.
how old are you?
35? When her mouth popped open, he froze, stomach twisting. Is that...
Just 35?
she asked, brow pinching. Oz shot a panicked look at Tonomok and Rand, who looked just as confused. "Yes?" Calypso's entire body sagged.
Huh. So, you'll all outlive me?
"Unless you're planning on doing something stupid, demons have the same life expectancy as humans," Tonomok clarified. Ozarax stiffened, but the gold demon didn't notice. "We'll all die at the ripe old age of next year when Oz freezes at the side of an Atia pier and we're sliced apart with fire." The gold demon looked his way, sniffing the air, kind of like he's doing right now. But Callie was also ignoring Tonomok's suspicious look and Rand's narrowing eyes, her blue and green gaze piercing Ozarax to the spot. She recovered first, shaking her head as she gave the other 2 demons a casual smile.
I guess I still don't know everything about demons. I assumed since you were all so immature that it would take centuries for you to actually grow up.
That broke the tension into howling laughter, and before Calypso could dodge, Ozarax had one arm around her waist, the other bracing the back of her neck as he tackled her. Curses rang out alongside her laughter, and then she was pitching the ball to Tonomok before Oz had technically grounded her. He let his body take the brunt of the fall, but then he was spinning, leaning over her as Rand tried to tackle Tonomok in the distance. Her braid twisted away from her, tangled with blades of purple grass, but there was a grin on her face, a lightness replacing the heaviness of the moment just before, one that he never thought possible to see on her face. "Rule number 1,
don't get tackled with the ball,"
Callie filled in as she rolled her eyes. "How long are you going to pretend you don't understand this game and have had the rules memorized since the start?" Her smile turned wicked.
How many more times do you think I can tackle a biased enforcer before everyone catches on?
"At least twice more."
There's your answer.
A throat clearing brought Oz's attention back, and then he was standing and yanking Callie up to greet Garion. "About time you joined practice." The blue demon didn't look amused.
"Mail room. I don't think anyone's cleaned in there for a month. There are drake nests everywhere."
He huffed a breath. "That's not why I was late." Garion plucked a letter from his pants pocket, the parchment a little crinkled and a corner nibbled on, but it was otherwise intact. "What's—" Calypso was already snatching it out of his hand, turning away from them as she ripped into the envelope. Ozarax watched her with a frown, then turned back to Garion to finish his question. "What's that?" Garion gave him a firm look, then glanced at Tonomok and Rand, who had joined them.
"A letter from her sister."
Oz jerked his head back to Callie, trying to get a read on her shoulders or back, but she gave nothing away as she looked over the letter.
"Hey,"
Garion whispered, so quietly only demon hearing would be able to hear them.
"It wasn't in her mail slot. It was between random boxes. Almost missed it if I wasn't cleaning out feathers, and I'm going to guess a drake didn't shove it down there. I don't know how long it's been here."
Rage boiled in Ozarax's chest, spikes and claws flaring. "I'm gonna fucking murder Drollmoth." Calypso had been devastated at the lack of communication from her sister after their fight. The lack of embroidery on her outfit last night had nearly broken her. But if Cat had sent that letter, had been waiting for a response only for Drolmuth's prank to keep them apart, he was going to commit a lot worse crimes than murder. A rough hand curled around his arm, expertly weaving between his spikes. "Hold on," Tonomok whispered, his gaze distant. His brow pinched, and then he was blinking. Maybe Bloodbath murder date should be postponed for now." Whatever the gold demon had sensed in the shift of emotions was enough for Ozrax to soften his demeanor as he looked toward Calypso again. He slipped away from the demons, approaching cautiously. Over her deflated shoulders he could see the print, large and clear because her sister understood Calypso's needs. And though Callie didn't try to hide the note from his eyes, he didn't read it, only stood a step behind her, waiting for when she was ready. Calypso slowly folded the parchment, tucking it into her pocket with a trembling hand. Her breaths came slowly through her mouth, but there was a hitch, and then she was whispering, "I don't want them to see." They both knew the other three demons could scent her tears, not to mention Tonomok's sense of her emotions, but Oz could oblige. "We're going to head into town," he called over his shoulder. Ozrax curled his hand around Callie's, tugging her away from the field and toward the path into Heck. She didn't resist, but her legs dragged and her body was stiff. It wasn't until they were beyond the perimeter of the barracks, tapping off on her cuff to let her through the rune barrier, that she finally sniffed and wiped her cheeks. He slowed, still guiding her with his grip until they were nestled between trees off the main path. Eyes damp, she looked anywhere but at him as her lower lip trembled. He only squeezed her hand in comfort. "You don't have to tell me. We can just find a place to sit." She worked her tongue around her mouth.
"It wasn't bad."
Shifting on either foot, she shrugged.
I guess it was as good as it could be after what I did."
"Callie."
"She's not ready to see me yet,"
Calypso muttered.
"but she wants to work on herself before she's ready to work on us."
Ozrax nodded. "Would you like to send a letter back?" A deep, slow breath, and then she shook her head.
"I think maybe I should take more time. Prove to her I can give her the space she needs."
Her fingers tightened around his palm.
"I think I also want to prove it to myself, but it's really hard not to do anything."
His chest warmed at the determination setting in on her features, and it was a test of his restraint to not give her a weapon and set her loose on Dolgeros and Drolmuth as a distraction.
But there was something else he could do to keep them both occupied. "Come on," he said, tugging her back to the path.
"Where?"
she grunted, and he felt a little smug that she hadn't tried to pull her hand free yet. "Town, I'm late for a meeting." That brought back her sharp tongue.
"First, you definitely don't have a meeting. Second, you're never late for anything."
Ozrax grinned. "Okay, I'm an hour and a half early to an informal agreement, but I'm sure it's not a big deal." He tugged her forward again, urging her to match his pace. "And you haven't seen all of town yet."
"What more is there to see? I can throw a rock and hit the opposite side of Acreos Barrens."
His claws teased at her palm, and she shot him a glare.
"I'm still not calling it that."
"Heck is small, but even Sev isn't strong enough to fire an arrow across our borders." Calypso rolled her eyes, but even when she feigned indifference as he showed her little shops and districts along their walk, he could see her mind cataloging directions. No demon was brave enough to outright stare at the two guards in purple grass-stained practice gear walking through town, but he could feel their curiosity and subtle lingering of their eyes. He knew Callie was well aware of the situation, but she either didn't notice or didn't care that his hand remained firm around hers. Claiming her in front of every demon on the streets, all the way into the next district, she let out a low whistle.
"Fancy houses. Didn't get to see all these last night."
But then suspicion narrowed her gaze.
"Wait, we're not actually thieving from Argeth's closet, are we?"
Ozrax shrugged. I'm not opposed. I'll happily boost you into a window and be a lookout."
"You just want to touch my ass."
"Can you blame me?" He considered it a win when her lips pursed to fight a smile. "I'll refrain from scandalizing this upstanding community of rich assholes, this time." At that, she let out a snort.
"There's a lot of shrubbery. Don't tell me these demons aren't getting up to debauchery with Ozrax?"
He pulled up short, managing to tug Calypso away before she ran into the blue demon turning the corner. "Astrades," he said, dipping his chin stiffly. The female returned the gesture. Her dark blue hair barely shifted with the movement, expertly twisted into her signature style around spiked horns. Oz wasn't sure he'd ever noticed a strand out of place, nor a skirt or blouse wrinkled in the slightest, and today was no different, with the shawl draped over her shoulders and arms. Astradas' smile strained at the corners of her lips, but she did offer greeting to Calypso, gaze dipping to their joined hands, before turning back to him.
A delight to see you.
Likewise. And with that, she stepped around them on the footpath and continued her stroll. Callie stared after the female, confused gaze bouncing between him and the blue demon.
So she would be...
Ozrax began walking, dragging Calypso along with his increased pace. My mother. Calypso's feet stuttered, and then she was walking sideways so she could keep her gaze on Oz.
That was your mother?
He hummed. We aren't close. I told you it was an advantageous match, not one of love. She was the strongest of her family, Zalvokan was the strongest of his, and they thought his magic would win out. Turns out only her spikes did. His redemption was that I wasn't gray and magicless. It was an odd thing discussing his parents with someone unfamiliar with demon culture, or at least the antiquated customs that trace back to before their summoning. Even more odd that he'd never said any of this aloud before, even to himself. But with Spicy, he felt safe, protected.
Oh,
Callie muttered, her hand tightening in his and emulating his thoughts. No, it's quite poetic. For all his strength, he's not all that potent when it comes to producing. They've not been able to have another child. She grimaced, then followed his direction toward a garden and winding stone pathway that led up to a smaller guest house's door.
It's gross that you know that about your father, but after meeting him, I'm not surprised. A kestrel might not even have an appetite for that.
Ozrax laughed, pulling his hand out of hers to swipe over the runes set into the wall. Magic alerted the home's owner of his arrival before he stepped back and looked Callie up and down. I wonder what happens when you run out of increasingly smaller animals to feed our cocks to.
I'll handle the castration myself when my shiny new weapons arrive.
A choking sound pulled their attention to the now open door. The pastel purple demon with white hair and curling horns standing wide-eyed in the entry. Azrian, Oz said in greeting. Sorry I'm a little early. Not a problem. Azrian cleared his throat, then made a quick show of fixing his outfit, a simple shirt compared to his usual ensemble, which told Oz it was a small problem, especially because his typical laid-back and casual demeanor felt forced when he said, louder than necessary, No issue at all that you've shown up early for our meeting when I was expecting you later. He darted a nervous glance over his shoulder and into the house before his smile was back in place.
Restocked with kids, so everything's freshly made.
The demon ducked out of sight for a moment, coming back with a canvas bag, all the while keeping an eye on Calypso as he held it out.
Only the finest, you know. Oz has been coming to me for years, though it's our little secret. I am very trustworthy.
Ozrax took the offering with a frown. You sound the opposite of trustworthy right now. He glanced at Callie, who looked entirely bored, then back to the demon in realization. For fuck's sake, Azrian, yes, it's a human.
It?
Callie snarled at the same time Az hissed.
You don't have to say it so loudly.
Oz grumbled, so dramatic. Are these safe for humans? Azrian puffed his chest.
I am a professional. Of course it's safe for humans. I am nothing but accepting of humans.
And now you sound the opposite of accepting. Ozrax tossed a small pouch of coins at the demon. Thanks for this. Come on, Spicy.
It was nice to meet you, human who I don't know your real name.
Az said with an overdramatic smile, the sight more and more terrifying as he slowly closed the door on them.
Best be off, don't delay. A delight as always, dear friends.
Ozrax stared at the door as it latched shut, head tilting to the side. Huh.
Bye now,
came the muffled dismissal behind the door. With an eye roll, he turned and left with Callie by his side. He's not usually that weird, Oz muttered when they were a good distance away. Calypso shrugged.
Entertaining,
I suppose.
No, I meant he was entertaining someone.
At Ozrax's frown, she clarified,
The nervous looks, the hurrying us off. He absolutely has someone inside.
Oz snorted. Not surprising. He used to have a talent for mesmerizing partners with all that romantic shit. Grand declarations of love, flowers. Callie gave a dramatic shudder, clapping a hand over her heart.
Oh, how dare he offer gifts of affection that aren't swords or the bleeding heart of a sworn enemy?
Spicy, I would accept this gift over a blight spawn heart any day.
The fuck is that?
Ozrax changed the subject. What's your favorite flower?
Poison ivy?
He raised a teasing finger. I know that one. Even the Dreadmore couldn't make that human plant worse. She laughed, nudging his side with her elbow, which made the contents of the bag clink together.
All right, why did we come all the way out here for that?
Works better when all the pieces are together. Calypso narrowed her eyes, but he did commend her patience that she didn't ask any more questions as they returned to the barracks. The squad room was empty, so he left Callie on the couch and went to gather the rest of the supplies. She was reclined, looking bored once again, up until he set his things on the table. Callie gasped, scrambling to sit up with a spark in her gaze.
Wait!
Her eyes flashed to his.
Tattoos?
Ozrax nodded. I'm a little behind on a few runes. Thought maybe you'd be interested in seeing them.
Yes,
she blurted, then quickly cleared her throat.
I mean, sure.
His smile softened. And maybe you'd like to do that one you've been sketching? Her whole body tensed, and he could hear her heartbeat increase, but she swallowed, glancing toward him hesitantly. You have to do it yourself if you want the magic to work, he clarified. Humans are capable of runes, but this ink has an additional magic property that will keep it set. Azrian's specialty. Calypso's lips twisted, a pinch to her brow.
After everything,
Ozrax took the seat next to her, resting a hand over her forearm and the cuff attached to her wrist. I know. Silver shined in the corner of her blue eye, and then she leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Heat spread from that contact, warmer and stronger than any words she might have tried to speak, and Oz savored the feeling. Let it settle in his chest and kept it safe as he picked up the first jar of ink and began instructing.
Chapter 20. Real. Calypso. Calypso leaned forward on the bench, cinching her laces before tying them off with only a small ache left in her ribs and abdomen. The rune was mostly healed where it curled along her side and upper ribs, and she'd had no problem with the pain of getting it inked, nor having to do it herself in exact order without messing up any of the intricate lines, lest she render the magic null. But too late, she realized. She'd started it high, and now her chest band was rubbing right on the top of the tattoo. She deserved that one. It was odd, knowing there was magic flowing under her skin, ready and waiting for her to call on it. It was a different sort of feel from the external runes, like on her cuff or around the perimeter of Acreos Barrens. This one didn't make her feel trapped. But it was a reminder of what exactly she'd designed, the purpose within that ink. The fact that Ozrax knew, and he'd still given her the tools to make it work. Sighing, she stood and started her static stretches, nodding as Garion joined, then Tonomok. To her relief, in the few days since their practice had been cut short, they hadn't treated her any differently. They'd offered her smiles, taught her a new game with little ceramic tiles that looked comedic in their oversized hands, and gone right back to their teasing and banter. Callie skimmed the line of weapons on the wall. Real ones, now that they trusted her with them, trying not to let it show how disappointed she was in the options.
Still heartbroken, I see.
She rolled her eyes. I hated that fucking sword. Tonomok laughed.
It was pretty pathetic in your hands.
With a hum, he turned back to the wall and narrowed his eyes in thought.
What about...
He grabbed a handle, pulling the weapon off the rack and offering it to her.
I'm not swinging a fucking mace, she deadpanned.
His little pout was not helping his case.
What? Come on. It's the best weapon out there.
Garion smacked him upside the head, earning him a disgruntled growl, but he shook it off.
You just want an excuse to do your dance routine and show off. It is not a dance routine,
Tonomok huffed.
It's a precision sweep, a body surrounded by monsters from all sides, coordinating two swinging balls of destruction. It's a dance routine.
Rand teased, joining them.
All right, which weapon should Callie have?
Calypso folded her arms, glaring at the three of them. Who said this was a group decision? Garion grinned.
You've got to balance out the squad. I've got the dual short swords. Tonomok has the maces, Rand with the single sword.
Fancy sword, the yellow demon corrected.
And Oz has his spiked sickle because he's insane and likes to be up close to those cursed monsters.
The blue demon cocked his head, lips pursed as he looked her up and down.
How are you with a bow and arrow?
Absolutely the fuck not, she grunted. She had no desire to tell them she'd tried once when the training room was empty and not hit a single target. And she had no desire to fail in front of an audience, even if they were training her. Rand rested an arm on her shoulder, a casual gesture that a few weeks ago she would have been shoving off.
Something with fists. Brass knuckles,
Garyon gasped.
You'd look so fucking badass.
Calypso agreed with that part, at least.
The blacksmith is already working on something, so stop wasting your time.
She'd never seen grown males get so excited.
Oh, wait, what did you get? What's the hilt made out of? Did she measure your human hands for the right grip? Which forge technique? What steel did you select?
A new voice filtered in behind them.
We're about to find out. Guess what I picked up on my way here?
Calypso whipped around to Ozarax, eyes going wide as she saw the leather-wrapped parcel laid across his arms. And she would deny it if anyone brought it up again, but she definitely squealed before she was running to greet him. The weapon, not him. Her fingers hovered over the package, dancing in the air as excited energy pulsed in her veins. She glanced up.
Can I?
Ozarax nodded, a wide grin on his face.
It's yours, isn't it?
Did you look?
And deny you the first glance at your own design? I like my guts right where they are, thank you.
She'd deny the next squeal, too, as she took the parcel and moved toward one of the benches. She didn't even care about the 4 demons now hovering around her, trying to sneak a peek. With a slow exhale, she turned one flap of leather over. Silver flashed in the demon light, flames catching on the warbled pattern of the long blade. A unique forging technique to bring out the beauty of the steel, the blacksmith had said. She'd made a few adjustments to Callie's design to make it work, but this was better than Calypso could have ever imagined it. The steel was just shorter than the length of her arm, broader and pointed at the end before sloping into a gentle curve. The handle was made of stacked leather, dyed a rich violet, and accented with a silver guard. But her favorite touch was the hilt, a sharp crescent moon that would serve as another means of attack in close quarters. Whoops and hollers sounded above her as the demons shouted their excitement, a few hands shaking her shoulders as they fawned over the blade. It only made her smug smile grow wider.
Oh, you thought I was done?
Calypso wrapped her hand around the handle and lifted, the fit and weight perfectly balanced in her grip, then flipped the next layer of leather off. A second identical blade shined back at them, and as the squad cheered even louder, she picked that one up as well and turned to hold her fists together. The crescent moons underneath lined up, back to back.
"Frank!"
Rand shouted. At the same time, Garyon gasped,
2 blades.
Tonomak was already dragging them away, urging them to hurry so they could build a new training routine for her. Calypso smiled after them as she pulled her blades apart, resting them at her sides. But then she focused on Ozarax, who hadn't moved from his spot. His gaze was on her, mouth parted softly with a tiny crease in his forehead.
"What?"
she asked, glancing down at her weapons. She didn't think there was anything wrong with them, but had she overlooked a critical detail in the design?
Are they not
perfect? Her head snapped up again, frowning at the crack in his voice. A small smile tipped one side of his lips.
Though I think you could have gone with a few more spikes.
Ozarax unhooked his sickle, holding it up between them, and then she saw it. The curve of his blade was more of a flattened crescent than a gentle sweep, but it had clearly been an unconscious inspiration in the design of her weapons. The point at the end, definitely the makings of a spike like the ones he had. Calypso didn't look toward his knees, where tight pants covered the tattoos he had inked there, but she did look when his free hand rested over hers, where the dark purple of his skin was a near match to the dyed leather handles of her swords. All of it, the whole fucking design. It was him. Oh, fuck, she muttered a second before his lips crashed into hers. Maybe she laughed, maybe she whimpered, but his kiss was a distraction from the rooting fear that she loved a demon. It wasn't just happiness within her to enjoy a giant purple cactus kissing her like the world was going to end that afternoon and he needed to taste her one last time. To feel as if she was falling and floating and leaping off the carved ways into the eternal mists whenever he looked at her like she was more than her past. To feel as if none of that mattered because she would always be safe, through rage or joy, when he was around. A loud whistle cut through the moment. Ozarax spun away, growling at their laughing squad, but Callie stood there in a daze, realizing that none of this had been sudden. It had been little moments, training, talking, the fundraiser, letting him hold her hand yesterday to kissing her in public now. He'd been bleeding into her life for some time now, but it wasn't just him. She took in the 4 demons who had become part of her life, watching them laugh and tease one another in one moment, then swing vicious blades the next, defend their squad with no questions asked, including her, especially when she'd been stubborn. It was more than the squad. It was this realm. It was becoming more real.
"Hey,"
Ozarax shouted, snapping her out of her distraction, then gave a pointed look to all of them.
"Time to train. We've got an hour before food, and then we're back investigating whoever is summoning monsters."
The other 3 split off to spar, leaving Oz and Callie training just as they always did. Though she wondered if the bargain was really necessary anymore. He'd been right about her not feeling challenged unless she was fighting him. He shook out his shoulders, spikes flaring along his forearms as he took up position across from her and raised his sickle.
"Don't care if those are new. I'm not going easy."
Callie spun her right sword, then left, adjusting to the feel of 2 weapons. Wouldn't want you to, Ozzy. Fangs pressed against his lower lip as he smiled.
"Show me what you can do, Spicy."
And what she could do was a whole lot more fun knowing that these were her weapons. Hers. Calypso swung, sliced, dodged, twisted out of range of blade and tail, caught strikes that weeks ago would have gutted her. She even returned the favor, predicting his steps, attacking in equal measures, and finally getting him to breathe a little heavier. There was so much rage and freedom and lightness pumping through her muscles. She didn't realize how hard she was exerting herself until the next squad was filing in for their time. Oz tossed her a towel, and she almost didn't catch it, too busy staring at his muscled abdomen as he used his shirt to mop up his sweat. Blazes, did he have to look so good in those cropped shirts?
"Mess hall,"
Rand ordered as they grabbed their things and left, then pointed to her.
"Whatever you're thinking of putting on your plate, double it. You get testy when you're hungry."
Tanamok laughed, moonlight shining on his sweaty gold skin.
"She's always testy." "I'm going to smash you upside the head with my plate if you continue to creep on me,"
she muttered with no real sharpness, readjusting the wrapped blades under her arm. Ozarax leaned closer as they walked the path toward the other building.
"I'll give you my plate, too."
She grinned, about to jab back that he was almost as bad about making her eat when his entire body went stiff. But it wasn't just him. The other demons around her halted quickly, backs going rigid. When she looked up, she understood why. A tall red demon stood in the middle of the walkway, arms folded to make himself appear bigger than he already was. If only she was actually afraid. Callie groaned. This fucker again. Zalvocan the Skull Crusher. Yes, she knew who Ozarax's father was now, snarled down at her.
"You're still alive. How disappointing. Thought the Dreadmore would have dealt with you by now, but then I have to hear Ozarax is traipsing through heck with a worthless human distraction in tow."
So Astrides had no love for her either. Not surprising. The red demon dismissed her, glaring over her shoulder at the squad.
"You all are a disgrace to our ancestors, letting this filth remain in our guard."
His eyes went wide as Callie felt heat at her back. 3 demons stepping forward, the 4th folding his arms at her side.
"You were saying?"
Ozarax's spikes flared, brushing against her skin, but she didn't flinch. Tanamok's voice filled in to her right.
"Something about a disgrace?"
Rand was next, his voice nothing but a cold growl.
"Filth? Worthless?"
Garyon finished. Ozarax tilted his head, looking his father up and down.
"I think we're looking at it right now."
Fury flared in Zolvocan's black eyes, claws elongating into vicious points. And Callie didn't care. "Listen here, squisher of ball sacks." Someone snorted behind her. "You better have a damn good reason for standing in our way right now." Zolvocan's fangs pressed so hard against his lower lip, a small drop of black blood bloomed against his red skin. His glare snapped to Oz. "If you know what's best, you'll accept." Cold dread immediately replaced Callie's smugness as the red demon turned to walk away. Especially as Ozarax stumbled a step forward, every spike on end, including the ones along his tail. "What does that mean?" His father spun, claw pointed toward Ozarax's chest, but nowhere near striking distance, as Callie and the other 3 demons already had their blades out. Zolvocan stared at each point, threatening him, then Ozarax's own raised sickle before spitting. "Since you were too cowardly to do it, I submitted your application for you. I suggest you take the position when it's offered, Captain." Callie's entire body went cold, head whipping to Ozarax. "If Dolgeros finds out..." She never had a chance to finish her sentence. The ground rolled under her feet, and then a thunderous boom split her ears. She felt it deep in her chest, reverberating through her bones, until her limbs hurt from the force. Her body was still shaking when the smell hit, and when her eyes met Ozarax's, they were already wide with fear. Rotten eggs. "Summoning," she gasped. Ozarax swallowed and gave a shallow nod. "Our traitor just opened a portal, a big one, and not deep in the Dreadmore." Calypso turned, looking into the distance. "In heck."
Chapter 21. Run away! Run away! Ozarax. They exchanged worried looks, the silent question hanging in the air for less than a breath before they made the decision. Ozarax shoved past his father. He'd deal with that crisis later, and tried to clear his head. Plan. He needed a plan. A grunt, followed by a curse, sounded behind him. "Oh, didn't see you there." Ozarax turned to see Garion shrugging with both his weapons upraised. Zolvocan leaned over with his hand cradling his stomach. "Tail got away from me." That alone made Oz proud, but then Tonomok made no effort to disguise the stomp into Zolvocan's foot, followed by Rand smacking the red demon in the forehead with his elbow, both muttering half-hearted apologies. Calypso didn't even disguise her move. With Zolvocan dazed and eye-level with her, she flashed him a saccharine smile and then jabbed him in the throat with her fist.
"Human limbs,"
she sighed, watching him fall to a knee as he coughed.
"So worthless, right?"
If Ozarax didn't already love her, that would have done it. Another crisis he'd deal with later. The guards were spilling out of the barracks, some in armor, others coming from their quarters, looking around in confusion. Noses lifted to the air, eyes widening as they realized what they were smelling. "Find your squads and take the Veil Hounds," Ozarax called, jogging backward as his own squad took formation around him. "Spread out and cover every district. Direct crowds to get inside and then start moving toward the breach. Any monsters you encounter, you know what to do. And be quick. We have to close that portal." From there, he knew their squad leaders would be able to handle the chaos. Ozarax turned and caught up with his team easily as they left the perimeter of the barracks.
"Who's on watch in the city?"
Rand asked, trees opening up as they sprinted toward Heck.
"Dioran's squad,"
Calypso answered, new weapons shining in the moonlight as she pumped her arms.
"The Dreadmore scout will be halfway out by now and won't make it back in time. We're down 5.
"We can handle it," Ozarax said. "I hope." The city finally came into view, the streets mostly empty as the last few demons scrambled for shelter. A few plants and windowsills had been knocked free, some demon lights snuffed, but otherwise there was minimal damage on this side of things. Ozarax focused his senses, tuning out the echoes from the buildings and the pounding of their feet on the roads. Half a dozen screeches reached his ears, but he homed in on a subtle shift. "Left," he ordered, and they turned down the main street to find exactly what he feared. The air fizzled, now just a thin vertical crack suspended in the middle of the street. Light pulsed from the fissure, waning fast. He put on a burst of speed, watching as the line got smaller and smaller. His sickle slammed into the portal a split second after the sparking air disappeared. The air blurred, solid for a moment longer before the anomaly was gone. Oz stumbled through the space with a curse, head whipping around for what could have possibly come through. He got his answer a second later when 2 Myleoptera crashed down from the sky. His sickle was slicing through the first with ease, the screech of the second cut off as Tonomok's mace smashed it out of the sky. Easy. Too easy.
That wasn't what made the noise,
Callie panted, eyes scanning the sky.
There should be more of those things.
Another Myleoptera screeched from a distance, and Oz located it seconds before it dove out of sight several streets over. Small portals, Ozarax grunted, starting his sprint again. Whoever is doing this made a big one and is using the small ones to send them into the city.
Misdirection, Rand growled, keeping us occupied and away from the big one.
Eyes peered out from the windows of the homes as they sprinted by, but none were so foolish to leave until the guard gave the all-clear. There were good things to come from captains and counselors of the past, like protocols for a monster or two slipping past their runes. It didn't happen often, but he was thankful there were no citizens to worry about. I wasn't fast enough to get a scent, Ozarax said, guiding them down another street by sound. But if we can find one before that tear closes, I might be able to find out where they're coming from.
You said not to go through a portal,
Calypso shouted from where she'd fallen to the back of their formation. Fuck, he needed to reconsider their routes. Between planes, not that others are any safer, but we're not going through them, Oz called back, refocusing his tactic. Demon speed and strength would allow the others to keep up this pace, but at some point, Calypso wouldn't be able to maintain it without suffering. They'd just come from training, and if he had a choice, he'd rather have her in fighting shape, not running zigzags to each potential portal opening. Garion was the one to fill in the rest, his pace slowing to keep in step with her.
Portals are doors. If they remain on this plane, we can see through them. If we get to one while it's still open, catch a glimpse of what's on the other side, we can pin down where this demon has set up camp, catch a whiff of their signature and find out who it is.
Before they could turn the next corner, a Lequine body flew across their path, rolling another several feet before coming to rest in a wet heap, followed by a second who met the same fate as a red demon stepped out of the alley.
Just my luck.
Dioran spat at the dead creatures, her double-edged polearm dripping green muck onto the ground.
I fucking hate those things.
Oz stuttered to a stop. Where's the rest of your squad? The answer came as half of a Lequine body fell to the ground. Without looking up, Dioran pointed to the second story of the building.
There!
Ozarax blew out a breath of relief, then snapped to attention. What's the situation?
Calypso was right. Someone is summoning these feral bastards, but I'm too busy with the little ones opening that I'm not making any progress.
He hadn't known what to make of Calypso telling Dioran the truth, but at her insistence, he'd met with the demon. If Callie trusted her, he would trust her too, and it seemed that was a good thing, considering their current state. Dioran swiped a finger over the rune on her weapon's handle, the green blood burning off and leaving her blade clean.
I suppose you want the glory of finding who is doing this?
He hesitated, but the red demon only waved him off.
Go! We aren't technically cleared for anything beyond patrolling, and...
She glanced at the other foreigner squad as they gathered, a pinch to her brow.
I don't think we are ready.
What more do you know?
Something big came from that direction,
she said, pointing with her polearm.
The little ones have no pattern, and they're unstable. One closed on an Otzeran and split it in half.
Ozarax grimaced, once again starting his run. Direct the rest of the squads as they come.
I know how to do my job,
Dioran called back. They followed her directions, winding through the streets and ordering demons back inside their homes. Only once did they detour, the portal closing before he could catch a glimpse of anything except a very confused Hyrevi pacing back and forth in an alley. He hadn't noticed how blind to the smell he was until they turned past a family's front garden, and another wave of sulfur stench made him choke.
Callie, keep up!
Garion grunted, slowing until he was out of Ozarax's periphery.
What are you... I saw something when I fell behind,
Calypso said, and they slowed to a stop. She'd paused half a block back, gaze locked on the side street. Rand bounced on his toes, pointing in the original direction.
We have to make it to the portal, that way.
But Calypso was shaking her head, hands rhythmically squeezing the hilts of her blades.
I don't think that's...
She clenched her jaw, then flashed Oz an apologetic look.
I have to make sure.
Callie, wait! She took off, and Ozarax could only curse under his breath before he was chasing after her. He called over his shoulder, Your choice! Split up or follow. It wasn't really a choice, though, because without hesitation the other demons followed him. Followed her. Spicy had picked up speed, boots pounding the ground as she sprinted. Enough that Oz had to exert himself to catch up. By the time they'd wound around another building, he'd fallen into step with her, the others just a fraction behind. What did you see? Her eyes were fixed ahead, breaths labored.
A tail.
That narrowed it down to most demons and almost all monsters in existence.
That alley,
she panted out, blade flailing in the direction she was running. Callie, we should wait. He couldn't stop her before they slid to a stop at the alley's entrance, finally catching sight of what she'd been chasing. The other three nearly crashed into them, and then they were all cursing. Frustration mounted as he stared at the bushy backside of the tiny creature rooting through the trash at the end of the alley. Geryon cursed.
A fucking Cunic?
Shh, Calypso hissed, shaking her head.
That's not whatever the fuck you said. Just wait a second.
Ozrax was going to have a serious talk with her about actually studying the materials he gave her about monsters of their realm. Callie, we don't have time. He balked as the Cunic, not Cunic, turned.
What the fuck is that?
Rand hissed. It's so ugly, Tonomok whispered, a wave of horror emanating from him before he clamped down on his magic. What happened to it? Callie turned and looked at them like they'd all gone mad.
Ugly? It's a fucking rabbit.
That thing is an abomination, Geryon said, hiding a good portion of himself behind Tonomok.
Where are the antlers? Why doesn't it have all its eyes?
Calypso spluttered, then pointed to the hideous thing with her blade.
It does. 2 of them. Right there. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Ozrax recoiled as the tiny white thing bounced toward them, and he might have let out a squeak. Ugh, that thing is cursed. She rolled her eyes, annoyance dripping from her almost more than sweat.
That rabbit is a human realm creature, which I've never seen in Hack, and yet started hopping this direction with freakish speed. That's why I followed it.
Tonomok whimpered as the not Cunic bounced again. We followed this terrifying monster because you recognized it from the human realm? Callie gestured wildly with her blades in frustration.
I don't know. It felt like a sign because it looked at me and I had the urge to follow. It's completely harmless.
A fizzle popped at the end of the alley, and their heads snapped toward the noise as a crack formed in the air. Space seemed to tear, the end of the alley going hazy as the rip crept down. It opened the moment it met the fuzzy monster's back, a sputtering attempt at a portal as it held the not Cunic captive. And through that doorway was the figure of a demon too focused on his rune work to notice the opening behind him. A collection of buildings were visible in the distance, a scattering of dark trees surrounding him, all highlighted by the massive fucking portal in the background, releasing the most nightmarish monsters at random intervals. Dojaros, Ozrax growled. The blue demon's head snapped up, but before he could turn and see them, the portal disappeared completely, releasing the not Cunic from its hold. The white thing began rooting around in the garbage again like nothing had ever happened. Calypso's arm jerked to the end of the alleyway, pointing with her blade as she simultaneously glared at them.
Told you, sign.
Rand shook his head in disbelief.
That fucker, Dojaros is behind this?
Makes sense. Ozrax's spikes flared. He was petitioning for funding and the captain's position. No surprise he's summoning these monsters to help make a case for his proposal. The more of us he injures, the more damage, the more reason to increase numbers in our ranks.
Probably wasn't too happy to see your application on Herrick's desk,
Geryon muttered.
This seems a little dramatic, though.
Callie's glare was gone, replaced with one of focused rage.
Please tell me you recognized where he was.
A wicked smile curled on Ozrax's face as he looked at his squad.
Spicy. I think Frank sent that monstrosity as a sign so we could find Dojaros, because that's the opposite direction of where we were going.
Rand clapped his hands together with a look of feral glee.
Let's go stop this bastard.
Tonomok cleared his throat. Not that the portal isn't important, but what are we supposed to do about that? They turned to the end of the alley where the not Cunic, definitely not Cunic's head was twitching. Beady eyes turned orange with new fangs poking out of its not as tiny as before mouth. Oh no, that thing was a good 4 times its previous size now, claws actively shredding the trash it was searching through. As if sensing it was being watched, it lifted its head, sniffing the air before focusing its eyes on the squad.
Oh fuck,
Rand whimpered. "This is why you don't fuck with portals," Tonomok said with a shudder. "Could have used a ranged weapons master like Sev right about now." Ozrax blew out a defeated breath. "I really hate Frank's sense of humor."
"Nope, not loving that. What do we do?"
Garion asked, a tremble in his voice. Oz cocked his head. "Run?" The transformed creature hissed, red spittle flying from its mouth as the jaw unhinged to reveal yet another row of sharp teeth.
"Run away,"
Callie agreed. They took off in a sprint. Chapter 22. Traitor. Ozrax.
"Frank, what the fuck?"
Callie screamed, barely dodging the snapping jaw of the not Q-Nick as they sprinted toward the thankfully abandoned edges of town.
"This is not funny."
"Spicy!" Ozrax shouted over the hissing beast. "Less antagonizing a god, a little more running."
"I can multitask,"
she snapped back, hot on Garion's heels.
"Can you? I thought you had a plan."
Of course this was the woman he would fall in love with. He shouted over his shoulder, "Get the monster out of heck!"
"That's only half a plan, you motherfucker."
Ozrax turned at her curse as she was swiping her sword blindly behind her. It glanced off the sharp claws of the enlarged monster, but he saw the splatter of red across its paw. Calypso didn't break stride as she gained distance, but there was a wince of pain on her features right before the scent filled his nostrils. Metallic, sharp, human blood. Her right hand swung up with the next pump of her arms, forearm wet and stained red. "Callie, I'm fine," she shouted, but at least she was smart enough to focus on their escape. "She's right." Tonomok kept stride with Oz, maces held tight in his grip. "I get that we're leading the thing away from civilians and further damage to the city, but at some point we're going to need to do something about it." Ozrax gestured toward the Valewood, to the hill leading to the border of the Dreadmore and their target. "We need to close the tear between planes. 2 on the beast, 2 to stop anything more from coming out of the portal. I'll handle the traitor." Thank all the gods that the transformed beast was more interested in Calypso's fresh blood, as if that were any better, but at least she could handle herself. There were grunts of affirmation behind him, a shifting into better position as the top of the portal came into view, and the moment Ozrax saw Dolgeros's kneeling form, they split. Rand and Garion sprinted for the portal while Tonomok fell back to help Callie. With the large portal into the depths of hell to his left, Ozrax turned right, toward the demon currently trying to open another small portal for the swooping Myleoptera under his thrall. His feet were fast and light, his sickle drawn, his mind whirring with strategy. Dolgeros's back was turned, and as much as Ozrax wanted to lodge his sickle in the base of the demon's skull, he needed the bastard alive to face the council for his actions. It was rather unfortunate, then, that the not Q-Nick chose the most inopportune time to let out a shriek and ruin Ozrax's plan of tackling the traitor in surprise. Dolgeros turned, rune half completed, and Oz saw the new sparks in his periphery a moment too late. The weight collided with him, too strong and fast to result in anything but an ungraceful tumble off target. Pain seared down his side as he rolled, ribs screaming as whatever had just slipped through the small portal continued to run over him in its attempt to escape. And just as Oz was kicked free, he caught a glimpse of the Hyrevi's mad dash into the Dreadmore with no other corruption from the rune besides a broken tine off an antler. Dazed, he could have sworn that beast had looked familiar, from another glimpse down a weak portal as it paced in an alley. It had all its tines then, though. Ozrax glanced down, letting out a curse. Well, he knew where the piece of antler had gone. Black blood bubbled out from around the broken shard, where it had embedded deep in his hip. Just a slow drip, with a pain vicious enough to warn him that removing the thing wouldn't be enjoyable, nor be something he could heal quickly with one of his own inked runes. This was a job for Rand's magic, and since the healer was currently locked in battle with a Siphomoth, he was just going to have to deal with it. He let out a shout of pain as he pushed to his knees, then his feet, legs unsteady underneath him. But that was a problem for future him, because Dolgeros was storming forward, still a soft limp in his step, blade pointed toward Ozrax. "You ruin everything," he snarled, readjusting his grip. The sword looked too light in his hands, probably stolen from the barracks. "Sniffing around the summonings, thinking that no one would notice." Ozrax lifted his sickle, trying and failing to put weight on his leg. All of this for a fucking promotion?
It never had to come to this, but your pathetic human couldn't even keep you from applying for captain. I warned her there would be consequences, but this is just further proof she doesn't care. None of the humans do.
Oz didn't bother clarifying that the application hadn't been his doing. At this point, it wouldn't have done anything to change their predicament.
You had to go sprinting into the Dreadmore after Deeran's squad, forcing me to rush and lose control of a Lequeen who took a chunk from my thigh. The human's nose wasn't strong enough to pick up on it at the fundraiser, but it's good to see your distraction over that pathetic creature kept you from finding out my secret.
Well, Ozrax couldn't deny that.
But it's not nearly as bad as your injury.
Dolgeras circled, eyeing Oz's hip and the blood spreading across his pant leg.
I had no intentions of creating those portals inside Heck, but you left me no choice.
His tail whipped behind him, clubbed end a looming threat.
And now that you and your squad have seen me, I will have to report the devastating news of finding your team dead at the edges of the Dreadmore.
Ozrax darted a glance at the squad. Callie was causing a commotion, blood attracting more than just the not Cunic as any monster who sniffed her way locked in. Tonomok was doing his best, the fluffy thing slowing with 6 gashes on its legs, but not enough to be considered successful, and the two were spending more time protecting Callie than doing damage to the threat. Rand and Garion blocked the summoning portal, deftly dodging the fissure that had split the ground, no doubt the source of the quake.
Monsters continued to spill from the endless depths of the tear, but there was no change to the void's size, even in Dolgeras's distraction.
Which meant the rune was still active, burned into his body? The magic would be difficult to find, but it felt too obvious. He wouldn't be able to maintain something that big on his body, and the magic would destroy him. It needed a better anchor, a draw of magic rooted in sorcery.
Dolgeras shifted, almost imperceptibly, but not before Ozrax saw what the demon intended to hide, just beyond the Dreadmore border.
The blades of grass had been burned, soil upturned in an indecipherable pattern at this angle, but still unmistakable as a summoning rune. He'd bet every spike on his body that disrupting that patch of ground would stop the portal.
Dolgeras took another limping step forward, not as inconvenienced by the injury as Oz was with his.
At least you will die, heroes of Heck, closing that portal. Not that I'll give the human bitch such credit. No one here will miss that one. It's funny, Ozrax grunted, shifting to better load weight on his good leg. You speak as if you're walking out of here unscathed. The demon growled, fangs bared.
I was denied a place in the guard because there are only limited spaces. Forced to push papers and run messages for a grizzled old warrior with no vision for years. Then a human is given the chance that rightfully belonged to demons? Have we forgotten that humans are the reason we are stuck here? Severeth made a mistake in bringing them back. And we give funds to house them, feed them? Instead of protecting our borders from those abominations?
In the distance, there was no change, no ability for any of Ozrax's squad to break away and do anything but maintain their positions. No aid would come. No, it was simply his stupid, injured self against a demon with years of determination and hate driving him.
Except Dolgeras shouldn't have picked a fight with a demon who had more rage in a single forearm spike than most demons carried in their entire lifetimes.
And he had a spicy human he was determined to see at the end of all this. Ignoring the pain, Ozrax dug deep into his adrenaline and let it fuel his fight. Maybe he'd not been this injured before, but he felt pain, fought through gashes and broken bones and concussions. The antler in his hip was an obstacle, yes, but it was stemming the bleeding for now, keeping him focused.
He launched forward, meeting Dolgeras's strike while punching forward. A dodge, a sweep of his tail, another clash of their blades.
Ozrax had to hand it to the male. He may have stolen a weapon, may have failed to get into the guard, but he hadn't given up training. And with Oz at a disadvantage, it was proving to be just what the blue demon needed to keep the upper hand. Whenever he could manage, Oz took in the scene behind him. The fluffy creature was on its last leg, literally, as Callie drove her blades into its shoulder, and Tonomok yanked his mace out of a mangled Mylioptera nearby. Rand was panting, holding an arm over his stomach as yellow healing light illuminated the black blood running from his wound. Garyon used brute strength to push a screeching Lequeen toward the fissure in the ground. Just a little longer.
With every attempt to get closer to the rune, Dolgeras was there, driving Ozrak's back with fist, tail, and blade,
pushing him farther from his target, deeper into the Dreadmore. But there was one last chance. Give up a weakness in a final attempt to get to the rune. Oz dove and swung his tail behind him, spikes digging deep into the male's stomach.
Dolgeras returned the favor with his tail as well,
directly into the antler bone protruding from Ozrax's hip. He cried in pain, leg giving out as he stumbled, but before he could use the last of his focus to gouge a line through the rune, a kick at his back had him rolling away.
Oz!
He barely heard Callie scream over the ringing in his head, sprawled just on the edge of the forest. The eternal mist was soft here, just barely creeping toward the grass of the Valewood border like it was afraid of the runes that kept it contained. It crawled over his fingers, numb to his skin when all he knew was pain. The mist cleared just enough for him to see the glint of silver out of reach, his sickle. And beyond, a blurry figure sprinting for him, all-powerful muscle and rage, bloodied and bruised, with fire in her eyes. He knew he should crawl for his weapon, knew there was a demon at his back prepared to kill him. Despite the flare of his spikes in defense, there was no energy left to even swing his tail back. He barely pushed up to his hands and knees, pain draining him. He had nothing. Spicy was screaming something, her eyes locked on him and full of so much anguish. Ozrax blew out a breath, memorizing that look, the one that made him feel less alone. He couldn't leave, not yet, not before she knew. His hand slid down his side, fingers trembling as he grazed over the antler. He focused his senses until the presence at his back was close enough and spicy screams haunted his bones. With a cry, he yanked the tine free and slammed it behind him.
His fist met the meat of Dolgeras's thigh, jamming the antler deep into where he was already injured, but as the demon screamed, his tail came swinging.
It knocked Oz back to the ground, and wasn't that just perfect? With chaos around him, Ozrax dragged his hand through the outline of the rune.
Dolgeras screamed, and before Oz could ruin it further, he was being dragged up with a blade pressed to his throat. He scrambled, only one leg working as he was bound to Dolgeras's chest by the male's arms and tail.
Pain screamed through Oz's body, head fit to burst with the ringing. No, that was a real scream. Ozrax blinked, head pointed toward where the fuzzy lines of the massive portal, they were shrinking. His disruption had worked. Monsters still darkened the entrance of the void, 3 demons holding the line as the portal slowly closed, but the human, Callie, was the source of the scream. She was standing at the edge of the Dreadmore, fist slamming into nothing as she raged against solid air. Her blades glanced off an invisible barrier between 2 trees, face bright red as she screamed, and then Ozrax understood. There was a flash of silver through the blood staining her arm, the rune cuff, the one that kept her in hex border lest she tried to run, the one that needed to be adjusted at specific intervals to allow her on scouts. The nearest rune to allow her passage was half a mile away.
"I'm going to fucking kill you,"
she snarled at Dolgeras, blade still slamming into the barrier.
"Oz, fight back, fight, goddammit!"
If only it were that easy. He was no longer feeling pain in his hip. It was completely numb, limp underneath him as blood poured from his open wound.
But the blade at his throat was more of a threat as Dolgeras used him as a shield.
Ozrax might have been unafraid of death, but he would not let his headless form be the last thing Callie saw of him.
Dolgeras jerked him in his grip, readjusting with the weight of his own injuries.
Oz dipped his gaze to the arm at his chest, to the flash of the blue demon's wrist in the scant light, the open expanse of skin he held on to. The idea formed. Fuck, this was going to hurt. Maybe not as bad as what he was about to do. "Spicy," he grunted over her curses. Her gaze snapped to his, though her fight never drained. "I'm not worth it." Her eyes widened, dirt and blood smearing as sweat and tears dripped down her cheeks.
"Fight, you bastard!"
Somehow he managed to shake his head as Dolgeras began to drag him backward, fleeing.
"Go talk to your sister, okay? I know you think you aren't ready, but you can do it. Calypso's body shuddered with her next hit against the barrier. He didn't bother telling her to just throw the damn thing, that her contact on the blade prevented it from breaking the invisible wall, but he wouldn't do that to her either. Wouldn't make her kill him like this. Not with her own beautiful weapon. You made me a better demon, Spicy. You saw me.
Stop, Oz!
Her voice broke, barrage against the barrier weaker with each hit.
Shut up!
Dolgeros screamed, panic dripping from his voice.
You send anyone after me and I'll kill him!
Ozrak swallowed, putting on the best smile he could manage even as Dolgeros limped them deeper into the Dreadmore. Just do me one favor, okay? Tears welled in her eyes, her attack forgotten as she pressed her fist to the solid air.
What?
Stay! In heck! You belong! She blew out a broken breath, pressing her forehead into the barrier, but her eyes never left his.
You promised.
Never to leave. I know. Ozrax flicked out his claws, his spikes useless against the strength of Dolgeros, holding him tight. Without breaking Callie's scare, he visualized what he needed, breathed deeply and adjusted, took note of the emotion roiling in his gut and adjusted again, then flashed his eyes to the sky just to confirm. One more thing, he called. Only a broken sob escaped her throat. With a final exhale, Ozrax dug his thumb into Dolgeros's wrist, moving quickly, dangerously, as the demon thrashed in his grip. He swiped up and down, around and deep, holding tight despite the demon now cursing and trying to throw him off. Ozrax felt the rune the moment it finished, heard the spitting sparks at his back, and saw them illuminate the trees in his periphery. But his eyes were only on Calypso, on the vicious human who had owned his mind, body, and soul from the moment he met her. His soul bonded, no doubt. Her mismatched eyes were wide, arms lax at her sides and swords dangling. Tendrils of sweaty hair framed her face, her braid just a mess of wild strands hanging down her back. She wore the blood and gore like a badge of honor, a true warrior. Ozrax gripped Dolgeros tighter, planting his good leg, then gave Calypso a fang-tipped smile. I love you, Spicy. He thrust his weight backward, catching Dolgeros on his wounded leg with an elbow to his gut. They stumbled, and then there was a bright light filling his vision as the portal he'd created surrounded them, separating Dolgeros from his rune, severing the final connection to the portal to the Hells. And the last thing Ozrax saw as his rune-created void swallowed them was the look on Calypso's face, not one of devastation or heartbreak or even anguish. It was one of pure fucking rage.
Chapter 23. The Rune. Calypso. I love you. Callie was going to fucking murder him. How dare Ozrax say such a thing and then leave? He'd promised. He'd fucking promised. She let out a horrifying scream as she slammed her blades against the barrier again. It tore from her lungs, scraping her raw as she fought against the invisible barrier. Her insides were on fire, a bubbling inferno of fury that someone could say all those things and then leave her. Everyone fucking left. If she had known, if she had stopped being fucking emotionally attached, she could have seen what he was doing, could have fought harder for a better solution, could have begged him to stop. But when had Ozrax ever listened to her? Every time. Every time except for now. And when had Calypso ever listened to him? Not fucking once. Stay. In heck. Fat fucking chance. Ozrax thought he could say all of those things, make all those promises, and then leave? Without consequence? Who the fuck did he think he was? Who the fuck did he think she was? The air still held a shimmer, a tear in the plains just out of reach, but it was getting smaller. And she was running out of time. Her blade glanced off the invisible barrier, trapped by the city's runes because of a stupid cuff in their fucking fear of her. Well, if she lost Oz, they would truly know fear. They would tremble as she brought this entire fucking forest down around their precious city with her bare hands in an attempt to get him back. Emotional attachments were not a weakness. They were her strength. Calypso stepped back, terrified as she pried her eyes away from where Oz had disappeared, and sheathed a sword. Voices shouted for her. No more monsters or giant portal to hells to distract them. But she was focused as she lifted her wrist in front of her, as she curled her fingers underneath the metal of her cuff, as she yanked with all her strength. There was a burning, first in her fingers and her injured arm as she pulled the cuff against her skin and bones. She screamed in rage and strain and love. The burning shifted to her ribs, to the magic under her skin, to the rune inked in her flesh, her own design she'd agonized over for weeks. A rune to break runes, to break her cuff, to keep her protected from a stronger demon trying to use one against her. She'd started working on it for Kat, kept working on it for some rooted fear inside her that she might still want to run, need to run. Not anymore. The metal shattered in her grip, shards sprang as the pressing weight of being trapped disappeared.
"Oh, fuck," Tanamok said from somewhere behind her. "How did she... Shit, Callie."
She ignored Garion's panicked curses, Rand's shouting. There was no longer a barrier keeping her out of the Dreadmore, but there was one keeping her from Ozarax. It was fading, now just a small sliver in the air. Calypso stormed toward it, swiping his sickle from the diseased purple grass of the Dreadmore and attaching it to her belt. Her sword was firm in her grip, and determination fueled every step. Because, for once, she was going to be selfish. She was going to chase a happiness that had loved her when she was at her worst. A demon who made her a better human. The tears dried on her cheeks as she neared the remnants of the portal. Kat, she would be okay. Heck was her home, and that was okay. But Callie had found her place somewhere else, with someone else. And she was going to hold on with every ounce of her strength until they were both dust. Calypso wound back, shifting her grip on the sword in her hand, before plunging it into the last crack of the void. An inch of her blade wedged into the tear, but that wasn't enough. She could feel the portal fighting to close, Oz's magic pushing against her strength. Too bad his magic didn't know how stubborn she was. Callie pushed harder, but it wasn't out of control. No, this was a focused rage, a channeled strength, and soon the burn returned along her ribs. A rune, fighting to break the rune Ozarax had created.
"Fuck, Callie, you can't go through a portal."
She didn't know who said it, only drowned them out with her scream as she pushed. There was just enough of the blade shoved in as she pried it open. A gap, enough for her to shove her fingers inside and pull. Her body felt like it would burst, ribs on fire as the rune burned through the powerful magic. But she still ripped at that portal, tore through the opening until she could see through it, kept tearing and screaming, and pouring all of her fury and determination into prying the planes apart. There Ozarax was, not in another plane after all, on the ground, on the carved way, hand pressed into his bleeding hip weakly. Wide-eyed and gaping at her. Unharmed by his own portal because, of course, Ozarax would know how to create one that didn't drive anyone mad as they traveled through space against the laws of physics. And Dolgeros, just beyond, dragging himself away. Calypso kept tearing, and then there were hands surrounding her, her squad gripping edges of the portal and adding their strength, pulling it apart until it was large enough to squeeze through. Tanamok swore, and she felt his gaze on the side of her face.
"The fuck are you still doing here? Go get him. We've got this."
There was no corruption bleeding into her as she stepped through, as if it really were just a door moving them from one place to another. But she did shudder, the slip of Oz's magic against her skin a cool embrace compared to the heat of her body. Free, free, free. At her feet, a trail of black blood led directly to her target. Calypso's steps were purposeful, powerful. She let every ounce of emotion rise to the surface as she prowled the carved way and drew her second blade. No breeze rustled the trees, no monster cried in the distance, as if the Dreadmore held its breath. "No," came the desperate plea. Dolgeros scrambled back as best he could, wide eyes on her. Blood leaked from his useless leg. Something sharp lodged in his thigh and a daze in his eyes that told her perhaps not everyone who stepped through the portal was unscathed.
"Please, don't."
His sword hung loosely in his grip, trembling as he raised it. The sword he had held against Ozarax's throat. Her blades spun in her hands, a dance that felt natural as she stalked her prey. His whimpers fueled her rage, her fire, and when she was within reach, she wound back. The blade pierced Dolgeros's tail, right through the thick muscle and nerves, and deep into the ground. His scream of agony was beautiful and short-lived. Hand now free, her fist snapped forward and smashed into the bridge of his nose. The wailing cut off as his body fell limp to the ground. There was a hum of satisfaction in her ears as she stepped away from him, yanking her blade free from his tail. Gods, how she wished she could have planted it right between his legs, but she feared that was a target too small for even her aim. She needed to bring him back alive, didn't she? Have him pay for his crimes? Though it was tempting to drag his pathetic ass to the edge of the carved way and kick him off the path, see if he ended up as food for a Sarthisi. Callie. That voice pulled her out of her murder bloodbath days. Calypso turned toward the broken rasp and settled her glare on Ozarax. He'd been propped up by Rand, hanging heavily on the warrior whose hand still glowed a gentle healing light over his hip. But the purple demon didn't wince, didn't so much as blink as he stared at her with wide eyes. Cal, how fucking dare you? Calypso snarled, and then she was prowling toward him, a sword aimed at his heart. How dare you say those words to me? Each step, the words became more painful. How dare you not give me the chance to say it back? How dare you make me stay anywhere that you won't be? Ozarax shoved Rand away the moment she was in reach, smacking her sword point away from his chest before both hands were gripping her cheeks and yanking her into his kiss. It was sloppy, uncoordinated, and she didn't fucking care. Both her swords clattered to the ground as she threw her arms around his back. She was kissing him, and he was alive, and oh my gods, I love you, she panted. Then her teeth were clashing against his fangs as she dove back in. She tasted blood, tasted his tongue and his moans and his tears. Or perhaps those were hers as she leaned back to breathe. Don't you ever leave me again. Ozarax huffed out a breath, maybe a sob. I knew you had it in you, my spicy human. Are you ready to admit emotional attachments aren't a weakness? Calypso shoved weakly at his chest, lower lip trembling. I hate you. But there was a grin on his tired face as he squeezed her cheeks. Feelings fucking mutual. A throat cleared, and there was Rand standing awkwardly next to them. So, hate to ruin this very adorable moment. Congrats, by the way, on this weird love confession. But he jerked a thumb over his shoulder, where Garion and Tonemok were still holding the portal open, though with shaking arms. I mean, if we've held it this long, Tonemok began. I'd rather you come this way instead of the carved way that'll spit you out across town. Seems kind of pointless if we kept it open for nothing. What are we doing with that? Garion grunted, gesturing with his chin toward Dolgeros. Callie shrugged, adjusting her hold on Ozarax as his strength waned. We could close the portal on his middle, bring the top half to the council. When only silence greeted her, she glanced over at the demon staring at her with varying looks of horror. What? I'm mostly kidding. Rand took a slow step back from her. Blazes, no you were not. His gaze darted between her and Ozarax. That's definitely your soul bonded. The purple demon went stiff in her hold. Some hissed curse rolling off his tongue audible for demon ears only. Another day, she'd refuse ever saying the words, but exhaustion was setting in for all of them, and maybe they deserved something good out of the day along with their victory. Not a blight-spawn heart, but I did promise you the bleeding heart of a sworn enemy. Ozarax's gaze snapped to hers. Calypso shrugged. Oh, please. You were acting so fucking shifty, changing the subject on me. I asked Dioran what it meant, and she told me you were a sappy sack of shit. I agreed. We laughed at your expense. Then she told me the truth. Fuck. I love you. Before his lips could brush hers again, Tonemok let out a frustrated groan. Okay, seriously, I'm going to let go. Don't even think about it, Garion snarled. And while the two bickered, Rand joined Callie and Oz over Dolgeras's limp, ugly form.
"You sure we can't just kill him?"
Rand muttered. Ironic, coming from the healer.
"Not until after we make him sing in front of the council,"
Calypso said, towing the bastard who only groaned. Probably a good thing she didn't have brass knuckles if her punch had knocked him out this well. There was just one glaring problem.
"So,"
Callie blew out an exhausted breath,
"who's carrying him back?"
Chapter 24. The Savior of Heck. Ozarax.
"I did not come to this decision lightly,"
Herrick said, hands folded on his desk. Next to Ozarax, Diaran looked perfectly poised despite their informal attire. The message had arrived mid-training, instructions to come immediately, and there was no denying the horn of the guard, even if they were sweaty. His hand moved over to a stack of papers in various states of disorder, from ripped corners, stains, and illegible handwriting to the neatest script Ozarax had ever seen. That was Tonomok's.
"After the events,"
the commander said, clearing his throat. He'd yet to broach anything further about his former assistant, who now had a permanent residence in the barracks, just like he'd wanted. Only his room was a small cell in their prison basement with an uncomfortable cot, a public toilet, and runes to stifle any magic he thought to use. Herrick patted the stack of papers again, as if he were grappling internally with their contents.
"I received quite a large stack of these, informal but very convincing letters of recommendation."
Ozarax had to hide his smile as Diaran shifted in her seat, confusion marring her brow as Herrick turned to her.
"Congratulations, Captain. Your heroics during the battle and your efforts with your squad are undeniable. You kept Heck safe from the worst attack it has seen in years. It seems the entire guard is in agreement."
He uttered the last words like they were physically painful, and perhaps for the grizzled commander they were. But with the damning stack of nominations in support of Diaran as their next captain, there wasn't much the bastard could do. Ozarax knew it wouldn't be easy, but he looked forward to the horn finally bowing to the real leader of Heck's guard. Diaran, stuttering momentarily, composed herself quickly.
"Thank you, sir. It is an honor."
Herrick flicked his fingers in dismissal.
"I will have my assistant,"
his jaw clenched, then he started again.
"Shadow your new position for now. Find a replacement for your squad leader, and I will be sure the promotion ceremony is scheduled."
Now Oz really had to hide his smile as Herrick seemed to realize all of those tasks would fall to him, the demon's shoulders deflating and brow furrowing with each word. Served the fucker right. The horn of the guard seemed to catch his frown, offering Ozarax a tight smile and a lethal glare.
"I appreciate your application and your continued service in the guard as squad leader. Should anything happen where—"
"Kindly shred that application, sir," Ozarax added at the last second. "I'm content serving Captain Diaran." Herrick grunted, this time dismissing them with a full wave of his hand. Ozarax followed on Diaran's heels as they left his office, making it an impressive 3 minutes before she finally whirled on him.
"Did you orchestrate that?"
Annoyed, Ozarax whacked her pointing claw away from him. Of course not. Something like vulnerability flashed in her eyes, but that would be ridiculous. Diaran was not vulnerable. She was more vicious than Callie and Oz combined, only stoic instead of chaotic. Ozarax softened his shoulders, an attempt to keep his natural defenses from flaring. "Diaran, you won fair and square. I didn't withdraw my application. I didn't write one of those letters, though I would have if I'd known. Now I look like an asshole."
"You are an asshole. And a pain in the ass,"
came another voice. Callie sauntered out of a hallway looking like a fucking wet dream in her sweaty, grass-stained crop top and leggings. The sliver of skin at her torso revealed a hint of a rune-breaking tattoo. Another wet dream. Her cleverness. The human flicked her hair over her shoulder before coming to stand next to Diaran, folding her arms and cocking her hip as she stared at him.
"But we all knew that."
Diaran narrowed her eyes on Calypso.
"You are responsible?"
Now Spicy's glare turned to the female, and Ozarax did not want to be Diaran right now.
"Dia, I'm going to be perfectly fucking clear,"
Callie said, and Oz had never seen the red demon look so unsettled.
"The only one responsible for your promotion is you. Your actions, your leadership. Your work to keep your squad and Hex citizens safe. The guards submitted those recommendations on their own after following your direction dealing with those summoned monsters.
Ozrax felt pride well in his chest, and not just because she'd started regularly calling their city Heck.
So do not, for 1 second, think you did not earn this on your own.
Calypso punctuated the statement with consecutive jabs of her finger just shy of the red demon's nose.
Got it?
Diran stared at the finger in her face, blinked, then said,
I do not like you sometimes.
Calypso grinned like that was the greatest fucking compliment she'd ever received. Stoic mask back in place, Diran gave Ozrax a nod and then walked off. Heck, huh? Spicy's grin fell right off.
Bye.
She'd barely turned away when his hands were at her hips, spinning her and throwing her back against the wall. He caged her in, fangs hovering within snapping distance of her neck. Some demon's assistants squeaked and scurried away. Others, sitting at their desks or in their offices, made a concerted effort to look anywhere but at them. Callie only glared up at him, though she couldn't hide the darkening of her pupils. Say it, he growled. Say emotional attachments aren't a weakness. Her returning snarl was just as sharp.
Not even if they were my last words.
All right, he was absolutely still paying for that mistake. Every day, multiple times a day, whenever they didn't have business, which they were officially finished with now that the meeting with Herrick's was over. So he supposed it was time to get back on his knees and beg for Callie's forgiveness again. Still, he only smirked at her, proved his hunger with a grind of his hips, then stepped away. But this was his spicy human, the other half of his soul in human form, and her hand immediately found his as they exited the building. As vicious as she was, as stubbornly as she denied it, she felt, and there wasn't a moment since the attack that she'd spent away from him, touching him, spending the night with him. Granted, she made him sleep on the floor for 3 days, despite his hips still healing, but she dangled her hand over the edge for him to hold. That was more than he deserved. They stepped out into the afternoon, the streets bustling with friendly chatter and leashed pets, and rich food smells wafting from shops. Callie didn't hesitate like before, but he could still feel her stiffness whenever a wide-eyed demon stared too long as they passed. They're only in awe, Ozrax whispered into her ear as they walked. The savior of Heck. She snorted.
I saved your sorry ass, not Heck.
The medals and honors you received say otherwise. In bronze, despite the argument that awards should be in gold. But Ozrax had been adamant that when he fucked her and marked her with his cum, while she wore nothing but the medals, Tonomak would not get any ideas of being involved. The metalworker didn't argue after that.
Well, you got a few too. Sort of lessens their value when I have to share them, and all you did was fall through a portal.
Oz slapped a hand over his heart, pretending to be wounded by her words, but then she was holding a folded paper between her fingers and presenting it to him. What's this? He asked carefully.
An invitation.
From?
My sister.
Ozrax stopped walking, dragging her to a stop. Callie,
It's for both of us, she said dismissively. Some event at a greenhouse and the humans were all invited.
He eyed her warily. That's all she sent?
No.
Calypso gnawed on her lower lip.
She slipped in another note for me.
Oz waited as she exhaled audibly.
She sounded different, but I think Heck has been good for her. And maybe some distance between us to figure out our own shit was good too.
He leaned in, pressing a kiss to her temple. I'm proud of you. When he stepped back again, her shoulders had softened, like a weight of worry had been lifted. Want to talk more about it? Callie shook her head softly.
Another time. I think that's going to be her story to tell when she's ready.
And what's your story? Ozrax prodded, tugging her back into a walk. What comes next for you, Calypso? Her eyes met his, that mismatched blue and green sparkling with starlight as she smiled wide.
Happiness.
Epilogue. Happiness. Calypso. Calypso's hands pressed into the wall, head pulled back by the tight grip in her hair, and mouth clamped on a pair of gardening gloves she hoped hadn't been used to prune anything poisonous. Her leggings were bunched around her knees, tight shirt hiked up until her breasts were spilling out. Hiding in a storage closet while the party continued outside the probably unlocked door, Ozrax withdrew to the tip, slamming back in with a groan. Fuck, spicy. All right, so much for being quiet. She spat out the gloves and said over her shoulder, You do know the whole point of a quick fuck is to actually be quick to make us come, right? Like you have permission to come fast. This is an acceptable situation to focus on your release. He slapped her rear, definitely not quiet in a greenhouse full of demons who could hear them, then wrapped that hand around her throat. I love you. She swallowed against the tightening of his grip. Feelings fucking mutual. That was all he needed to unleash. The hands at her hair and throat tightening as his hips picked up rhythm. He slammed into her, hard and deep at record speed, thick length stretching her. Calypso had come far, letting him hold her in this position, but also not fearing when that tail, spikes flat, twisted around her front to tease the bundle of nerves at her entrance. The rise and fall of her orgasm was bright and hot, legs stiffening as pleasure trembled through her. She knew the moment he succumbed, his fingers tightening perfectly around her throat as he growled and spilled deep. That's what we needed, Calypso purred around his hold. I knew you could come fast. She hissed as Ozarax released his grip and slipped free, the heat replaced with a hand as he shoved his cum back inside and plugged her with his fingers. Just for that, you can rock around with my seed inside you so every demon smells me on you. Callie whimpered as his fingers teased her before dragging free. Pretty sure everyone knew what we were going to do when you dragged me in here with your tongue down my throat. He cleaned her with a small linen that she also had to hope wasn't used to hold something poisonous before helping her pull her leggings back up. How can they blame me? Not like all of them weren't eyeing this closet for some time of their own. Calypso rolled her eyes, though her lips tipped up in a smile. Ozarax adjusted his pants again, belting them, and then pulled open the door. Shall we fuck? Callie tilted around his frame, squinting into the no longer familiar to her sunlight as she glanced at the silver fox with 6 eyes sitting at the door. Is there an issue? The purple demon didn't move, completely frozen in place. Addy appear. What? Oz hissed. An Addy appear. The species name finally clicked. Wait, this is what you're afraid of? The giant 6-eyed fox hiccuped, then blinked its middle right and bottom left eyes out of sync. It's terrifying, Ozarax muttered, and now she noticed all his spikes were on end. Tail that can whip fire, teeth that will gnaw on you. And that's Apha's pet, so pretty sure we're safe. Placing her hand on Ozarax's arm, careful to avoid his spines, she urged him out of the storage room. He shuffled his feet, keeping a wide berth, and the moment he was free, he was walking quickly away, only to bump into a giant red demon. Well, giant was relative. He was giant compared to the human at his side, but just a couple inches shorter than Oz. With a broken horn and a linen wrapped around his eye, he looked quite menacing. Callie met his stare, that single eye not flinching. Severith, Ozarax greeted, and though it was stiff, Callie knew how much her demon respected his former squad leader. And maybe without his father interrupting them every 5 minutes. Oh, yes, that rune preventing Zalvocan's comings and goings at the barracks was her idea. They might actually become friends. Ozarax. Severith nodded in return, eye flashing to her again. I take it this is my replacement. Calypso cocked her head, folding her arms over her chest. From what Oz and the rest of the squad told me, there's no replacing you, she smirked. Besides, I'm more of a swords girl myself. The red demon's lips twitched, not quite a smile, and then he said to Ozarax, I see we've both entwined ourselves with fiery humans. A tail curled around her hips, a direct response to the red demon doing the same to Ember. Both women rolled their eyes. You'll have to come out with us sometime, Callie said to break the awkward silence. The squad loves to tell stories of your accomplishments in the Dreadmore. I think even Frank is getting annoyed with Ozarax's increasingly dramatic version of our recent excitement. She shouldn't have brought it up because then Oz was wrapping an arm around her shoulder and saying, Did you know Spicy single-handedly felled a rabbit? Ember glanced at her, brow arched in confusion, as Calypso groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose.
Oz, mutated rabbit. You have to stop saying that in front of humans. I don't understand why you're embarrassed. He grunted, then turned back to the retired warrior, both hands coming up as he described the thing. It was all white, with these floppy ears and these teeth and a bushy tail, and it fucking hopped to get places. As Severith's features morphed more and more into terror, while Ember's contorted more and more into stifled laughter, Callie just shook her head and glanced around at the greenhouse and the beautiful setup. Then her eyes caught tawny hair in the distance. Kat's gaze fell on her just a breath later, her hair shining brightly in the magical sunlight and sparkling in her eyes. Callie lifted her hand, offering a small wave and a smile, and there was no hesitation as her sister waved back. And in that single gesture, Calypso knew things were going to be okay. This recording of How Not to Woo Your Human Warrior was presented by Dreamscape Media.